Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, November 10th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Hope you had a lovely weekend wherever you may be. Hope it was nice, relaxing. Hope it was filled with love and happiness. Hope you're all in a great mood. There's a lot to be excited about. The road to UFC 322 is upon us. It is right there. We are 5 days away from arguably the best pay-per-view card of the year. My IFB is showing. Madison Square Garden, New York City, the Mecca, the center of the sports world, becomes the center of the mixed martial arts world on this particular weekend. What a card. 2 title fights, 2 super fights, if you will. 2 champions defending titles against 2 other champions moving up. Never before has there been a card like this. Massive, massive stakes. Massive names. As deep as it gets. I had a lovely week. After the show on Wednesday, I went to Toronto, the 6th. Everyone was very sad over there. Sort of a general malaise kind of draping the city. Everyone's still in mourning. They're getting better, but everyone was very sad. In the midst of all of this, I had what seemed like every single Dodgers fan, including some of the players, coming after me in a very aggressive and, dare I say, classless way. We'll have some words about them in a moment. But it just seemed like everyone was like, guys, you won. Okay, what do you care about me? But they were just coming after me incessantly. It was very aggressive and, dare I say, classless. But I was there with my friends at the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, as we get set for Milano Cortina 2026. You don't call it the Winter Olympics, as my Vladdy toy falls. It's Milano Cortina 2026. That's what they say. I had a chance to interview Sidney Crosby. That interview is coming out. Very excited about that. Only one of the greatest hockey players of all time. 2 Olympic gold medals on his resume. If he wins a 3rd in February, which he probably will, only Canadian male hockey player to ever win 3 Olympic golds. A pretty big deal. Came home. Unfortunately, there was no football yesterday to watch, so it was pretty boring. Didn't really have much to partake in, nothing to really watch. But hopefully, we get back to it on this coming weekend, because it was kind of dull, like without any.
No, they played.
No. I was told that nothing happened. Nothing happened of note. I'll just say this, if I can, real quickly. If I could just say real quickly, I hear all you Patriots fans. You're very loud. You're very happy. You're very excited that, the Pats are back. The Pats are back. Drake May, MVP. Just chill out. All right. What is it? Week 10? Can we just chill out for a second? Chill out. Just chill for a second. Josh and the boys will figure it out. No problem. And you're all loving this. I get it. You're all loving this. And trust me, I'm sick to my stomach. Don't make any deals. Trade deadline. Don't improve the wide receivers. I get it. You're all loving this. Oh, our window closed. I get it. You're all loving this. I get it. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. The boys will right the ship. But you're as obnoxious and annoying as ever. And I get it. When you've been irrelevant for 4 or 5 years, it's fun to let it all out. I get it. But don't worry. Okay?
They got to be happy, man. When was the last time the Pats had anything?
Exactly. That's exactly my point. They've been irrelevant for 4 or 5 years. They've won a couple games in a row. Okay, let's just see what happens come end of December, early January. Let's see who's who. Let's see what's what. I'm a little nervous. No problem. Nervous in the moment. Not about the big picture. The big picture is going to be just fine. Number 1 seed, here we come. No problem. You see what I'm saying, GC? You share my optimism.
Yeah, I got you, man. Number 1 seed, here we come.
Yes, you got a little flyer.
Oh yeah. It's. I wouldn't even call it a flyer. It's a pretty substantial wager on the Bills winning the Super Bowl. How do I feel? Not great. Not great after yesterday.
No. We're gonna be fine. A couple of injuries. Didn't make any moves. There was a little bit of a panic, but we'll be okay. What's this T-shirt you're wearing? What's this T-shirt?
Oh yeah, shout out to Street X.
What is
ADM,
this?
But you got to remember the back is the most important.
Wow. Is that a new drop?
Yeah, they hooked me up with it after the win at UFC 315. They made this special.
Wow.
Had to wear the pullover all day because you can't really walk around the office.
Nah, you got to. I was wondering why you had that thing zipped up. you were rocking the Man United pullover, which was a weird one after the last 2 games that they've had.
Well, it's the trip to Manchester, you know.
Sure.
I do it more for fashion than support.
No, of course we know this. We've already addressed this. That's a great shirt, and of course it is JDM Fight Week. Forrest had a big win yesterday, so happy about that. It's all good. I know you all relish my misery, but that's fine. We're going to be okay. Everyone's going to be okay. We have a lot to discuss with a lot of people on this here program. Back into the show, Claressa Shields, who announced that she has signed a new 2-year deal with Salida Promotions and with Win Records. There was some talk that she would go to MVP or maybe elsewhere. She is back. She's saying it's a $8 million 2-year deal. She is saying it's the most lucrative deal ever for a women's boxer. Also a $3 million signing bonus. Who is she going to fight? What is she going to do? It's always great to catch up with New York Rick's favorite fighter. She'll join us at 3:30. At 3 o'clock, Josh Hokit, who was victorious on Saturday and cut a very mean promo afterwards. It was shades of Chael Sonnen. He's going to join us. He is a product of the Contender Series. He wins in his first official UFC bout. A very interesting character. We'll replay that in case you missed it and break it all down with Chael P, who will join us in studio at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's always great to have the UFC in town because that means some notables are in the area. Chael P will join us in studio at 2 o'clock, and at 1:35, so in about 35 minutes or 30 minutes from now, Leon Rocky Edwards, the former UFC welterweight champion, who, dare I say, is facing a must-win situation on Saturday. It is a very, very big fight for him against Carlos Prates. Haven't seen him since the loss to Sean Brady some 8 or so months ago, and it's been a minute since we spoke to him, so looking forward to that chat and all of these chats right here on this program. You know, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about how from Saturday, November 15th, to Saturday, November 22nd, we talked about how it's an 8-man tournament, and there are 4 really big fights at 170 pounds. Of course, the biggest is Islam Makhachev moving up to 170 to fight the current champion, Jack Della Maddalena. The aforementioned Leon Edwards against Carlos Prates. Sean Brady going up against Michael Morales. And then 7 days later in Qatar, Ian Machado Gary against Bilal Muhammad. But, shame on us. Shame on us, because while we were focusing on those 8 fighters and those 4 fights, we failed to talk about Gabriel Bonfim, who is very much in the mix right now at 170 pounds. He has now won 4 fights in a row. Believe the record is 19-1, if not 18-1. Is it 19-1? It's 19-1. Had a loss 5 fights ago. That was to Nicholas Dalby. Lost via second round TKO. If not for that one, he'd be a perfect 20-0. Had a big opportunity to headline this Apex card on Saturday against the always tough, the very hard out Randy Brown. Gets the big win, wins via second round TKO. Unfortunately, I think for him afterwards, he wasted the call out. Afterwards, he called out Colby Covington, which is the biggest waste of a call out, not because he's not worthy of fighting a Colby Covington, because Colby Covington ain't fighting him. I mean, first of all, Colby Covington ain't fighting anyone, but if Colby does come back, it sure as heck isn't going to be against a killer like Gabriel Bonfim. And I don't necessarily blame Colby for that. I just think you win a big main event, the spotlight's on you, people are talking about it. It's a big time stoppage. It's a complete waste of a call out to call out Colby Covington. One of the names, there's a very good chance he's fighting one of the winners, or at worst, one of the losers, who are all big names in the next week of welterweight fights. He's getting one of those guys. He's in that mix. He's going to get a top 10. The top 10 right now at 170 pounds features the likes of, Gilbert Burns and guys like that who, Jeff Neal, he's going to leapfrog those guys. And so I would have taken the opportunity, call out, a Morales, call out a Leon, call out a Carlos. You're in the mix with those guys. But nevertheless, he called out Colby, which, is what it is. I got a lot of shit online because I said, listen, I didn't say that I hated the stoppage. It wasn't egregious. It wasn't one of the worst stoppages of all time. I just thought it was a tad premature. And I think I was actually surprised at how few people agreed with me. The only ones who really seemed to agree with me were the broadcast. I think it was Cruz and Paul Felder. Very smart, very accomplished fighters, former fighters. They seemed to agree with me, but everyone else was saying it was the worst take of all time, including my own friends. Here's the finishing sequence, and I get it. The fall onto the canvas doesn't look great, but that's a moment in time right there. Look at this. What's that all about? Intelligently defending himself is Randy Brown. I don't know, guys. I can, but look at this. He's 100% there.
So I think the thing is, like, if you look at the one where he starts turtling up, like the ref is already stepping in at that point.
You think it's, he's doing it after the fact?
Yeah, I don't feel that strongly about it. It wasn't.
I don't feel strongly about it, but I think we've all seen a couple of more seconds, a couple more shots.
Yeah, when I was watching it in real time, I didn't have the commentary on, so I didn't hear them, and I thought it was a fine stop.
You thought it was totally fine.
I was like, wow, man, was he really out? But then, the fall backwards is bad. Like he
falls. You slip on ice, you fall. You don't look good in that moment.
He fell because he got kneed in the face, though.
Pete, surely you agree. I mean, look at that.
Agree with GC, yeah, completely.
Oh, jeez.
Couldn't care less. No. Hang on a second, right? You, Cruz, and all these lads sick of it. All right, this lad goes down like a sack of spuds. The referee is on him, and he starts doing this as soon as he touches him. Right, Randy? What do you want the ref to do? He has to react in a split second to make sure a fighter is or isn't intentionally defending himself. He jumps on him. Randy is out. He drops like a sack of spuds. He stops it, and fair enough to your point. And that screenshot that was delicately selected there for us all to look at is this as soon as the ref.
No. Listen, we're very unbiased here. I showed you I could have ignored the other screenshot where he's out like.
That's fair. That is fair.
Like a stiff board. We can't show the highlights here, so I'm trying to complete the entire picture here. So please don't insinuate. The point is, Randy Brown falls. The neck definitely goes back. The head goes back. But I think immediately he's unaware of where the referee is. His first instinct is to defend himself intelligently. And look at the eyes.
But the decision is made at that stage.
You think so? Because it seemed like it was right before the ref stepped in, Mark Smith.
But it's moving so fast.
Yeah.
I think it's on contact nearly. He's lifted up. And look, I think it's fine. I understand, like, if I'm Randy Brown, I probably don't think it's fine. But watching it, I've seen so much worse than that. It's hard for me to get very upset about it,
All right. I mean, what do you think, Rick?
I thought it was fine.
You thought it was fine? Yeah. I feel like you guys just are saying this because like it was a sort of nothing card. And
I hate these conversations because
he's trying to start a fight.
We demand the referee whenever it goes 2 punches too long. We're like, oh my God, these referees, they're gonna let somebody die in there. They're the worst. Oh my God, if we kill them. And then if they do their jobs and they're gonna stop it right before somebody's gonna take those extra shots, we go, you know what? It was too early. They have to ride this razor thin expectation that they stop it right at the millisecond the guy's eyes glass over, but not 1 millisecond before that or not 1 millisecond after that. I don't care. Like, I personally don't care to debate on either side of that. When it's a little late, I'm kind of just like, all right. When it's a little early, I'm like, all right.
Honestly, I also feel like the slip from Bonfim makes it look more like you don't need to stop it because he falls also. It almost looks like a double knockout, but he's just slipping because of the knee that he lands. And if he stays standing, he probably ends up landing a couple follow shots on him.
So you guys don't think this is like Joseph Parker, Fabio Wardley, absurd?
No.
I will say this, honest to God, I was watching it without commentary, and I saw it, and I was like, And then I did the 10-second back thing with commentary because I wanted to see what they say, and I was happy to see that some really well-respected future Hall of Fame type fighters agreed, and then I went online and no one agreed with me. So
just a lot of
I saw a couple people agreeing with you.
Sometimes listen, you have to be comfortable enough in my conviction and beliefs to put it out there, and so be it. I'm not going to say it's as bad as the way the anti-Delia situation was handled or the Tom Aspinall situation was handled, but I will just say I thought it was just a smidge premature. All to say though, Bonfim's a great fighter, and does anyone disagree with the take that this guy's in the mix?
No, he's definitely in the mix. he's had a look. I think the reason he hasn't been in the conversation and in the mix to this point is like he kind of has these like up and down performances. Even though his record is pretty sterling against Wonderboy, like it wasn't like super impressive. And so I think there's kind of this like he hasn't had that definitive moment in the way that some of these other fighters have. To me, this was a very definitive moment. Like against a guy as good as Randy Brown, who I think is as good as many of the guys in the rankings. This was a very, very impressive finish. The knee was incredible. And even to that point, it looked like he had really crunched tape on Randy Brown, was chopping up that leg, was chewing him up. I was very impressed by this performance. I think he's in a fight with any of these guys. So yes, I think you're right to point out that he's in this conversation for sure.
Nice little finish there. Nice little knee. I'm not trying to take anything away from him.
Other than saying that it should have been.
I just thought it was a smidge. But other than that, it was a great win. He looked good. And here I am saying we should have been talking about him as one of the top dogs. And I feel like by the time this month is over, the next two events, he's going to be in the mix. He's going to be in the mix with one of these guys. I'm not saying he's fighting for the belt or even two away from the belt, but I think he'll be fighting one of these names. Joseph Morales with a nice submission win. Nice guillotine choke win against Matt Schnell. Uros Medic with a great finish of Muslim Salikhov. Chris Taco Padilla got a lot of people talking about him afterwards because he went on the microphone and essentially said, I'd love a bonus, and didn't get a bonus. And then I saw a lot of people saying, like, if you ask for the bonus, you don't get it. But I don't know if there's any sort of research that backs this up. That would be really weird if they're like, oh, you asked for it and you don't get it. I mean, of course, the most famous one is Conor asking for the bonus and he did get it. But did you guys see this? This is strange, no?
Yeah.
What do you think of that? What do you think of the UFC seeing a guy win a fight and then being in the ring speaking for maybe 2 minutes about, how much he needs money? I don't think that's a look that they encourage. And I think we've had this conversation before about the way people go about asking for the bonus. It obviously... Everyone, how many people have said, like, done the 60 G's line since McGregor? There's been a whole lot of that, but I don't think the UFC want to portray an image of a guy who's fought for a number of times for the promotion. Granted, this is an Apex card, but he's on the main card of this Apex card, and when he wins, like, he's really kind of making a very, very strong point about how he has no money. I just can't imagine that's a situation that they want broadcast around the world, It's weird. And then afterwards, even at the post-fight press conference, he's very emotional, talking about his mother and trying to help her out. There's two separate thoughts here. Number one, you're right. It's a horrible look. And I hope that it gets corrected by the time this Paramount deal kicks in a little over or a little less than 2 months' time. That there's higher bonuses, that there's higher pay and all this stuff. They're making double what they were making with ESPN. So you would have to think, I don't know if everything's going to be doubled as well, but you would have to think that there's going to be a bump. So there's that portion. And then there's the other thought that it's like, hey, we're not going to reward people who ask for that. That seems cruel. And I don't know if there's anything that backs that up. I'd like to think that that's not the case. But yeah, it is weird when you're watching this and it's the major leagues of MMA and a guy just got a big win. And the first thing that comes to mind is to beg for a bonus because his pay isn't that great and it doesn't help his family. Oh, by the way, a week after, we're talking about people walking up, like, you get it, right? Like, people are going up to fighters and saying, hey, here's $100K for you to throw this fight. Do you kind of understand now why some fighters are open to this? Do you kind of understand why this is a very easy thing to pull off? This is exactly it. Like, if I'm one of these shady characters and you hear this type of talk from a fighter, this is exactly the type of guy that you would think that they would try to target, right? And it's just a little disheartening as a fan to see all this stuff. Like, you just wish that they were making in the major leagues of MMA, a more comfortable wage so that they wouldn't feel the need to partake in the stuff that we talked about last week or to feel like they are forced to beg openly about this type of thing. It's weird.
Yeah, nothing to add to the former point. The former point, I think you've well stated, right, in terms of the fighters need to be paid more, and it opens the UFC and other organizations up to the idea of people approaching these fighters to fix fights because of how suppressed their incomes are. The the latter point about like whether the UFC would penalize people for asking for bonuses, I'm with you. I don't really see the correlation there. I don't believe it to be true. I would also say that more often than not, it actually skews like main card versus prelims, right? Where it's like the guys in the bigger and girls in the bigger spots with the bigger spotlights get the performance bonuses, and those are the ones that don't necessarily hop on the mic and beg for the bonuses because they are probably in a better lucrative position anyway. So it's like a rich get richer situation, and maybe it looks from the outside, maybe there's a correlation. But not a causation where you're looking at and just seeing these prelim fighters asking for it and not getting it. But maybe it's just more of, you know, they're lower in the card, they're not in the bigger moments, and they don't necessarily have it. Like, you know, Quillen Salkild is going to get a bonus because he put on that performance and had that knockout, right? It doesn't matter whether he's a prelims or main card. But when it becomes a decision making, when it's like one versus the other, I do believe there's some numbers out there that lend credence to the fact that they look higher up the card and give it to the people in the higher leverage positions. But either way, the solve for all of these things, whether that's true or not, whether the UFC does have this like secret policy where they don't reward people asking for it because they don't want to encourage that or not, the solve for all of this is them all just getting paid more. That is how we solve all of these things that ill.
It's all just speculation. I mean, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. They gave Zach Reese, who was the first fight of the night, a bonus this week. Yeah, CLD as well. Yeah, I mean, and who's to say that these other guys aren't struggling for money? And then maybe at that point, you know, if you only get a bonus when you ask for it, it's kind of a messy situation. I'm in agreement with y'all. I don't think there's any truth to that.
Yeah, I mean, the bonus talk always is a little bit weird for me because that's just a discretionary thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, this is just a bunch of, you know, it's who knows? It's Dana White, it's Mick Maynard, it's Sean Shelby. Who knows who's actually making the call here, just deciding. And to your point, GC, Zach Reese was the first fight. Josh Hokit was the other performance bonus winner. He was the fourth fight. Christian Leroy Duncan was like mid-tier. And then Gabriel Bonfim, who, yes, was the main event, but it's not like he's making, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in that spot. I do feel for Chris in that he was fighting Ismail Bonfim, so Gabriel's brother, who missed weight by 5 pounds.
Yeah. And
usually when that happens, the guy who misses weight wins, and here he is winning via second round TKO. And so I understand, you know, the feeling of, hey, I stepped up. He did get, you know, some money from Ismail as well, but that is a risk. 5 pounds is a lot. Is definitely a lot to miss by.
He did everything right. And his entire UFC career has been nothing short of remarkable. Like, Taco's run has been absolutely incredible because he's been an underdog several times, stepping in on short notice, never, like, has done everything right in the UFC. So you hate to see, it tugs at the heartstrings more when you see a guy in his position like him having to ask for this, having to kind of lay this all out there and be emotional about it. It is particularly touching. It is particularly affecting. But he just has to continue to do the right things. But he's been on an incredible tear and had such a great UFC run. I think the sky's the limit for him.
CLD, the aforementioned CLD, Christian Leroy Duncan with the beautiful spinning back fist, which led to the TKO win over Marco Tulio. So no fairy tale week for Marco after his girlfriend Norma Dumont won the previous week at the Apex. Big win for the Brit. Jamal Emmers with a win as well. Haoni Barcelos with a unanimous decision win. Jacqueline Cavalcanti, Josh Hokit, who's going to join us, Denise Gomez, Daniel Marcos, and Zach Reese, all with wins on Saturday night in Las Vegas. And we always talked about, you know, since this little stretch was announced, you know, two sort of ho-hum events, and then we get to the big one, UFC 322. So now we are past those Apex events. I think there's one more Apex, right? There's the December 13th card, I think, is at the Apex. And then that's it for the rest of the year. I think there's only 4 cards left, as crazy as that sounds. But we'll get into the 322 talk throughout the show and, of course, throughout the week as well. There was a Misfits card last night, guys. Who was locked in on Misfits on a Sunday night? Anyone?
I
wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I saw the highlights on Twitter.
PT, come on.
I did see the highlights.
Andre Arlovsky with the big win. Arlovsky now victorious in BKFC, Dirty Boxing, and in Misfits. Look at this. 4th round.
46-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Do we know what the scorecards were going into the fourth and final?
Let me look that up real quick. No, I have no idea. Do they?
They definitely
Boy.
don't release the scorecards.
Andre, House Taste a knockout. Look at him going through the promotions, making the rounds. DBX, BKFC, his last 3 fight cards. Okay, let's just go 4. UFC to DBX to BKFC to MF Duel.
And didn't he win all of them outside the UFC?
Yep, 3-0.
Legend.
What a guy. With the big win over Kelechi Dyke?
Nailed it.
Yeah. I don't know. DYK. I don't know.
I'm down there.
No, something like that.
It's tough.
Yeah. Ashton H2O Silv making his Misfits debut, picked up a win. So going from MVP to Misfits. One of Pete's favorite fighters. I know he's a big B Dave guy. Pete, you love B Dave, right? Did you know that he?
Dave,
You inspired his celly.
Yeah.
Pete.
Yeah. Look at this. Oh. Really great Sally. PT, take it all in. Take it all in, won't you?
Yeah, just love. Oh Jesus! I didn't know Pete Dave was fucking throwing that out there.
I thought you called him beforehand and gave that to him, Pete.
What is that? What is he simulating there?
There's a few things. Wait.
I think he has it on his shorts.
Oh, geez.
I think it says Gawk on his shorts, or does it say B-Day?
I don't know. Gawker?
Yeah,
Oh,
Gawk.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Gawk.
wow.
Oh my goodness!
Tennessee logo on his shorts,
yeah,
too. Shout out to the Vols.
You wouldn't want your ma sitting front
like-
row for that, would you?
Saxophone? What is it? What is he
Saxophone, I
doing?
think,
He's playing
yeah.
saxophone? What is that?
Hey, one more time.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. He's just
Doing
jamming
that?
out.
Wait. I actually think I'm getting to the bottom of this. He's wearing, on his shorts, it says $Gawk.
Okay.
So I think maybe he's promoting the Gawk coin.
Ah.
Really high level stuff.
And what's that got to do with what he's doing there, though?
So you can't see it. There's the dollar
to
sign.
check?
I think it's a Gawk coin maybe.
Let's
that's
just see it
promoting.
again. I'm trying to figure it out.
do me a favor before.
Take it easy, bro.
Let's just go to the beginning because I want to just pause. Just play the clip, but just pause it from the very
Slow
beginning.
it down.
I just want the screen, but pause it right here. Pause it. Oh, as he's about to fall. Also questionable stoppage here too.
Questionable on,
Easy,
on,
bro.
on RSS? Are you
Are
kidding
we
me?
sure? Are we
Easy,
sure?
easy. Look at the bottom left. Look at how he's fonted his opponent. Do you see that?
I don't know what that means.
It says
Rod
Rod
Stewart's
Stewart's son.
No, not just that. That's what they called him on the broadcast.
Yeah,
Rod Stewart's son's down.
It's actually Rod Stewart's son, Sean Stewart.
What's going on?
That's brutal,
There's no
man.
way
That's
Rod
brutal.
Stewart's letting his son do this
They
shit.
don't even call you by name. They call you by your Rod Stewart's son.
AKA Sean Stewart, who is now 0-1 in boxing. I don't even know if it's
Oh,
pro
no.
boxing. No, it's exhibition. I don't know how
How's
they
he gonna
found him.
bounce back.
You also know that was 15 seconds into the fight. 15 seconds, and he pulled that off.
Dave's a problem, man.
He is a problem.
His tag
the
team
censors,
stuff
for
is
sure.
best work.
Man,
You think
what a
someone
knockout.
flashed like apologies for the...
Yeah. Oh my God. You say bollocks on there, they freak out. But meanwhile,
That's fucking illegal.
Yeah, B Dave is going crazy. He's going crazy
He's just a
over there.
musician, you know?
Oh yeah, someone said $Gawk tattoo incoming at BDave69. Yeah, the developer of the $Gawk coin. Yeah, I think he's promoting some sort of crypto or something.
Okay. All right. Well, that wasn't the only boxing that happened on DAZN this weekend. Virgil Ortiz with the big win on Saturday. That was real boxing. Look at this. Against Lubin in the second round. Does exactly what he needs to do. They go crazy. Boots Ennis in attendance. Eddie Hearn in attendance as well. Are they finally going to make this fight? It's the fight to make at 154 pounds. There's Boots. There's Eddie. I liked it. Oh, he says it's time. I love that they showed up. Sitting next to Alicia Baumgartner. I saw Ortiz's team afterwards saying Errol Spence is the fight to make. Golly, it absolutely is not. The fight to make is 100% Virgil Ortiz. You see Senior over there and Boots. Someone on Twitter tweeted to Virgil afterwards and said, yo, thanks for winning me this money. And Virgil got a little Isaac Dalgarian on him. He asked him for a tip. What do we think? What is that? 125?
Dalgarian's pre-fight. This was
Oh, post-fight? Cheeky little comment there from Virgil. That's the screen you get when you do that?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't have that, by the way, in Europe, right, PT?
They do, yeah. I don't know why Americans don't think you tip people over here. Everyone gets tips. Jordan only said this to me like 2 weeks before he was in. When he got home from Portugal, he's like, "Oh, you don't tip over there." I was like, "No, we do. You're just being a dickhead."
No,
So,
but they don't even put a thing. They don't even put a line.
They do have the thing. They do have
They
the
do not. I was literally just there. What,
I live here.
Who do you
I
believe?
live in
Who do you
Europe.
believe?
I live
Me,
in-
who was
This
there
is
over
what I have
there?
now. Okay, today I got a coffee and I hit the 10%.
Nah, there's no
How much do you
chance.
tip? What's the percentage?
20% restaurants.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
that's
20%.
very American. Of
No,
you.
I was told, ChatGPT told me in Europe you don't tip.
Oh, well then, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have been mistaken.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why the better didn't. True or false? When you go to a restaurant, there's no line.
There's no line, but comes up when you put the card thing. The same thing that Virgil Ortiz has put up there. That's what's they're gonna hit you with that.
This is crazy. This is absolutely.
Is that for a coffee at restaurants too?
Coffee, yeah. Restaurants everywhere.
Here's everything. Here's like I go get a water from the bodega and it's
Oh.
like tip. I mean, come on. I mean, like,
20%.
I literally went to get the water.
at my bodega.
Really?
No, hell no.
Oh, okay.
I
that's
wouldn't
crazy.
go.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that in a corner shop or something like that. No way. It's not happening. Coffees, restaurants, all that shit. I'm tipping the fuck out of people.
Pub?
Oh, come on.
Eh.
What?
Wait, what?
If you get like a substantial amount of drink over, I mean,
Guy gives you the Guinness. You don't put the one?
Oh,
You don't give him a
bar tips here are like mandatory, bro.
Yeah.
If they're bringing, like, say if you have a tab, yes, but if you're just going to the bar, no, you
How
have to
often
bring it to me.
do you have a tab? Like, is it just they close it out after every transaction, or do they let you keep a tab usually?
It's getting more tabby, I'd say, but
Okay.
like down your local, it's not happening. You know what I mean?
That's some of the crazy shit I've heard. You tip your barber?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Wait, you're
but
supposed
like,
to do that?
but so you basically with the drinks thing, if it's down the local, you give them a tip if they. So say like they come around to the table and you're with your mates and you're like, give me 6 points of Guinness, and they bring them to you, you'll give them a tip then.
6
But if
points.
I went to the bar, and I got them myself, I mean, what are we doing here? You know what I
Taxi
mean?
driver, Pete?
No wonder.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same.
You tip counter
Everything.
service?
What's counter
You're
service?
picking up. You guys call it takeaway, right? You go pick up
Yeah.
takeaway.
Delivery.
Well, we don't call it counter.
No one's called a
Yeah,
counter
we
service.
call it takeout,
The
bro.
history of mankind. No one's called a
I'm
counter.
getting counter service tonight.
Yeah, what is that?
But we have
Fuck are you talking about?
What is that?
we have drone delivery here now. You know what I mean?
For real? It comes to your house via drone.
'Cause it parks out in my backyard. Yeah, we'll just get.
Oh, that's
lowered into
weird.
The garden.
Serious?
Gee,
Are you
no
messing
stress
around?
about the tip? No, I swear to God. It's only in Blanchardstown as well.
It's holding
Swear-
your thing like a stork holding a baby?
Like it lowers it down on a string.
Yo, that's
and then the
weird.
string just drops.
Oh, that's
and then you have to cut it off and take it. But you know it's great. You don't have to worry about the tip then. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
it's no
machine.
human
Oh,
interaction.
the
Like, there's
machine
no-
doesn't deserve a tip, huh?
But you damage the machine if you start throwing coins at it. You know what I mean, Frank?
Yes, no, for sure. Maybe our next guest knows a thing or two about this. PT, we'll check in with you as we go around the world of combat sports back end of the program. But for now, let us turn our attention. He's got a busy week. He doesn't want to sit around listening to us talk about all of this. He returns to action this Saturday. First fight at Madison Square Garden. It's a big one. It's up against Carlos Prates as we enter this massive week, this massive 7-day stretch for the welterweights. A man who is very much in the middle of all of that is the former welterweight champion looking to make a big comeback beginning this Saturday. The one and only, the pride of Brum, the pride of Jamaica as well, Leon Edwards. Rocky Edwards, our old friend, is he there? Yeah, he's back. He's back, Leon. How you been, my friend?
I'm all good. Just here in New York, chilling. How you been?
How's New York treating you?
It's been good. The weather is the same as the UK, so that's the same. So all good.
By the way, do you get drone takeaway as well over in Birmingham? Do you hear this stuff?
That drone will get robbed.
Yeah.
Once it lands.
Someone will run away with it?
Yeah, 100%. That'll get stolen.
It's only where PT lives. He lives in a very posh neighborhood, so he was probably used to
the money over the years.
Yeah. All right, well, we're very excited. We're very excited to have you back. Can we talk about the making of this fight? How did we end up on this day, on this card against Carlos Prates? How did we end up here from your perspective?
The names that was put to me was, who was it first? I think it was Prates, but we're trying to figure out where to have it. Was it to have it under the TAHS card, or New York? So the opponent was always the same. It's just more about where it was going to be, the TAHS card or this card.
I remember when he won in August, he mentioned wanting to fight you, but he wanted to fight you in Brazil. And I remember saying on that Monday, I don't see any scenario in which Leon Edwards is going to fight this guy in Rio, right?
Nah, definitely not. That wasn't a possibility. That wasn't even a possibility. He fights where I want to fight, and I thought New York was the perfect place. It's an iconic venue, so let's get it.
Did they even present that to you?
What?
Fighting
Brazil?
in Rio, yeah.
No.
They knew better.
They knew better than that to actually go to Brazil. So yeah, I feel like New York is the perfect spot.
Did you like the idea of fighting him? Did it make sense to you?
Yeah, I feel like he's coming off a good win over Jeff Neal. I feel like he's got like a little energy around right now, so I feel that's a good matchup to represent myself to the world, and it's gonna be a fantastic fight.
Taking a step back, we haven't seen much from you, heard much from you since March, since the Sean Brady fight. How did you process that one? How did you digest it, and what did you do to kind of get back on track?
I feel like same as I do my wins. You know, what I mean, you just gotta take it for what it is. It is what it is. You can't change it. You gotta learn from it. Obviously, the technical side of it, you gotta learn from it, and just getting everything back to where you want it. You know, and same as I do my wins. When I win, I don't really dwell on it too much. It is what it is, and just gotta crack on with the career. You know.
Obviously, the big switch was much talked about, right? You were supposed to fight Jack. Jack then gets the title shot. Sean enters, but they were completely different fighters with different styles.
Yeah.
In retrospect, do you regret saying yes to Sean on short notice?
Obviously, it would have been perfect if I had like an actual camp for like a proper camp for the change of styles and everything, but that's not what you get in the UFC. You know what I mean? It's like what would offer you? He's like, do you want to do yes or no? And at the time, I felt in good shape. Technical wise, these two different stylistic matchup from what I was training for the whole of camp. But like I said, if you can't sit there and make excuses, it is what it is. You got to win, and it is what it is.
So there's this influx of new blood, of new names at 170, and I feel like the sentiment now is like, okay, the old guard is getting passed by, and here's this new guard. Do you listen to any of this stuff? Are you motivated by it? Do you get annoyed by it? How do you react to some of the talk surrounding you and some of the older 170 pounders?
I feel like that's just like talk, right? Look at Kamaru. He came out the other day and did great. There's other guys that's doing well in the division. So I feel like just talk. It doesn't bother me one bit. I think that's just the game, right? Just gotta crack on.
They're all big fights in the UFC, obviously, but does this feel like a must-win for you? Does it feel like you have to win in order to remain as one of the top dogs at 170?
Yeah, 100%. I feel it's a must-win for all fights, but this fight is definitely a must-win for my plans. You know, I want to become a world champion. This is one guy that's in my way. So I feel like it's definitely to get me back to my plan. This is the perfect fight for me.
It's crazy when you look at your resume. You can make a very strong case that this is the first time since the Diaz fight that you fought a non-wrestler, right?
Yeah.
That was 2021. Because then afterwards you had Kamaru twice, Colby, Bilal, Sean. That has to feel good, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm so excited for this fight. I mean, it's been a long time. It's been 6 years as well since my last 3-round fight, and I'm excited to go out there and just mix it up and just get to work. You know, it's two different fighting styles as well. We fight like a wrestler. It's too different from how you would fight like a striker. You know what I mean? So I get to show more skills, and it's gonna be a good one.
That's right, 6 years since the Gunnar Nelson fight, right? That's
yes,
wow.
yeah.
I didn't think of that. So how does that change in turn? Like, are you still training 5 rounds, or do you change the way you train?
I train for 3 rounds. You know, I feel like when you train for 5 rounds, your body get used to the pace of the 5 rounds, and you I think it's a perfect example when I can't remember who did it. I think it was Kamaru, and he kind of like started off slow, like he's fighting 5 rounds. You know what I mean? And for I'm only fighting 3 rounds. I need to pick the pace up. So I feel like for a 3-round fight, is you want to try to sprint it. You know, and that's my mentality going into it.
So I've seen from the limited stuff that you put out that you have kind of a plan for this fight, and then the next couple fights in 2026. So can you lay it out for us? What are you thinking?
For me, I'll go out there. I'll take out Carlos. From there, I want to fight again. Either come back to the UK in March, April. I love to be in that card, and then I want to fight for the world title in the summer. So that's my free fight plan.
And who's the ideal guy? There it is. Is it Ian as stated on this graphic?
If he loses, then no. If he wins, then yeah. He's one of the annoying welterweights in the division. So that would be good to go out there and smoke in my own town.
Do you think he beats Bilal next week?
If Bilal comes out and thinks he's from Canelo again, then no. But if he comes out and wrestles and hold, then yeah, I think he gets the victory. So it all depends on how Bilal decide to approach it, I think.
Were you surprised that Jack beat Bilal?
Nah, not really. Not really. I think Jack is a good fighter. You know what I mean? Like I said, Bilal fell in love with his hands, and he thought he could outstrike the striker, and it didn't pay off. You know, and I think going into the fight, I did pick Jack. I think so. Yeah.
The narrative in the aftermath of that fight was that Bilal kind of strayed away from his game plan, but my take on it was that Jack forced him to stray away from his game plan. What did you think it was? Did you think it was Bilal trying to prove that he can stand and strike with someone like Jack, or do you think that Jack did a good job of keeping the fight standing and keeping him at bay?
A bit of both. I feel like it's a bit of both, but I also feel like Bilal strayed away from his game plan as far as listening to the fans and thinking, oh, I can strike. You know what I mean? I can outstrike the striker, and so I think a bit of both. I would say. I think Jack also done great work. That's the reason why he won the fight. But at the same time, I feel like Bilal probably starts believing too much in the fans and in his team or wherever it is, and feeling he can just outstrike the striker, and it just didn't pay off.
What do you think of JDM versus Islam this weekend? Who do you favor in that one?
I'm still like going back and forth with it. I don't know. It all just depends on how does Islam look at 170. Can he go with Jack as well? He's good at scrambling. You know what I mean? So can Islam keep that pace at heavyweight whilst getting Jack punching combinations while getting body shots, head shots, and then keep going? It all just depends. I feel like if Islam comes out and just wrestle straight away, then obviously you have to go with Islam. But I don't know. It'd be good.
Have you seen?
I'm excited to watch it as a fan too.
Yeah. No, it's a great matchup. It's a great card. Have you seen some of the pictures of Islam? He's looking.
He's looking filled out. He's looking filled out. To be fair, but I don't know. It's like boxing. Remember when you used to move up to heavyweight when you first fought at heavyweight? He wasn't as light on his feet as he is now. I mean, I feel like you have to like build into the weight bit by bit. So it all just depends. I don't know. You gotta wait and see how he looks with the weight on him. You know what I mean? It's just different, isn't it?
I've seen some stuff, some photos of you. You're looking jacked as well. I mean, you're always in great shape. But look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, look at that man, Ariel.
Come on.
Now, like I said, I'll put the work in. I mean, I am focused and ready and in good spirits, and I'm excited to go out there and perform. You know.
Do you have a chip on your shoulder going into this fight, Rocky? Do you feel like people are starting to sleep on you, to doubt you?
Yeah, 100%. I definitely want to. I think there's more, not really for the fans. It's more just for the team. You know, go out there and represent the team and just put back where it was, and that's all it is to me.
Have you seen that Carlos has your picture on his phone, like on his lock screen? Have you seen this?
Yeah, a little bit weird, but
look at this. What is good? What's going on there? Like usually you have a loved one, a child, a girlfriend.
I think he must have been a fan, innit? I think he had that picture before the fight was made. It wasn't like, it must have been one of his idols growing up. So it's fair play to him.
He smokes a lot of cigarettes. Do you think that's weird?
Yeah. I think people that smoke cigarettes in general is weird. So that adds to it, I guess.
So I know you called Ian, one of the annoying welterweights, but that fight that they had back in April, do you feel like he put out a blueprint as to how to beat Carlos? It's his only loss in the UFC. It was his only loss for a while. Did you look at that fight as you guys were coming to, to game plan and all that stuff?
Game plan. Yeah, 100%. Definitely. I think that that fight and our fights, I think I would approach it as a southpaw is different that Ian would approach it as orthodox. But obviously, for what some of the stuff that he did some good work in there. But so did other guys. You know what I mean? Even though he probably got the victory, but they still did some good work in there. So I made my own game plan with my team, and we'll approach how we see fit.
Can I ask, what do you think Ian did really well against Carlos?
I think mixing it up probably. I feel like when they start and getting the takedowns, I think that changed the fight for him. A few other things, but yeah, that's one of the things.
What about this Ian thing? I mean, why so much animosity there?
I don't know. It's weird. I couldn't tell you. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know, mate. He's just a weird guy.
I asked him about the fight a couple of weeks ago, and he said that he thinks you're gonna get whooped. You're gonna retire after this. That you have no chance.
It's weird. I want to be at the front to watch you lose, and it's weird. It's a weird thing.
It's all because of just like the brief time you trained together.
It must have been. It must have fucking given too much work. And I thought, oh, this guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. But it is what it is, isn't it?
So win or lose in his fight, does that one need to be settled regardless?
No. Like I told him my plan. My plan is to get that belt back.
Yeah.
Ian's biggest achievement right now in the sport is losing to Shavkat. And that's facts. You know what I mean? Like that's his greatest achievement, that he can brag that he didn't get finished or that he loses to Shavkat. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't for me and my plans, it doesn't. If it comes, it comes. It doesn't.
What about Jorge? Jorge trying to make the pitch for you guys at the White House. Have you seen that?
I seen it. Yeah. I seen it. Jorge, that's like, he needs to get a slap on the street. You know what I mean? Like, me finding Jorge now is probably, I don't know what he does for my career. You know what I mean? So that's something that's got to be settled on the street now. That's long gone. Professional competition.
But White House, pretty cool, no? Or does that not really mean much to you?
Yeah, that is sick. But that's more like an American thing, you know.
Yeah.
I'm Jamaican. I never thought in my head, I'd love to fight the White House.
Sure. Well, I feel like most fighters would say.
But if it happens, it was sick because it's one of them one-off iconic thing. You know, it's a sick thing to do. But I wouldn't like. So I'm like, I would be excited as like a Kobe. You know what I mean? A Kobe would be like, Kobe would be excited. So it's different.
By the way, speaking of Jamaica, family and friends okay? I know that the weather there has been very troubling. Everyone okay back home?
Yeah, weather, the storm.
Oh yeah, storm. Yes, I know. I don't. Yes.
Yeah, no, everyone's good. Thank you. My family, they live in Kingston, which is at the center, so we're not really by the sea as much. They're still without electricity right now, but the house is fine. They're fine, and everyone is fine. But also, there's great damage that happened on the outskirts of where the beaches are, and yeah, man. So I'm trying to help and give back, but yeah.
Speaking of Jamaica, did you know that the late great Jamaican fighter Mike McCallum became the first Jamaican world boxing champion at Madison Square Garden in October of 1984, defeating Sean Manion over 15 rounds? Did you know anything about this? He passed away earlier this year, and so here you are. Perhaps I don't know if you're the first since. Maybe there's been some others who are born, but I don't know if you looked into the history of Jamaican fighters at Madison Square Garden. Kind of a cool little thing.
Yeah, that's sick. I didn't know that. I'm gonna watch that fight tonight.
Yes.
I didn't know. Yeah, I'm watch that fight. Who did he fight? What did you say?
He fought a guy named Sean Manion. He won a 15-round fight. Unfortunately, he passed away earlier this year, but he was the first Jamaican world champion in boxing to fight at Madison Square Garden back in October of 1984.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I'll have a look at that today.
Is this a notable thing for you? You mentioned White House, but like Madison Square Garden, is this something that you've always wanted to experience?
Yeah, 100%. Like Madison Square Garden, like even living in Jamaica, I know what Madison Square Garden was. You know what I mean? It's a iconic venue. Muhammad Ali has fought there. It's one of these venues that when you sit back when you're older, this is what you talk about. This is what you speak about. Like I fought there, I did this, I went to here, I did this. So I feel like this venue is one of these that every sports athlete would love to compete at, and I get the opportunity Saturday night to go out there and remind the world of who I am, and also cross off bucket list.
And I mentioned that you were kind of flying under the radar, but we did see you and your brother in August. This is the craziest thing. 3 years to the day, same head kick, or very similar.
Yeah.
When you witness that, and now you're on the other side, right? You're in his corner as opposed to him being in your corner, and then you come to the realization that it was 3 years to the day over, what was it, August 20th of this past year, with the time change and whatnot. How did you react to all of this crazy stuff?
It was crazy. It was mad. Just like God's plan, It's like it's mad. It's mad. But just to see him go out there and achieve one of his goals is mad enough. You know what I mean? But like I said, to the day is just you couldn't write it. You know what I mean? And I'm proud of him, everything that he's doing, that he's achieved, and what he's going to continue to achieve.
Do you feel like he's going to start to get his due as well? That people aren't just going to talk about him being your brother, but one of the best fighters in the world.
I'd love for him to get to the UFC. That'd be my one of my things, my dreams to get him to the UFC. But he's doing very well in Bellator. He's happy in Bellator. But for me, I'd love to get him where in the UFC with me.
PFL, Bellator, no longer with us.
PFL,
Rest in peace.
But he's doing great in PFL, and I'd love to get him on my side, but he's happy there.
We need to get him with Tim. What's going on? Well, we need to get him with Timbo over there.
I'm trying to get him.
Is he playing hard to get or what?
I think that brother thing, right? He wants to do like something different from what his big brother does.
Oh.
So I feel like, but isn't go with Tim soon.
That's the ticket to get into the UFC.
Timmy boy, 100%.
Yes. He likes to have a very small, like tight-knit crew. He doesn't want to have a whole, but I personally feel like it would make sense. Can I ask you, Brady Morales, who do you like in that one?
I haven't seen much of Morales, but from what I've seen, I probably favor Brady. Probably Brady, yeah.
Are you surprised that he didn't get a title shot after your fight?
Nah, I feel like he needed to probably get one more win. So this is probably the one that if he does go out there and get a good win, then that will probably put him in position for a title shot. Probably. You
think he wins this and he fights the winner of Islam versus JDM?
I don't know. The UFC is mad in it because Shavkat's still there.
Yes.
Yes, it's all just mad. I think the division at the moment is wide open. There's no that's the number one contender. You know what I mean? I think whoever can perform the best over the next coming weeks. I think let's see where everything lies.
So that means like a decision win probably not enough, right? Like you have to do something to.
I think because right now it's like a tournament, isn't it? Right now it's like 3 fights on my card. Then you got Bilal and Ian another card. So I feel like it's like a little tournament style welterweight. So whoever performs the best and stand out the most will probably get the nod, you know what I mean? So let's see. Did
you see the young man this weekend in the main event? Another great 170-pounder, Gabriel Bonfim, stopping Randy Brown.
Yeah. I was a bit upset with that because Randy Brown's Jamaican. So I was kind of on his side, and but you're doing well. Fair play,
I got a lot of shit. I thought it was a premature stoppage. What did you think?
A little bit. It should maybe give him for a main event slot. I feel like I should give it a little bit more leeway.
That's right.
So, it was a little bit. It's like a knee dropped and it stopped it. It didn't even get to like drop or ground and pound or nothing. So and it still looked like he was about to move. But here's what it is. That's the game, eh?
Let me ask you before I let you go. The whole Tom Aspinall situation with the eye pokes and all that. What did you make of that? Your mate Tom kind of getting a raw deal there, I thought. What did you think of how it all played out?
Yeah, I think so. I think the fans was giving him a hard time, but I also feel like he didn't help himself by continued posting about it days after. You know what I mean? I feel like it was a illegal eye poke, and obviously if you can't see, you can't see. You know what I mean? So I think where the fans was getting onto him was because he kept posting about it and holding his eye and stuff. But, you can't see, and it as an athlete, that wouldn't be a good place to be competing when you can't. If you genuinely can't see, then you can't see.
Right. So you think he shouldn't have put out the video blog and all that stuff? Is that what you're referring to?
I think it's probably just like the aftermath of it is what the fans have probably come more talking about because he just kept like talking about it. That's probably what it was. But the actual foul was a foul. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. And if he's saying he can't see, I can't see Tom quitting. You know what I mean? He's a elite fighter. So that wasn't it. But I think it's more just the way it ended it after, where the fans was kind of like going against it.
It's a crazy thing, right? Like one of the best fighters in the world, heavyweight champion, and everyone thinks he's looking for a way out because he got a bloody nose.
That's the game, isn't it? That's the fans. Like that's how it goes. You know what I mean? When it comes back now, unless it comes back and smokes Cyril, then he'll be like, oh yeah, he's you know what I mean? That's just how the game is.
Right. How you feeling about Aston Villa?
Feeling good. I haven't watched a game now for a while.
What, you're off the bandwagon? That's it?
No. I've been in camp.
Okay, all right.
But when I'm back, I'll get back to my football routines.
All right, so it's comeback season. Begins this Saturday. What are we thinking? Submission? Knockout? What are we thinking?
Either a submission or a knockout. If I go on the ground, I'll twist him up. But I feel like I got to make a statement. You know what I mean? For me to get back on track to where I left off, and I'm going to make a statement.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Leon. Appreciate it as always. Good luck this Saturday. Can't wait to see you back in there.
Good man. Thank you.
There he is, Leon Rocky Edwards, the former UFC welterweight champion. Massive opportunity for him to get back on track, and he is right. There is a lot at stake right now in the welterweight division, and it's moving week. Gabriel with the big win, so he's putting pressure on these guys. Islam JDM going to do their thing. We showed the footage over there of Islam looking jacked. Islam looking jacked. Looking like he's in good shape over there. Usman. Islam. Looking jacked. I wonder how much weight he's going to have to cut. He's looking big. Looking good. I'm really curious to see how he looks. I love this fight. Jack doesn't do a lot of shit talking, but he's a very fun fighter. I saw Islam yesterday at the Knicks game, hanging out with the best power forward in the league, Karl Anthony Towns, number 32 for your New York Knicks. Yeah, look at that, getting the 322. Getting the 322 jersey. What a great honor. Cat's a big fight fan. He was probably stoked. I don't know I think the Knicks are in town. I know they're playing Tuesday, Wednesday. Let's see. Are the Knicks in town? Let's see if the boys are going to be going to the game. Brian Dayball fired. I'm going on my Yahoo Sports app, guys. Just checking things out.
Shout out.
Best app for all things sports.
It's my favorite. Mm-hmm. Quick. Can customize it.
Oh, yeah.
Can see what's what. Knicks playing Tuesday against Memphis. Orlando Wednesday. Friday, Miami. Monday at Miami. So the question is, Coach Mike Brown's going to be in attendance. They could just go on Sunday. In fact, I actually think it's better. That they don't. I prefer them to go like Sunday night to Miami. Stay away from Miami. Nothing good happens over there. You're an athlete.
What are we trying to figure out here? Whether or not Cat's going to be at 322?
Yeah, because he's a big Knicks fan. Oh, sorry, he's a big fight fan. But Mike Brown's a huge UFC fan. Coach of the Knicks. Maybe the whole team pulls up. Jalen, OG, Mikhail, Mitch, Deuce, Huck Porty, Mohamed Diawara, the whole squad.
I think Joe Mazzulla is going to be there for Zhang Weili.
Well, he's living in Boston these days, so I doubt it. Not really welcome around these parts,
Skipping a hop,
Leon Edwards. What do you think? Who's the favorite in this fight, by the way?
I believe Carlos Prates is.
For real?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Carlos Prates minus 200.
Yo.
Leon Rocky Edwards plus 170.
What do you think? Flyer? H-Down?
H-Down.
What do you think? Are you surprised by that?
I'm not shocked just because of the last two performances against Bilal and obviously Brady
totally
back in March.
Fighters, though.
Yeah, I agree. And also, if you go back and watch the Prates against Ian Gary, it wasn't an amazing performance, man. I mean, those first 4 rounds were struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could get interesting.
You're sprinkling?
I don't know if I'm going to sprinkle. It feels like a fight that I just don't bet on.
Really?
Yeah, a little cigarette break,
I don't know. I mean, huge opportunity for Carlos.
All right, Leon H. Dow. Stamp it.
I feel like that's the most interesting. By the way, who's the favorite in the main event?
Islam Makhachev minus 250, JDM plus 210.
Minus 250.
This one doesn't surprise me.
The disrespect.
Yeah, no love for the champ.
Okay, JDM, Leon. Who's the favorite in the co-main?
Valentina Shevchenko minus 135.
What?
Yeah, Zhang Weili plus 115. That one I'm betting for sure.
I could be convinced for it. Okay, that's 3. Brady and Morales, I'm going to say it's probably going to be Brady, right?
Brady minus 139, Morales plus 119.
Yeah, that's even closer than I thought, too.
You thinking a little H-Dow Parleasy?
Yeah. And then what about BSD?
BSD minus 185, Benil Dariush plus 160.
You can make a very strong case for those 4 right there.
Bo Nickel minus 230. Adolfo Vieira plus 195.
Okay. Well, this is very fun. There's a lot to be excited about. By the way, when we play that clip for Chael, can we put the sound on here so that he hears it? We didn't talk about this
Absolutely.
before. Okay, Frankie. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Let me put this in. And let me put this in. 1 second. Just give me a moment. I have to turn this on here. Oh, I just unplugged it. It's a whole mess of a situation. Need to figure out a better way with this. That's on me. It's always a great pleasure to be joined by oh, yes, you're talking to me. Let me just put this in. Is it showing up on my thing over here? What's happening?
What is happening?
Does it look nice?
It looks great,
Does it
man.
look clean? Oh,
you
yeah.
look like you're ready.
I hear you. Okay. God, what can you say? What can you say about our next guest who's joining us in studio for 3 years? We were partners. We were co-pilots. There was no I in team. We ushered in the UFC/MMA era to the worldwide leader. He's in town, I do believe, for 322 comings and goings. I mean, he's a man who needs no introduction, often imitated, never duplicated. The inimitable one, the one and only, the American gangster. There he is. Yeah, the bad guy in the house.
What is up,
Hello,
Ariel?
Chael. Come on, bring it in.
I love
my
it.
God.
I love it. How are you, buddy?
Nice
I
to see
sincerely
you.
missed you, pal. It really is
See
very
that?
good to see you.
The double
Hey,
underhooks.
are you going to Teddy Atlas's event?
I am. Are you going?
I didn't get invited, but I don't think it was a slide. I think because I went last year that Teddy was more of the. I think that he was more of the mind of, because it's hard to get there from Oregon.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
probably
yeah.
easier for you to be a return.
I think you stuck around.
Invited, but I'm not offended.
I'm bothered because I had such a great time. You, me, Liev Schreiber.
What was
we were
that
having-
like? Did you meet him?
Yes, I was sitting right next to you.
So,
It was.
I didn't know if you met him because I was.
You were hogging it up.
attention.
My favorite part was when you whispered to me and said, "What's that guy's name?" Yeah. I mean, this is Liev Schreiber, one of the all-time great Hollywood actors.
and I'm
Big
a
fight
huge
fan too.
fan.
Yes.
I thought-
Ray Donovan.
Yes.
I think you actually called him Ray.
No, there's another one. Michael Shannon is who I kept. So I kept calling him Michael. I thought it was Michael Shannon.
Okay.
I knew it was Lee. I knew it was. I got nervous.
You were actually fanboying.
Oh, he was cool, dude.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was a regular guy. He was a regular guy. Good friends with Usyk.
That's right.
So
the
he knew
Ukrainian
all the
connection.
boxing
Yep.
stuff, and then he was sharing me with Usyk. Well, through being friends with Usyk, so he knows Zelensky. He knows the president
that's
of
right, that's
Ukraine.
right,
Like
yes.
all of a sudden, you're talking to this guy, and you're one step. It was just amazing. I just really enjoyed it, man. I told him that. I said, "Hey, I know I'm probably being a little annoying, but this is a big deal for me to meet you." And he was cool, man. He was
This
cool.
is great.
They're not all cool. They have that expression, don't meet people you like because you leave disappointed.
Yeah.
And it really is true. Most of them are real pricks. I've only met a few.
Not you.
Stallone was great.
Okay.
Robert De Niro might surprise you, but he treated us all so nicely that I feel like I owe him to tell,
Where did you
tell people.
Oh, the movie.
I did a movie.
Yes.
Apolitical, by the way. I mean, De Niro did not have a political opinion at that time.
But now he does.
Yeah, now that's kind of changed.
But how would that even come up on set?
It actually came up. Funny you should ask. So I'm just there. Me and Goldberg are just there, but Stallone and De Niro are talking to each other.
Okay.
So we're listening.
What's this movie again? They're like the two older gentlemen.
Yeah, what was
fighting.
that called?
I forget.
Grudge match.
Grudge match.
Grudge
okay.
match. So Stallone versus De Niro.
Yeah.
They ultimately boxed each other. At any rate, there was an Academy Award or an Oscar the night before, and whoever went up made it political. So Stallone just made the comment to De Niro, "Hey, Bob," he says, hey, they shouldn't do that there. Republican or Democrat, but that's not the place. And De Niro he didn't really speak, but he nodded his head and agreed. And that was it.
Now he's saying he's leaving the country.
Yo, he was pissed, man.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
cutting promos on Trump in the streets and...
The shutdown's over? Did it end?
No, but apparently they've made an agreement.
Okay.
Apparently, the stock market shot through the
Right,
roof.
right.
Last time this happened, and it doesn't mean it'll happen this time, but the phenomenon of the bounce is there. Last time this happened, for perspective, within 5 days after the government reopened, Bitcoin tripled, went up 300%. And we're seeing it with the stock market right as we speak. It's up 5-6% just on this news. But I don't think that's signed yet.
Are you a big Bitcoin guy?
I'm not a big Bitcoin guy, but I'm involved enough to know about Bitcoin. I got bigger into the altcoins.
What's
But
that?
altcoins is anything that isn't Bitcoin. Anything.
There's other coins?
Ethereum, Litecoin.
Okay. I didn't even know this.
Yeah. Just any coin not called Bitcoin is called an altcoin.
I love when you wake up at like 3:30 in the morning to watch the news,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What time do you usually wake up?
It's actually 6:30. But
6:30,
because
okay.
6:30 in
Sometimes
East
you'll text
Coast
me
is
very early.
9:30. Yeah. So it takes me a little bit to wake up. So I got to get up and I got to get coffee and then I can get back in bed, watch the news, and then I can see the market open. But I do that.
But my question is, without getting too personal, you've shown me pictures like you're watching in bed.
Yes.
Doesn't this wake up your missus?
Miss Brittany?
Yeah.
Miss Brittany's an early bird.
Oh,
She
she's up
doesn't
as
sleep
well.
much. Yeah.
She's watching the news with you.
And then Priya, she's usually the one that gets our coffee, in fact. And then Priya, our daughter, still sleeps in the room. Thero's moved into the living room.
What do you mean?
Priya has she calls it a camping spot. She gets out every single night and she sets up a bed in our room.
On the floor?
Nah, she's actually a little move up from the floor. She's got kind
Really?
of like a cot but she puts it away every day. Every day gets out her covers.
How come? She just wants to be close to mom and dad?
She's still scared. She's
How old is
7.
she? Okay.
So she still gets a little bit scared at night, which I'm into. I used to have both of them in the room. And he one day moves out, but with no warning. He doesn't say like, "Hey, I'm kind of getting to the age." One day he was gone, and it was so disappointing. Every night was fun. Every
Nice,
night
yes.
we go to bed.
I like
you
it.
do your prayers, you watch, you read a book or whatever. And then one day it was just gone. It was just taken from me. I wasn't ready for it.
And now he's in the living room.
He's in the living room.
Like
he
on
has
the
not
couch?
gone upstairs. Yes, he's on the couch in the living room.
What?
Yes.
He doesn't
Big
have a
TV
bedroom?
on, and he falls asleep. This is not a political. He falls asleep to Fox News every single night. Every single night.
Wait, how old
a year
is he?
ago, he went as Trump for Halloween.
Oh, nice.
Well, in our neighborhood, yeah.
Did it go over well? Or
Not
No.
terribly.
No.
Not terribly well. There was only one guy in the whole neighborhood that advertised, but he was one of the. He had the signs in the yard. Anyone but Trump and
Oh, dear.
Kamala Harris signs in the yard. So that's the first one that Thera went to, and he's got like the $8 mask from Amazon. But then he's got the tie and all of that, and then he took the time to take Britney's lipstick and put like it was blood on the ear.
Oh dear.
So when he goes and knocks on the neighbor's door, the neighbor realizes I'm being heckled. He realizes you've seen my signs and you've picked me, and he loved it. The neighbor was awesome.
Oh, he was okay with it.
Oh, he complimented it. He said he gave him double candy. Like, he steered into it, but it was cool.
How did that dinner go? By the way, I believe your father-in-law's here.
Yeah, Steve's
Hello,
here
sir.
somewhere.
How are you?
Yeah.
We were talking. I was like, man, Chael's just hanging out in the big city with his father-in-law.
We've been having a great time.
Just the two of you.
Yeah. We came out here.
I don't know if I would do that, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I don't come to New York with Howdy. He turns out he's a New York guy.
Okay.
He's from a small town just like I am. He lives across the bridge in Vancouver. I'm in West Lynn. He comes here one time. He's like, I love it. And then he doesn't sleep. He sleeps like 3.5 hours a day. So it's the only place where at 4 a.m. he can go get a coffee and actually, walk around and watch the sun come up. So I told him, I said, I'll never go to New York without you. In fact, Glenn Jacobs invited him. Glenn left ESPN and still got Steve a ticket.
Wow.
I don't know if Glenn's going to the event, and he made sure Steve was handled.
Unbelievable.
True story.
You always come with either your mom, your father-in-law. You never fly solo.
I'm in high demand.
Okay, yes.
And I don't ever want there to be a rumor.
Okay.
I don't ever want Brittany to have to live with the. So yes, I try to never leave town without her dad, or my mom.
Is that true?
I try to.
Wow.
Just on the mere fact that I
High
wouldn't
demand.
want her to. I just wouldn't want her to hear.
You mean like high demand as in like people want a piece?
Oh, there's girls out there.
Yeah,
They're looking,
no.
No, but I'm just saying, like, there's weird things that happen. I just think
On the
it's
road,
safe.
yeah.
I think it's safer to have a witness. I just do.
I love it.
Call
I
me
love it.
whatever you want. But yeah.
It's great to have you in here, Chael.
It is great to be here.
makes me
I love
think-
these. I love that Daniel's got a singlet on, by the way.
Yeah, we have one of you somewhere.
All right, so this is Dusty Rhodes.
What about this? This is old school. Round 5. Do you remember round 5?
Oh, yeah. So I bought that. You can't buy your own statue or you're a fool. But I did. I bought my own, and I've got it.
This one, the round 5?
Yeah, it's in
Yep.
my office. It's sitting on the other side. I mean, I got it. It came in the mail. I sat it on the other side of the room. I think someday my kids might want this. And months go by, and I'm finally working on my computer one day, and I look across the room. Not only is it not me, it's Dominic Cruz. But I thought it was me.
Yes.
I had this thing for months and thought that is how much we looked.
Yes. I
alike
remember.
in
I
it.
have
I
that
thought it was
one.
me.
I have the. We got the British Bulldogs over here. Remember them?
Story.
What?
Oh, I love the British.
What about that story?
No, I got to tell you a story. So you got
Okay.
Dusty Rhodes, right?
Yes. Dusty.
Okay, but there's another guy that kind of looks like Dusty, kind of like I look like Dominic, called the Playboy Buddy Rose.
Yes.
You happen to remember
Legend,
him?
of course, from Morgan.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Matt Linlin starts a show.
That's a great call right
called Yeah.
That's a great
He'd love
call
if
right
we
there.
answered he'd love to be on this.
Do you think he knows you're on right now?
He knows I was coming on. Did he take the time to do the math that it's right now? That I don't know.
Can we say who it is?
Yeah, sure.
Say it.
Douglas Crosby. Why did you?
Notorious. Well, I didn't know if you want to go to this.
Famous.
Infamous.
Judge.
Infamous?
Infamous will work.
Okay, all right.
He could live with infamous.
Is he still judging?
He judged 2 nights ago. Steve and I went to it. It was a fight out on Long Island.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. He did a small show out there. He did not get assigned to the UFC, and of course, all judges would like to. He did not get assigned, but he is licensed. If that answers your question and working. So, Playboy Buddy Rose. Okay, store that away. Portland, Oregon. Matt Lindland. Matt's doing a show called Sport Fight.
Remember.
So Matt decides he's going to bring in Playboy Buddy Rose, who's going to do nothing more than get in the ring and cut an interview, whatever. So Playboy demands $1,500 for this gig, and by the way, needs it in advance. So Lindland gives him a check for $1,500. After the event, there was a line, and it was really honor system. You waited in line, you got to the front, there was one bookkeeper. She's like, what do we owe you? And then she just write you a check. Honor system, but nobody lies. Playboy got back in the line and went and he got another $1,500.
Oh, my God.
So Matt, instead of just chalking up to $1,500, Matt sues him, and they end up in small claims court. Now, Playboy doesn't deny any of these facts. He agrees to the facts, but he tells the judge, this is the point of me telling the whole story, he tells the judge, he signed the check. I got this fair and square. And the judge is like, no, you ripped him off. But fair and square. He tried to argue that. Judge rules against him for $1,500. Lindland says, how do I get the money? And the judge says, oh, there's no way. And then the judge goes even further and he tells Matt, he goes, it's not a crime in America to not pay your bills. And he brings the gavel down, they all get up and walk out.
And he never got it.
No, he never got it.
Legend.
A
real worker.
And now he died. Rest his soul, but he died.
He did. Yes.
He was most famous. He did an angle with Piper, and it was whoever wins gets the pink Cadillac. The other guy
Was
won.
this in Oregon wrestling?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they kayfabed it.
Wow.
And I think Playboy's the one with the pink Cadillac. So that Piper had it. So then Playboy beat him, and Playboy drove around Portland in the pink Cadillac for a week. But that was the old school days.
Yeah,
That's
I love
the days
those.
I miss, by the way.
Oh my God, those were the territories.
Yeah.
Did you know Piper?
I'm not as dead set on tradition as Josh Barnett, but I'm close. I agree with Josh. You don't need to let us in on all these secrets, guys.
Okay, with the Unreal and all that. How the sausage is made.
Yeah.
Did you know Piper?
Yes, I did. His son, Colt Toombs.
That's right.
Was a teammate at Team Quest. Did a number of fights and fought at the Roseland, and Piper would come down and support him. And
wow.
I mean, we thought it was a huge deal, but they didn't understand why we thought it was a big deal. Like, Colt's just like, why do you want to talk to my dad? You know, he didn't understand. So, yeah, we got some interviews with him. Piper got in the ring and did some stuff. Piper was cool. Piper gave me a piece of advice.
Please.
I never forgot it because it turned out to be true. And everybody hated me. And I was going for I'm going to work this bad guy gimmick, and that's easy to come on and tell you, oh, I didn't mind the booze. It's hard to be hated. It's hard. And he told me, he said, Chael, you got to stick with it. And he said, and don't ever change. He said, but there will be a day that they will love, meaning the fans, they will love you for the exact same things they hate you for. He said, there's a misunderstanding with the crowd in wrestling that we do these turns. He said it's actually the crowd that turns. We, as performers, largely continue the same gimmick. We just get a different reaction. And that is psychologically not what I thought I was witnessing. I did think there was good guys and bad guys, and I realize it's not an absolute statement, but that was what he said to me, and then it did happen to me. People that hated me for the same stuff would all of a sudden they
and it became cool to be a fan of yours.
Yeah, when I'm telling them, I hate them and I hate you, I hate this whole country, and blah blah blah. Then all of a sudden, I never came off the stick, but they did come on board. It was one
you
thing
remember that shift
that I appreciated.
You remember when that happened?
Not fully, but I do remember when it happened, and even still to this day, like I just lost or misunderstanding, but allegedly I lost to Craig Jones in this grappling match. But I had people telling me, like Joseph Morales sends me a text and he's like, Coach, that was incredible defense. I never thought to do that to get out of the hold, which is to go uncautious. So, but I mean, you see, well, they're now in on the stick. I'm claiming that I'm undefeated.
It's brilliant.
And now they're claiming, like Joseph is telling me, like, that was great, Coach. He let you go. Like that was brilliant. I've never seen that before. I don't know if I told that story very well, but
no.
Nice to see you, by the way.
He had a nice win.
Hey, why is nobody talking about Islam versus Jack? Are you feeling that in this city this is a little bit low?
I want to get to that in a moment, but while we're on the topic of your influence, I'm dying to ask you
nice
this.
to see you, buddy. I've missed you.
On
a friendly level, I've missed you.
I've missed you too. We had some great times. The charcuterie back at the events. Imagine you lived in this area. We could do this every week.
Wouldn't that be
Would you
great?
ever consider moving?
No, I would never leave West. I'm about to run for governor.
I
Yeah.
know. You
No,
and
I'm doing
Chris
the opposite
Dudley.
of moving.
Did you have that dinner, by the way?
I did. I met Chris Dudley.
How'd it go? Have you officially made your decision?
No. Well, I'm hoping to this way. It's a simple matter of do I get brought over or not. I made a deal with Dana and told him, hey, if
When do you
if
find
I'm
out?
part of this, I will go. But in exchange, then I want your help to win the.
Sure. When do you
Anyway.
find out?
Well, I just assume that it might be this week or soon. I mean, they're kicking off in January. I don't think that Paramount has set a date, have they?
No.
There's a rumor that Ilya is going to headline.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah.
you
Yeah.
know that whether that's right or not. But I don't know that date. But the bottom line is, if we're going to do something, I would feel like they need to put their team together pretty quick. So
Which would you rather do?
Well, I am for sure going to run for governor, for sure. But I didn't know it was going to be this cycle. I did think that I was going to run in the next cycle. Now, that from a political standpoint is almost a death nail of an answer. I mean, you've got to give an answer. There is nothing more important than this. I've got a calling from God, and I've got, like, this is the thing. But I kind of get annoyed when guys do that. It's like, you can tell the truth. If you're looking to pitch in and help out, but you need timing to be right for you and your family, I don't think there's anything shameful about saying that.
Why open yourself up to this?
Why?
Yeah,
I
why?
agree.
Yeah, why?
When I was talking with Ray Donovan, he said that to me.
He did?
He said, I brought it up to him.
Okay.
Meaning, hey, down the road, I'm going to need a donation. Like, I was letting him know. Like, I'm
Okay.
letting you know now.
Wow.
If you
At
give
that
me
same
your
dinner?
phone- yeah. If you give me your phone number, there's going to be a day, and it's going to cost you money. So I let him know.
Okay.
And he said that, too. He said, hey, you got a great life. He
Yeah.
said, why would you do that? And I've never had the answer to that. I've always thought that was the field I was going to go into. As young as I can remember, on the first day of school, they would have us write down what we're going to be when we grew up. And I would always write, President of the United States. And then at some point, I realized I didn't want to go to D.C., and I just started writing down governor. So I've never known there was going to be a day that I was not going to be in that battle.
Really?
I've been planning for this from day one.
And your wife's okay with this? Because now it opens up the whole family.
Yeah,
and
no,
people
it's
are
a little
coming
bit of
after
a
you
problem
guys.
with her. And then when Charlie Kirk got
jeez,
shot,
jeez.
that really weighed on her. And she will back me, and I of course will take her opinion as well. But no, to tell you that she's just okay with it, no. This keeps her up at night. She's very concerned about
She'd rather not?
our family and things in Oregon, and she just thinks the way that I would go about it would be more of the Charlie Kirk, the more very aggressive. Here's our stance, and we're proud of it, and we're not going to say sorry. And she thinks that could open you up to danger, which is a very real concern.
Historically, Oregon Democrat or
Very blue. Very, very blue.
Okay.
In my lifetime, and I tell people I'm 50, I'm not, but I'm right there. In my lifetime, there has been one Republican
Wow.
winner. Yeah.
So this would be a huge deal.
It'd be a very big deal, and it's hard to do. It's a very hard state to flip. And then I got like a personal problem, which is the gal that I would have to beat is named Tina Kotek. I like her. That's a problem. That's a problem. Like, these things get ugly. I've never met her, Ariel, but you want to talk about somebody that goes in and does the job she was elected to do. You want to talk about somebody that puts in 50, 60 hours a week and doesn't complain. Let me tell you something real fast. She is the first, and I believe she's the only, openly lesbian governor in America. Do you know the attention she could get for that? Do you know how she could be on CNN every night? She has never used that. She has never used that politically. She has never brought her wife out. She keeps her business. She goes in and does her job, and I think it's very honorable. I happen to disagree with what she does, but that will make the fight tough.
Okay.
I respect her.
No. I mean,
degree.
you don't hear that often.
No, it's a problem.
But how do you then?
You were asking me about Chris Dudley, and somehow
Yeah.
I got on Tina, but Chris is very interesting too. He was in my living room. My uncle Mel Counts was, a big star in the NBA
Yeah.
just before Chris, and I thought Chris did a very great job. Chris is pro-choice. That's very tough for any Republican, but in a state like Oregon, where you're going to need to win some blue votes, it is also a very common opinion that might be the way to reach across the aisle. So.
Okay.
I liked Chris Dudley, I guess is my answer. I'm jumping in directions, but I liked him.
We're going all over the place. I was trying to get Josh Hokit. You familiar with this young man?
Of course.
Okay. I want to play this for you.
Please.
He's actually coming on after you, but I want to get your reaction.
I've only heard about it. I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No, and you posted something.
Yes,
You posted
yes,
something,
yes.
and I clicked it, but I didn't get to hear the interview.
All right, here it is.
I watched him finish. You go.
Josh wins Contender Series.
Here we go.
First official win in the UFC this Saturday.
Yep.
He gets on the microphone and says this.
All right, here we go.
I'm the talk of the town, the USA sound, the most profound, the boy toy the lady's joy, the master of disaster, the true-speaking pastor's pastor, the biggest arm, the most charm,
Tell him.
the one that's gonna do all the harm. I'm more than meets the eye. I'm even sweeter than your grandma's homemade apple pie. And last, I'll leave you with this.
Homemade.
I already stomped 2 Brazilians, and I'm looking for a third.
Whoa.
Walter Walker.
Oh.
You absolutely suck.
Okay.
That's a hard call out right there.
But yo, that is you.
Yeah, he did fantastic.
There's
He did
multiple
fantastic,
references.
Yes.
So what'd you think? What'd you think?
And I, of course, I got inspired by other people. But okay, if he was paying me some homage there, Steve and I were out doing something, whatever. We were at the fight that Douglas was.
Right.
Okay, it's all tying together. So Steve and I are getting updates, and Obon Elliott starts reaching a hold of me, and he goes, "Hey man, if you say this guy's in the club, I'm reaching out to him to let him know." So I'm like, all right, let me call Colby. Let me get, we got this little bad guy group going on. So anyway, the bottom line was everybody gave him the thumbs up, man. I'm on board with this guy.
You know him personally?
I followed his career because he was a wrestler at Fresno State who
right.
All-Americaned while playing a full season of football. He wasn't even supposed to wrestle. Not only did he wrestle, he All-American, and it wasn't because he was good. It's because he was tough. I remember watching him. He fought so hard, and he outworked those other guys, and I just happened to remember that. Then he did a smaller fight. I want to say they put it on Fight Pass, and he cut a kind of a similar promo. He brought some politics into it. He had the flag, which is just going to piss people off. And I thought from an entertainment standpoint, I thought he really went for it. I think he did a good job there. Hey, what about the homemade pie? It doesn't have to be homemade.
Yeah.
From an artistic standpoint, he could have just said sweeter than your grandma's pie. Why's it got to be a homemade pie? That's brilliant. No, that's
You like
brilliant,
that?
though.
So delivery. What about the delivery?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, we sit here we sit here and break it down. But after a fight, to remember all of that, you just won. That's not easy. No stumbling.
Right.
Didn't miss a line. Everything flowed and rhymed.
Well, and Paul can screw him at any point.
Right.
At any point, Paul can pull that mic away. So first off, you got the hand on Paul, letting him know, stay with me.
Yes.
Second, you got to get the scarf on. You got to get the glasses on. You got to know where the angle is, and then you got to go for. You start calling out Brazil. I just beat up 2 Brazilians and another one, and you suck. Those are dangerous lines. I mean, they just are. And Walker is a good fighter, by the way. I hope he does get
The problem
that
is
fight.
it's at the Apex. There's 3 people there. There's no
That's the
pop.
problem.
You know, you do your call out of Anderson in Houston, sold out Toyota Center.
Sure.
There's a different reaction.
Sure. But he still went for it.
He went for it.
And
but
what
it's
did you tweet at? You said I mess with it.
I fucks with it. That's what the kids say. Yeah. But then I said 3 people. It's like
Yeah, I
it doesn't
read the
feel,
whole
it doesn't
thing.
land the
Sure.
same. You know.
But his going for it, he gets the same credit.
We're
went for
talking
it.
about him. He'll be
That's
on the show
exactly
today,
right.
in large part due to that.
There you go. There you go.
Can he beat Walter Walker?
Well,
though?
see, that's the thing, and that's the thing that I think I admire the most is he is in over his head.
Yeah.
But I respect if you're going to call a guy out, and you're going to go pick on a guy. I think it's honorable to pick on a guy that's better, and he can raise himself up. That's one thing about him. I saw some of his other fights before he got in the UFC. Then I saw his Contender Series in here. One thing about it is he is growing rapidly. Remember when Adesanya did that? Izzy comes on Contender Series and was kind of, I think it was even a split decision, and take him down and hold him there, and that was like the belief. And then in his next fight, they took him down, but he got up. And then in his next fight, he's in there with Derek Brunson at the Garden. And he doesn't get taken down at all. And then his next fight, he becomes the number 1 contender and then becomes a champion of the world. I mean, like if anybody had grown between fights, but I'm seeing a little about this gentleman
How does that
right
make
here.
you feel
It's really
internally?
growing.
Like
Wonderful.
there's a guy paying homage to you.
Yeah, it made me feel wonderful. Yes.
It's an amazing feeling.
Yes. When I did that to some guy, by the way, it didn't all make them feel good. Like Scott Hall came after me and, rest his soul, but said that I should be 10%.
Oh, yeah.
And Billy Graham I got a hold of. But that was through Brian McMahon put us in contact. But Billy was in a senior living, and apparently he was upset until we talked, and then he took it as a compliment. There was a guy called Lynn Denton, the grappler.
Okay.
And he was probably the only guy that got it and was like, yeah, take it, of course. I took from someone, you take from someone's going to steal it from you. And I think that should be more of the attitude. Because to your point, it's homage. It's not ripping someone
Oh,
off.
it's respect.
homage.
Yes.
I agree, totally
It's not like if you were an active fighter right now and he's stealing your gimmick while you're
Sure.
active, okay, now this is
Goldberg Austin. Very different.
yeah. This is a tip of the cap. Who's a part of this bad
Or when
guy
those
club?
terrible Road Warriors ripped off Demolition. What a terrible thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Axe and Smash. Who's part of the bad guy
Greatest tag team ever.
club?
Obon Elliott.
Yeah.
Colby Covington.
Yeah. And he's
Now a
in.
new guy. Oh yeah.
He's in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There was a vote.
Wow.
There was a vote.
Does he know this?
Yeah. Obong let him know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're pals.
Yeah.
Oban and Colby, they get along?
Oh yeah.
They don't.
I don't know that they've ever met,
Okay.
but they're forced. They're forced
In the
to
text
get along.
group.
Yes. Like, hey Colby, just so you know, you got this guy's back.
He's in.
Yeah, he's in. He's like, hey, no problem.
The guy in the main event,
Colby's
Gabriel.
great. Is Colby gonna fight again?
Well, that's the thing. The guy in the
have a
main
hard
event,
time
Gabriel
getting Scoop.
Bonfim,
Yeah.
called him out. And I
Okay.
said it's the biggest waste of a call out of all time.
Yes.
You win in a main event, you call out Colby Covington. Not because I think Colby's afraid of him. He ain't fighting Gabriel
No.
Bonfim, right?
No,
So it's a
Colby's
waste.
still a star. Colby can get on Fox News right now. I mean, when you have guys like that, you remember what Ronda did, but they couldn't do anything with Ronda but main eventer because she could get on Ellen's couch. Like, you just have to use that. Colby's got massive power. I don't know what he wants to do, even on a friendly level. When I
You haven't
talk to
asked him?
Yes, I have. And he is not retired from fighting, but I'm just sharing, like, longer term, if he has political aspirations. I wonder that, and I think that perhaps that he does.
You think so?
Yeah, I think perhaps he does. There was something going on. He and I had an opportunity. There was an event. I don't know a lot about it, but it ultimately was John Jones versus Nate Diaz. Did you remember that they were
Oh, yeah,
coaching
yeah.
against each other?
In Thailand for
Yeah.
a Russian.
But for a Russian, they
Yes,
filmed it in
yes,
Thailand,
yes.
but it was Russian.
They asked you.
Colby and I had that opportunity, and I'm trying to think if Colby was the head coach and it was going to be against Masvidal, or if I was the coach against Anderson and they were going to bring in Masvidal. Whatever it was, Colby stopped me it was very good pay, and he stopped me early and he said, hey, with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, I'm out.
Stay out of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
getting
And so then you didn't do it.
But I took that as a clue. Oh, Colby's he's for him to not want to be involved, just purely we're going to film it in time, just because it was the Russians and what's going on with that war, just made me think. Okay, he sees a bigger picture than most.
Okay. So then you brought up earlier 322. You don't feel buzz?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, and I don't mean
Islam
it as an
JDM. It's a
I don't
great
mean it as
card.
an insult. Here's something I learned from you, and you said it about Khabib, but you were talking about Khabib, and you said he's the world's most famous Muslim athlete.
Yes.
I think in his absence, that probably got passed on to Islam, or at least right there.
To a degree, yep.
So perhaps they're marketing it in a way, because it's sold out. It's absolutely packed business. They got a huge gate waiting for almost $20 million that they're going to get ready to announce. But I'm just sharing with you, the places I go, no, it's not.
Why do you think that is?
It's not the buzz. Well, one of my guesses is because maybe they did go to a different crowd than a different marketing than I personally feel. Secondly, where are we at with ESPN at the helm, but Paramount coming in all fairness? Third,
just to expand on that momentarily, do you think it's a bit lame duck in that ESPN isn't as incentivized to promote because we're approaching the end of the deal? Is that what you're referring to? Yes.
I haven't actually experienced that or seen that where I can tell you, hey, we canceled.
No, I mean,
we list out on that.
It's almost over.
But perhaps because
only 4 events
I
left.
Feel it's a little bit small. Yeah, and only 2 on pay-per-view, by the way. So, but then meanwhile they've got this great big gate. The gate record used to be 17.4 million. Conor versus Alvarez, first time UFC played New York. I don't know for sure that they're going to beat that, but they're expecting to beat that. They're expecting to be able to announce a 20 million, which is a big deal because Espinoza ran his mouth to Dana one time about 20 million, and so now Dana just wants $20 million to stick it to Espinoza, who I believe is even out of the business, but Dana doesn't forget things. Yeah. But now he wants 20. Espinoza says something about you can't get $20 million gates, and Dana's like, I'm getting $20 million gates anyway. What do you think of this gambling stuff? That's the hottest thing.
Okay, you want to talk about that?
In the MMA world right now. Oh, hey, I got to tell you something.
Well, okay.
I'm sorry.
There's like a million different topics. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I
walked you off for 2 hours.
This is important. So I had made a piece the other day on my own YouTube channel about Drakkar Close. And Drakkar had made a statement, and I only read it. And he said, hey, for FBI, if you want to pay me a reward, I'll tell you a bunch of guys that have been interested in fixing fights. So I made a piece on that. And he got a hold of me and goes, hey, that was a joke. I was completely joking. The guy that printed it knew I was joking, which is why he chose to print it instead of play. I'm joking. I don't know anything about any gambling. And he said, I said, well, do you want me to do a correction piece? And he goes, well, you don't have to. He goes, but this is pretty serious with the FBI and Dana. And I just don't want Dana thinking that I'm going to making light of this. I'm not making light of it. I should have said it But I was kidding. It's like, hey, I'm going to let Ariel know that.
Okay.
So there's my message.
Probably
that just
something,
came in right now.
Probably something you shouldn't joke about, though.
Sure.
Stay away from that one.
Yeah, but you know that there are, yes, for sure. But you can see where where that lesson could be.
Sure.
Somebody did that. That's like a famous book that you have to read in high school where this guy goes, he's arguing with another guy. He goes, I'm going to kill you. And then later that night, that guy gets killed. And so they convict this guy. They go, well, there are all these witnesses. And he said, I was going to kill you. He's like, no, that's I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you.
So what do you make of this?
So I'm just saying, like, yes, maybe it's something you shouldn't joke about, but let's show some grace to
Okay,
Joe.
all right. Bulgarian, the betting, the line moves.
I talked to Ian Parker.
Okay.
Who knows these numbers better than I do.
Sure.
When my dad used to bet through a bookie, it was straight up. I'm taking the Patriots or I'm taking the Saints, and then there was points, 3.5 points, and that was it. Now you live in this world of prop bets. And if you are looking to scam things, the prop bets sure do make it easy to do. I mean, they make it very easy to hide. Now, of course, I'm bringing in the Chauncey Billups, and I'm bringing in some of the NBA stuff where who wins the tip-off and who scored first. And
I was going to say, how do you know Chauncey Billups? But now I remember Portland.
21 miles. I've actually never met the man, but I know 20 people that know the man, that are good friends with the man.
Yeah.
And by the way, that thing's starting to change just a little bit too. I think we might need to have a little more open eye. Let him tell his side. But that thing is starting to change. It's now come out that he attended a card game.
Yeah.
Well, that's very different than when they said they were bringing people in and he was doing this for years and he's working for the mob. Now it turns out that he attended a card game. That's very different than what we were initially told. At any rate, it's not good. I think that it's very serious. They did a hatchet job on Dana the other day. They tried to bring in his own. So, local Nevada did an actual hatchet where they started talking about, that he plays in the casinos. And as a matter of fact, he's got a debt to a casino.
No, this was the Hollywood Reporter, I think.
He plays on limb. None of this is a secret. Come on. He tells everybody. And whatever is going on, I think that I'll just share with you. I don't know anything about it, and even by rumor, Ariel. I've never been around guys that are joking or talking or whispering about fixing a fight. Never.
You've never heard this?
No, have you?
Well, I've talked to a lot of people now.
Okay.
And several of them have told me that people have come up to them, whether it's via phone, via text, DM, or even at the gym, and said, hey, I got 100K. Would you be interested in doing X, Y, and Z? Yeah. Now, everyone that I've talked to, it's now approached like 10 or so people, because now that I'm talking about it, people are reaching out. And they have all said, I would never do that.
Yeah.
But who are the ones that would consider? I will say the Derek Minner one from 3 years ago seemed very suspect, and this one seemed very suspect. A guy who had never lost via stoppage is a pretty big favorite, and all of a sudden a slew of bets come in, him to lose via submission in the first round, and guess what? He loses via submission in the first round. Did you watch the fight?
Yeah, I remember it too.
Did you think it was a little bit funky?
Yeah, but then something had come out where his knee was blown out or something.
No, that was the one from 3 years ago. I'm talking about the one from last week.
All right.
Last week, he goes for the takedown, but he doesn't actually follow through. He just stays on his knees.
And the choke.
And then the choke. Yeah.
Yes.
The weird thing about it is, a disciple of James Krause.
Yeah.
James was tied to the story from 3 years ago, banished from the sport, never to be heard from again. FBI still investigating.
How brutal. All on speculation, because they never followed through on that. They're
still investigating.
Well, I hope they call it good. Whether he did it or not, I mean, he's paid. It's like, I hope they listen. You guys do not have to follow through and take him to court. You ruined that man. His gym is gone. His friends are gone. He has lost everything. You're good. You pound of flesh, you got it. Leave
for the
James
UFC,
alone.
this is a big deal. Of course, right? The integrity of the sport.
And they're playing very above board.
Oh, I have no doubt.
The FBI instantly. There was some heat, Ariel, that Dana had taken because the FBI had told him like 2 hours before this went down, which in theory would give Dana the opportunity to cancel the fight. Yeah. And he did not cancel it, and he took some heat for that, and I thought that was very unfair.
Well, okay, so why do you think that's unfair? Because
you've got
know
contracts with athletes, and you don't know that anything's wrong. You know that there's something amiss by whoever is looking at these things. And you're getting a phone call from somebody very reputable. So now you go to your athlete, and Dana has a history of 30 years that he backs his athlete. So he went to the athlete and said, "Hey, are you in trouble? Do you owe somebody money? Are you being shaken down? Are you planning to fix this fight?" He asked him. Guy said, absolutely not. I'm going to kick this guy's ass. Dana trusted his guy. And Dana's got a history of that. And then to come out and question Dana when he's the one that made it public, I thought that was a little underhanded. How would you handle that situation? Would you pull the fight with no other information than a phone call that something looks
Well, it's from
astray?
it's from a third party,
Agreed.
Betting integrity service. Eddie Hearn was faced with this same predicament in June of 2024, and they pulled the fight.
He did.
Yeah. Now,
I would assume different numbers, though, right? Boxing, it always seems to be very different numbers.
yeah. Here's the thing. Someone told me, because I brought this up, someone told me that they think that they actually followed through with it to almost like weed out. Because if you pull the fight and the fight doesn't play out, you don't get to actually see it play out. Yeah. Now you don't know if there's an actual issue.
Yeah.
You let it play out. It's a bit of a black eye on the event, on the sport, whatever. But now okay, now we've zeroed in on something. You almost let the crime play out, so to speak. And that was the theory. Because I will admit, I didn't knock them for it, but I did openly question, if you are getting this information and if it's that blatant, why not just pull the fight? Pay the other dude for his troubles, the opponent who had nothing to do with it, and just pull the fight. I don't ultimately know. I don't envy them. This is a tough spot.
That's right. I'm the
very
same
easy.
way. I
Very easy to throw MMA fights,
call.
by the way. Way easier than boxing, in my opinion.
Yes.
Get submitted.
Yes.
Like, who's to check?
And I'd be curious, like on Eddie Hearn's fight, if that was a main event or not. I don't know a lot about that. But let's just say it was a multi-million-dollar fight. He's still got to pay them. If he wants to pull it, and he says, because he got this information, I mean, to your point, if it hadn't happened, it hadn't happened. I mean, I kind of understand the UFC's perspective of they got the news, they went and asked the guy, they took the guy at his word. He did a training camp, he's their guy, he said no.
So you don't think this is some big epidemic that is going to...
Well, I think in the future they probably will cancel the fight. I think that you hit it on the head of saying, hey, this was a learning experience, but no one knew at the time how to handle that. We're still debating it now. I think in the future he's probably going to have to pull the fights. But can I tell you something? I'm sorry to cut you off, but if you do much gaming, if you go up to Caesars, you go up to MGM, you got the real sports book, the real guys. If I go up there with $10,000, I have to get special approval. They got to come out. Now, they'll let me make the bet. I could make a $100,000 bet, but not without approval and paperwork. Online, it used to be a $500 limit. Let's just say, and that's from 2001. Let's say it's quadrupled. We have a $2,000 limit. So these people that are coming in with stories that somebody's placing an online wager of $250,000, I challenge that. I do not believe that any sports book is taking that kind of action. And just so you understand, on an entire undercard of a UFC, you might have a $250,000 bet. Every way you can do it, every prop bet head in the entire undercard. Now they're saying that one fight got a $250,000 from some Playboy offshore. I have a hard time believing that. I'd like to know who it was, and I'd like to know what sportsbook took the action.
So, but larger,
that doesn't seem like a trick question.
No. But you're saying if you're the UFC, you're not sweating right now. You're not thinking that this is a virus plaguing our company. That's what I'm wondering about.
Well, yeah, probably. I think that you take that
real
serious.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're in a sport. I mean, don't forget you're in Las Vegas, which survives on gaming. Don't forget the history of the UFC. It was bought by gamblers. One of the biggest sponsors. Yes, you would take that very serious. And now you've got the FBI calling. Yes, you would take that extremely serious. And then to your point, you'd probably go to a third party, think, how are we going to monitor this? You'd put the word out to anyone listening, which is a scare tactic, and that makes people stop. Yeah, I think the UFC is probably doing everything right, and I think they're definitely going to nip this in the bud.
Because once people start to, not trust the promotion. This happened to boxing, right? Mm-hmm. When people are like, this fight was fixed, or these judges are in on it. Once people start to lose trust in the promotion and the sport, it's a very slippery slope, in my opinion. Like, you have to nip this in the bud.
Yes.
You have to clean house. You have to ban anyone who's associated. You have to come out and say this is like zero tolerance whatsoever.
100%. And there's a little bit of a history of that. Dana had brought somebody over. And the story's been told both ways, and frankly, I've never known if it Paul Heyman and Jim Ross is how the story was always told. But he brought them over, and they were going to help sit in the room when they would do fighter interviews. So,
really?
Yeah, they used to sit in a room, and then they would ask you questions to a camera, and then they would edit that later and then play that to the house before the guys walked out. It was BJ Penn in a room. And the way the Jim Ross, Paul Heyman, was telling him what to say so he could piece it together with this other story. So BJ's looking at the camera and he's cutting this promo, and it made BJ look pretty bad. When they put it out, BJ was the bad guy, the other guy was a good guy. That was pro wrestling. BJ didn't like that it made him look bad, and he came and told the whole world, those weren't even my words. They had a guy sitting in the room that used to be with WWE, and I didn't even think those things as a way of covering for it. And Dana so badly did not ever want confusion that we could possibly be looking like that he fired him and never went back to that, and no athlete was ever again told what to say in a pre-fight interview. So, and I'm just sharing, now you're talking about gaming that can actually make it look the integrity. That's the bounds that Dana went to just for an interview. So yes, of course they're taking this very seriously, and of course they will nip this in the bud.
Isn't it funny? Now he's under the same umbrella. As WWE.
It is very funny.
Which I always kind of feel like he doesn't feel 100% comfortable with. Every time he tries to distance himself from it.
There's even been a little bit of like when this very first happened, they all thought that they had to be buddies. And WWE's like, we'll be bringing fighters over. And then we'll be sending them over there. And Dana's like, no, we're not. We're not bringing any of your guys. We're not sending you any guy. You do your thing and we'll do our thing. Well, you sell tickets and we'll sell tickets. Dana did not play along with that at all. He did not ever want there to be any confusion that what I am putting on is a straightforward competition as opposed to a participation.
I saw on your YouTube channel, did you say that like you just found out this week that Valentina is fighting Zhang on this card?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Yeah, how's that possible?
I think that's my most anticipated fight on the card.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting one.
Why do you think that is? It was announced like 3 months ago.
I gotta tell you, I would love to meet the Bullet. I think she is...
You've never met her?
No. I think she is so pretty. I think she is so talented. They say that she speaks 7 languages. She's a world champion in unarmed combat, but by reputation, she's a master of armed combat. Her mother's a badass. Her sister's... I mean, I like everything about this gal, but Ariel, it doesn't change the fact she has a record that is unlikely to ever be broken in my lifetime. Nobody has fought for more world championships in co-main events. And I don't mean close. She's like quadrupled the next closest thing. There has never been somebody defending or contesting a world title in a non-main event more than her. And now all of a sudden we got the situation where Wei Li leaves a division, which is supposedly the forbidden fruit of the UFC. And when it does happen, something special happens, whether that's Ilia Topuria, whether that's Islam Makhachev. We've got Wei Li did the same thing. She leaves a division in shambles to the point that Roas Jr. and Dern's got to go and battle that. And so it's one of these situations where... and now I find out that it's happened. I find out that this is going down this week, and it comes with a caveat that if it doesn't work out for Wei Li, she's just going to go back to 115 and challenge Dern. And I'm looking around going, I don't think this is my fault. I read all the press clipping. I do everything right. I think it's you girls. Somebody has screwed up here, and I don't take responsibility. The fact that the Bullet and Wei Li in what should be a super fight is 6 days away. I'm covering the event on a professional level, and there's not a billboard in town.
Yeah.
There's not a commercial in town. I had no champion versus champion, at least in theory, and I just found out that's not my fault. That's theirs. And she should be sitting down with her management team and having a real hard talk, and she should have done this 6 years ago. How am I a world champion, setting records, fighting in co-main events? Somebody should have to give her an answer to that question. Somebody here is to blame, and I truly don't think it's me.
I tried to get both on the show before the fight.
And they just weren't interested?
And they're not on the show.
The Bullet's very sweet, though, isn't she?
No, I love them both.
Yeah.
They're great.
I've never met her, but she seems very sweet.
I'm surprised you never met her. You never did like post-show or saw her at an event.
No.
I always feel like you had a bit of a feud with her, though.
Yeah. Based on nothing. She never did anything to me. I just got irritated. I'm saying, hey, girl, you got to step forward. And I think she's a heel. That's the other thing. I think
But plays a face?
Yes, playing the face.
Yeah.
Which is very cute, and maybe it works, but it's like, Valentina, I think you're a heel. She goes and does the Ultimate Fighter. She doesn't let her athletes drink water. That's a heel move. I don't think that she's a sweet girl. I don't think she's covered in tattoos and learned how to bash people's faces in cages with her elbows and knees because she's nice. I think she's got a dark side, and I think that that's the reason that she's a co-main event. I can't prove it. I don't know it to be true. But whatever she's doing, it's not working. And she should sit down with her trainers and her coaches. I mean, they say she's second generation and her mom does it. Her little sister's in the business. And nobody realized we're fighting for world titles, jerking curtains for a guy from Australia and a dude from the Caucasus region, I would never open a show for a dude from Australia, just so you understand.
Why not?
Ever.
Why not? Why not?
That's not a real country. They don't fight over there. They don't contest in the Olympic Games. They don't have any medals in judo, sambo, freestyle wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, boxing. That's not a combat-driven country. That's not real. You can't get a scholarship and go to a college for any combat form in Australia. It's not real. I'm going to jerk a curtain for a dude whose name's so complex we call him by his initials. That's never happened. And Ariel, I'm not the world champion.
Yeah.
She is. She's about to take on the biggest star out of China, they say, in a co-main spot to an Australian and a dude from the Caucasus region. On my watch, never happening.
Do you think she should lean in and be like full heel?
She should say what I'm saying to you right now.
Yeah.
She should come out and cut a promo. I had a fight on an under. I mean, all I can do is personalize things, right?
Sure.
I can't make it about me, but it's all I can do. I'm going to fight Yushin Okami, who's ranked number 2 in the world. I'm ranked number 9 in the world. We're the second fight of the night. We're fighting at 3 o'clock, and I come on your show, and I lose my mind. And I said there is no other 2 guys that are ranked in the top 10 on the entire card, aside from the main event. We're both ranked in the top 10, jerking the curtain for our parents at 3 o'clock that nobody's going to watch, and it's all because of him. He comes from this culture where it's about honor and it's not respectful to come on and talk some trash. We're going to beat each other up in a steel cage. We do not deserve to be the second fight of the night. I think in reality we were the third fight of the night. But you understand my point, and it did change things. And they never put me in that spot again.
Turning point.
Yeah, I never fought on anything that wasn't pay-per-view or main card again, but you had to ask for it. You might remember Dricus du Plessis.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be an undercard a couple of Decembers ago. They're going to debut Bo Nickel, and they're going to put Bo Nickel on the main card, and Dricus said, over my dead body. He's never done this before. I've done this 5 times successfully. I'll fight him. I don't care who the opponent is, but he's not debuting over me. And they switched it. Now, Bo, if you remember, he ended up getting hurt and came off the card, but they switched it, and they put Dricus on the main card, then they put him in a co-main event, and then he was world champion 3 fights later. All because he spoke up for himself. How is the Bullet allowing this to happen?
But co-main at MSG is not so bad.
I don't disagree, but 7 years of... yes, you make a fair point for this one, but 7 years... And she's main evented, I think, 3 times in 7 all title fights. That girl is so wildly successful. She's the most successful girl not named Amanda Nunes. She's defended a belt more times than Amanda Nunes. She has more title fights than Amanda and Ronda put together. That might surprise you. She has quadrupled the next closest thing for co-main events.
Other fun thing about that fight against Yushin, non-televised, if you recall.
Yeah.
That was before every fight on the card was televised.
Yeah. You remember the Facebook prelims and the fight pass? No, we run none of those things.
Yeah.
Never happened.
That was the turning point.
Yeah, fight never happened. But I had to speak up for myself. Dricus had to speak up for himself. I don't know how the Bullet goes along and doesn't think it's a big deal.
How do you feel about Bo being on the prelims now? They said he was on the main card, then back to the prelims. First time I think he's on the prelims.
Yeah, and I wonder if there was any relation. I wonder if they got heat for putting him on the main card. Because they were getting heat for a while for the way they were carrying
Who cares, right?
Hey, he's a stud. RDR's a stud. I mean, that just shows you how difficult these divisions are. You know, that wasn't quite RDR against Allen. It was a little, I mean, these things happen. And, who cares, to your point. But Bo Nickel is still, stylistically, the hardest match for Chimaev. I don't think Chimaev would disagree with that. He's stylistically, that would probably be his most difficult match on the whole roster.
You still think they fight on the White House card?
No, Chimaev and Bo?
Yeah, you told me.
I did?
Yes.
I did,
when I asked
really?
you who would you book on the White House card, you said Chimaev and Bo.
Who would I book is very different than who do I think they're going to.
Oh, okay.
No. Boy, that's an interesting one. No, I do not think.
Who would you book right now? Now we're getting closer. 6 months away, 7 months away.
Who would I book versus who? And I'm going to answer from a different perspective. Who do I believe would be booked? Right now, what they are secretly working towards is Islam Makhachev and Ilya Topuria. And that's likely
I think so. For the White House.
They go, yes. That's
no
likely.
American.
And I don't know why people keep thinking there would be. I mean, just to use Noche, for example, Noche 2 years ago at Sphere, the biggest gate in history, $25 million, only time the company's ever done it. Sean O'Malley from Arizona versus Merab Diwashilavili from not here.
Yeah, Georgia.
But I'm just saying I don't quite know where people got this idea.
What about John just
steer.
like openly begging now for a spot?
And you got to be real careful if you do want to bill it American versus somebody. You got to be real careful because you can't control that script.
Right.
It's not Rocky.
So meaning you don't want America to lose at the White House.
That would be weird if you bill it that way. If you're going to bill it as the birthday and the blah blah blah, and then we're going to, the British
wrestling.
flag is going to come.
It's not Luger slamming Yokozuna on the SS.
Yes. And by the way, if we do have to have an American and we have to have a win, we got to call Albuquerque. There's only one guy we can call if we're trying to.
Do you think it's weird that he's openly begging like this?
I don't think that it's weird. I appreciate it to a degree. He is a guy that has never really understood what we're doing here. And he's not a guy that you could ever sit down and explain it to because he's had such success. He thinks he's got it figured out. It's just one of those situations. You want to know what does deserve a review, Ariel? Every Tuesday at 9 a.m., they come out with rankings. John Jones is not ranked anywhere in the top 15, and I would just like to know why. And I have my own hypothesis. I do not think the secret rankings committee that gets together and submit these names have all collectively, without conspiring, decided John Jones is no longer a top 15 fighter. I don't think they're submitting his name, and I don't know what that looks like. Whoever from the UFC submits to the rankings committee, and then it comes back to them ranked. I believe, and I can't prove it. I think the UFC is I don't think the rankings committee is currently getting John's name. And if he is in the pool and he is under contract, I think that requires an explanation as to why.
So are you saying that he's the victim here?
Yes. I'm saying that I don't think anybody reasonable believes that John Jones, because he retired from the sport for 8 days, is no longer a top 15 badass in an organization. However, but I bring this to because you're talking about booking him at the White House. You're talking about booking him for a world title fight. How do you put a guy in a world title fight that's not ranked in the top 15?
I mean, it's John Jones.
I fully understand that, but all the same, how's he not ranked in the top 15?
I guess they took him out because he retired and they didn't put him back in.
That's right. Well, the only way, allegedly, from what we told. Now, you got to understand, we fiercely adhere to the rules we make up as we go, but the only thing that we have been told is if you are under contract with the UFC and you are not eligible for rankings, it's because you have an USADA issue. And I realize it's no longer USADA. But he might have an USADA issue because when you retire, he would have to re-enter the pool. So it doesn't necessarily scream to he's got a secret test like Conor had. It could just be we haven't been given clarification. But if you leave and you re-enter and you have a past fail, you're supposed to do 180 days. And it would not matter if you only left for 8 days and it was an accident and you were drunk when you made the comment. It wouldn't matter. You would still have to serve 180 days. But nobody's given us an actual answer to that. And I do think that that's wrong. If we're going to show an integrity to the rankings committee, which we don't respect and we don't show an integrity to, but if we're going to do that, somebody owes us an explanation as to why John Jones is not in the top 50.
I don't even know if there's human beings actually making these, rankings.
Yeah.
I don't even know who's doing it. Does he fight in 2026? True or false?
Well,
he's talking so much smack about
Tom.
Tom.
He doesn't have the money to walk away. He doesn't have a choice. I mean, that's
why did he walk away to begin with? He was offered $30 million.
Yeah.
He asked for 30, and he got that.
Yeah, no,
and now he's apologizing.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He
miscalculated that one.
Math. Yeah, he did that thing with Nate, and they got $300,000, and it took 30 days, and so all of a sudden he's like, "Well, if I can make $300,000 in 30 days, and I can do this every 30 days."
Sure.
No, I mean, sometimes explaining very basic things it can be tough, but. Will he fight again? Yes, I believe so. And I think there's some real legs. Look, if you're the UFC, the last thing you want to do is empower a dude that you can't count on. And by the way, it ties back into my theory to whoever's keeping him out of the rankings. Like there's something afoot there. And apparently I'm not quite getting your attention on that, so I'll move on.
No.
Well, but just to move on from that, if the one thing you don't want to do is to empower John Jones, you find yourself in a very unique situation, which is to put him with Pereira. Now, there is no title. He can't turn the gun on you like he just did. He can't hold you hostage like he just did. That's a proposition I don't think that Dana ever thought he'd be presented with. I think Dana always assumed I got a main event him, I got a world title him. Now all of a sudden Pereira comes along. And that is a very hard thing to look away from. That is a compelling match. Joe Rogan called that the biggest match in the history of humanity. I don't know that it would go that far,
I don't
but
agree
it's
with
a
that.
big fight.
Yeah.
It's a big match.
No, it's a huge fight.
Yeah.
And I say just do it.
Absolutely.
Because now he's not holding up the division, to your point. So just do it. It's fun. Have Pereira move up. Have Yuri, fight for the belt against Alberg.
Sure.
And it fixes it. Aspinall, I didn't understand why Dana was so mad about the Aspinall Gaunt thing, because now you get my only theory is he had other plans for Aspinall and was maybe going to try to do Aspinall versus John, and this delayed it and screwed it up.
Sure, perhaps.
Because now the rematch is going to be gigantic.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a lot bigger. Yeah.
Lot bigger
that's the
this.
smallest pay-per-view of the year, but it wasn't really their fault. They held it at
Afternoon card.
Well, I was going to say they held it at 10 a.m.
Yeah. What about
Wrestling
Ronda?
time, so
What about
it's
Ronda?
not their fault, but it is the smallest.
Ronda going after Joe?
No, well, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. That Ronda's speaking up.
She's coming back, right?
No,
she is.
Oh heavens, no.
No, she is.
Fight?
Yes.
Oh no.
This is it.
No.
I think there's talks of her versus Gina.
Yeah, there could be talk. Ronda will not fight.
You don't think so?
No.
Why?
Well, first off, Ronda got retired. Ronda's contract was so beautiful and called for so much money, you had to main event her. And she was not one of the best fighters in the world. When we called her the world champion, it's because we had no idea who should be where, how to do that. Like, it was still getting formulated. If you'll recall, she was announced at a press conference as world champion. They handed her the belt. I mean, not for nothing.
Sure,
but imagine how bad that story could have gone. If she would have lost her first fight, she would actually be a world champion to never win a fight, which, by the way, happens to be what Tom Aspinall is. Right. I mean, that's a tough one. You got to figure that out. You got to straighten that. I'm the undisputed champion of the world who never won an undisputed championship. I mean, you see where that becomes a little bit of a problem. So all I'm saying for Ronda is when she got ran out of the sport, she was still a top 7, a top 8. She could still beat a lot of girls, which for most athletes would be a lifelong dream. But you're paying her so much money, you got to put her in main events. With main events, you got to put her in world title fights, and she could not go with the top girls. She couldn't even go 5 minutes with them. So to act like you're going to bring her back, even in a scrub fight, nobody's looking to see that. And the UFC does not have a history of that. The UFC has such a history of doing fights for absolutely no reason than other doing them that they're not even sure they're going to do Pierre versus John Jones, which the whole world wants to see. They're just looking at it and going, look, what story does that tell? And Dana White only puts on, people don't realize this about him. I was told this by Reed Harris, who at one point was, at least in theory, a competitor. And Reed said the thing with Dana and the reason none of us can touch him, every fight he has a significance. And it's true. Dana does not ever put a fight on just to every fight has to at least have the ability to tell a story for another fight. It doesn't matter if it's the first card of that. It's got to at least have the ability to get you into something else. And no, the idea of Ronda coming back for a night of coming back, no. And by the way, and I don't mean to hate on Ronda. I'm just trying to be a little more serious here. It is very important to the people that tell the story that Ronda Rousey is the reason women's fighting is here and that she's the biggest star in the sport's history. That's very important to the people that tell the story. There's just nothing to support it. She doesn't have a merchandise record. She doesn't have a pay-per-view record. She's not even in the top 10. She doesn't have a live gate record. She's not even in the top 10. She never did. It's not like she had these records and I came along and took them or Connor came along and took them. She never had them. There is no truth to the story of Ronda the Star. It's an important way, and I realize our leadership insists it's told that way, but it's not true.
You think that's why she's so bitter towards the sport?
I think that a little bit, or she'll hear somebody like me come out and go, hey, I thought we were friends. We are friends, but I still have a job to do, which is tell the story the way that it happened. You were the most likely person to get on Ellen's couch. We could have really used you. The moment the light dimmed on you, you left us. You could have still gone to Ellen's couch and put over the next card. I'm no longer a fighter in the UFC. I used to make millions of dollars. I used to be the biggest draw, Ariel. I used to have a lot of fun. I'm none of those things anymore. But here I am telling you about Islam. Here I am telling you about Jack. I'm trying in my own way to pitch in. You're not paying me to be here. I love the sport. The sport did something for me. I feel at least. She never even came back and made cameos. She never even came and sat in the front row. She had nothing to do with us. And then she wonders why people are going good riddance to you. You said it to us. And secondly, it's not real. The only thing that's real is the money and the miles. How long were you away from your family? And when it was all done, how much money did you bring home to your family? Anything else is fake. I remember hanging my head when my career was over and I needed a couple of weeks and who am I now? And my identity was lost. And I remember Brittany had no time for this. Said, this isn't real. You're going to your phone and looking at your Twitter, then you're having your day affected. This is right here is real. We were in the car. She goes, these two kids and me, this is real. And I'm just sharing, like, that's a hard thing for some people. I don't say this to put down Ronda, but those stories of Ronda aren't true. She was never the best fighter in the world. That's not true. You don't believe that.
Best fighter period or best women's fighter?
Well, I just meant in her division, of course.
Yeah,
of course, I didn't mean overall.
I mean, at 135, at one point, she was.
You think so?
Well, who was better than her?
Well, and she did get over on Misha.
Yeah,
by the way.
Misha, Alexis
Misha
Davis,
Betch
Correa.
very, very fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah.
Liz actually is a
Liz
very
Carmouche
excellent
almost
fighter
got
as well.
submitted. Could you imagine?
Yeah. I think that Liz was still forming at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
You're right. I don't want
longevity.
I don't want to put all of them down, but Holly Holm was here at that same time.
No. In retrospect, we all got
know.
the Holly Holm fight wrong.
There you go.
Holly Holm is a Hall of Fame
Amanda
boxer.
was around.
Yeah.
The bullet probably could have moved up. I'm just sharing with you. There's enough to have a conversation, but
What about
to act
this?
as though this was the best of
Right.
an era based on what we saw in those pickings is a little extreme.
I got to be honest. When this Jake Paul Francis Ngannou story came out,
I
I really loved it.
I loved it.
And he said didn't quite make sense.
He said it doesn't
Francis.
make. What doesn't make sense about? What part did you not like? You didn't like the idea that you were going to beat a guy? You didn't like the idea that you were going to walk out in front of thousands of people? You didn't like the fact, I think it was on Netflix, which is a big honor.
Yeah.
You didn't like the millions of dollars he was offering? What part specifically of that story did you not like? I'm very curious about that. And more power to Francis, by the way. Like, if he lives by a code, I guess I respect it. I thought his code was made up and he was a whore like the rest of us that wanted the money. I guess there's a little bit more depth to him. But could you imagine how irritating that would be to be his manager or to be his trainer who you're counting on 10%? You got a chance to make $10 million, which means your cut is going to be $1 million, and all he needs to do is make that walk and go beat up this little guy that used to be a Disney character. And he says, no, it doesn't make sense. And you got to sit at home and go, why do you think I'm in here with you every day? Why do you think I believe it? Why do you think I treat you like a son? Do you think it's because you really are my? It's not. It's about the money. And I don't ever want to tell you that, but it's a business. It's about the money, and you just cost me $1 million.
Yeah, I love that fight, man. I really did.
I love it too. Hey, what about the balls that take for Jake?
Short notice.
Could you imagine?
Yes.
Could you imagine?
I'm way more interested in that fight than Tank Davis.
Picture being in the ring and you look over and it's
Francis
with gloves on.
65 pounds bigger than you.
You can't grab him. Like,
Yeah.
whatever hope that you have, whether you could succeed at grabbing him or not in MMA, you at least have the hope. You don't even have that hope. You are going to be bludgeoned in just a moment by this mountain, this DNA, beautiful
In a way,
monster of a man.
From the Chael Sonnen school, is this not the best thing to happen to Jake? He essentially called out the top dog, the
100%.
biggest dog in the MMA yard.
Beat him.
And he said no.
In the playground rules, if two guys get called to fight and one guy doesn't show, yes, I think that it's a very big thing for Jake, and I hope he gets his credit for it. And what a
Yeah.
different fight. I mean, we were talking about short notice.
Yeah.
Tank Davis, the world's smallest guy you've ever fought, to the world's biggest guy you've ever fought. And he knew he doesn't think he can beat Francis. He was willing to take the ass whipping to follow the golden rule, which is the show goes on. I promised a performance to these people. I promised a paycheck to my team. I'm going to do whatever it takes to follow through with that, and I'll deal with the consequences. Jake deserves a lot of credit for that. He won't get it, but he deserves
I
it.
hope Francis changes his mind.
Can he? Didn't
Yeah.
they cancel the event? I thought the
No,
whole
but for
event got
December.
pulled.
For December.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to do a
right.
date in December.
How
end of
bad do you
December.
want to work with a guy that's? I mean, I hear you. You know, the money would talk, but
Spectacle would be great.
how hard? I fully agree. I fully agree.
Like, it's actually a very
but
interesting
that's
matchup.
a tough attitude, man. I call you and offer you millions of dollars. And you
Maybe
got to
he's playing hard to get.
I can redo this in December. That's true. But if I don't pull this date off in November, I'm out about $8 million in marketing.
Yeah.
Like, not for nothing. Could you help me? Please works for me. Some guy in the industry calls me, even if it's hey, please, I need that. You got it. We'll put our
Maybe
our
it's
thing on.
negotiation. Maybe he just didn't like the offer.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, I would think just
Winnable fight.
because of the money that they're out and the short notice, and you know, typically in our industry, when you make calls like that, particularly with Dana White, he understands. He understands the gun's about to get pointed in his face, and he opens the checkbook. You know, it's part of the game, and I think that Jake Paul is known for doing things right. Everyone has talked about how generous and straight up MVP is. So, and that's before you even have the Netflix angle. But yes, maybe Francis is doing that. I'm not mad at Francis about it. I was just confused.
Chris and Anderson. Did you have FOMO when you saw that?
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. I reached out to Chris. I had that information early. I wanted to make a YouTube video. I just said, hey, man, I got this, but is it a secret? Can you confirm it? Is it a secret? He said, I can't confirm, but I think it's a secret. Don't do anything with it. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. And
I mean,
so-
those things are silly to a degree, but they're also pretty cool. Hey, have we ever seen somebody that likes to compete more than Anderson Silva or Chris
Unbelievable.
Weidman?
50 years old. Oh, yeah, and Chris. Yeah.
Chris was just doing some video with like a family member on the beach. I don't know if you happen to see that.
yes,
but
yes,
he was
yes.
exhausted. He was pushing. Like he was actually digging deep and showing grit to win a beach wrestling match at 40 years old. Like, I mean, there's few people that are competitors like Chris Weidman.
Man, this is so much fun.
Yeah. You've had it with me.
No.
No, we always get to this point where eventually you don't know how to get rid of me.
I'm just saying. I'm just
So
sort of
you ease
taking
into
it all in.
You know, would you agree with me at all that we came right off this, and maybe it is just me, but the city is not quite lit up.
Oh, yeah.
And do you think my
You know what it
hypothesis
is?
against perhaps the in-between with ESPN,
Islam-
perhaps that's a fair hypothesis?
I think by the time the event happens, it's going to be sold out. It's,
Yep.
as you said, Gate. I think Islam and Jack don't talk a lot of smack, so there's no friction there. I think it's an amazing card, but if you actually look at the players, this is like a real hardcore fans card. Islam Jack don't talk smack. Zhang Valentina don't talk smack. Leon, Carlos, they don't really talk smack. Sean and Morales don't talk smack. BSD, Benil Dariush. That's an amazing 5-pack of fights. There's not one smack talker there. One guy who's going to puff his chest out, right? There's not a single one. Like Brady Morales is an unbelievable fight. I'm kind of surprised they booked Brady against Morales.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get a title shot.
Brady's so good, dude.
So good, but Morales is so good.
I agree. Brady is, the first time I ever saw Brady, this little guy is walking out to do the job against Craig Jones. He ends up winning.
Oh, yeah.
It was a grappling match, and, he was a smaller guy, and he was representing Henzo's gym. You don't really know much about him, and he ended up winning that match. I followed Sean Brady ever since,
Who do you like in that one, by the way?
I like Brady.
You like Brady?
Yeah, I like Brady for the world title.
Like to become champion? Like he would beat Islam if he won, or Jack?
I'm not. I mean, I don't know for sure that he would win it, but yes, he could be the world champion. Yes, on the right day, Sean Brady could beat every man alive. Yes.
What about Carlos and Leon?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Just had Leon here, kind of a make or break for him, right?
Leon can beat everybody, but he doesn't know it. That's the problem with Leon. Leon doesn't know how good he is. Leon lost the belt to Blahal because he doubted himself. Leon was ready to do the job for Kamar the night that the kick was heard around the world. He ended up digging. He had changed the math. He was no longer trying to win that fight. It was a moral. He was just going to get through all 5 rounds. Fair enough. And then that kick comes, but it's like, Leon, you can do that to everyone. He doesn't know how good he is. I think that he grew up and maybe he didn't have parental support. I think maybe his parents didn't tell him how great he was, because he really doesn't know. He is a very. Did you see that day where he took the basketball and he chucks it?
Yeah.
It goes.
I don't know if that's real or not.
Is that real? I thought
think
it was. Am I a fool?
I think it's
Am
AI.
I a fool?
I thought it was.
Oh,
AI.
that's.
It was nice. It was nice though. I think
That
LeBron did the same thing.
sucks.
You thought that was real?
I thought it was
Oh,
real.
you got
But
duped.
all I'm saying is he's a winner. This guy's a winner. He's a nice human being. He's got to grow up after his dad gets murdered. He could end up in prison and nobody would question. Turns out to be a gentleman. He's a sweet guy. He doesn't know how good he is. So you ask me how he's going to do in that fight? I don't know. I know he's the better fighter. I know he's been the best fighter in the company for 6 or 7 years. But he doesn't know it. So
you want to talk to this young guy, Josh, or no? Or is that awkward?
I want you to tell him hi. No, just tell him hi.
Okay.
Make sure he accepted the invitation. We welcomed him into the club, but now I haven't heard from him. So, you got to talk to him. You got to go, hey, I hear you're
This is a
going
big
through
opportunity.
life
It's a big invitation. Don't screw
the
this
Uncle
up.
Chael veil of protection, which is a very real thing in this business.
Well, it's great to see you.
You tell him I said hi?
I am good. I mean, I was going to offer you, but I think you'd rather I do it.
Well, now it got weird.
No,
Can
no,
you hear
no.
me say this?
I don't know if
Is he
he's
on
here
hold?
yet.
Tell him I said hello.
Guys, is he
I want
there?
to sit and enjoy his
You want-
interview.
I don't want to make.
No,
I don't want to make
wanna
it
make
weird.
it
I don't want to make it
I'm
weird.
leaving. You've embarrassed me. You made me look like.
But I
a
want to
fool,
say goodbye to you
but
properly.
You don't mean it. You don't.
I want to make. I want to say goodbye to Steve.
I'm getting up.
Wait, can we take a picture?
Fine.
Okay, but we're gonna do it on the air. Let's do it on the air.
All right, we're
Okay,
doing it on the
it
air.
on the
Where
air.
do we come? Does Steve
He's-
come back here?
Steve, do you mind taking a picture?
Does he come over here though?
No, we're gonna do it in front.
All right, we go.
We're doing it on the
Well,
air,
you'll
guys.
tell Josh,
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
proud
he's
of
listening
him.
to all of this.
Yeah, okay, you'll tell him.
That you're proud of him.
Yeah, don't tell him
He needs to
I
work on the
walked out
promo
on
skills
his
a little bit.
interview. I'm walking out so I can listen to you, the greatest
Imitation.
interview, my new guy.
Greatest form of flattery. Okay, here we go. All right, Grandpa. Okay, yeah. Come, take a quick picture.
Too young to be called Grandpa.
Yeah,
It's his
I got
birthday
you.
yesterday. It's his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, sir. Look at this, guys.
Steve, how's it going? It's great to see you.
Okay, here we go. Here, take a quick picture. That's Connor, by the way, not
What's up,
Gura.
bro? Yeah, we know
What's
each
up,
other.
y'all?
Connor's generally fairly supportive of Uncle Chael on Twitter.
He loves you.
Fairly supportive.
Why fairly? Why fairly?
Good, Steve.
Wait, what about the Polaroid?
Yeah, come on.
Don't forget about the Polaroid. Here we go. Why, does he talk smack about you on Twitter?
No.
You've seen him?
He's been awesome.
Oh, you got a big Steve in there too.
I love it. Thanks,
That's
guys.
another Polaroid? All right.
Thanks.
All right, we've had it with you.
We're online.
We've had it with you.
Chael, you left me hanging.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
You'll have me back when I'm going to run
Absolutely.
for office. You know, this is going to cost you a little something.
Please,
too.
into the microphone.
Well, I don't want you, when I'm running for office, and then you write me back and go, oh, no, I don't do that. You know?
You asked me for something recently, and I came through for you.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask you for money. And
Donation?
It's going to be small.
We're a little tight on
It's
cash
gonna
these
cost
days.
You $1,000. It
Okay,
cost you $1,000
with pleasure.
For both.
What does both mean?
If I win the primary, which it's another.
Put me down for two.
No,
Put me down for two.
Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you. Go get a slice. Go get a hot dog at the corner here. There he is, Chael P. and Steve. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, there they are. I tried to make it happen. Chael P. here. Always a great pleasure when he joins us. My whole situation. Were you able to hear us, Frank, when we were taking the pictures and everything?
We heard enough.
Okay, we heard enough. Always great. Okay, let's not waste any time. Let's see if he happened to hear him. We're talking to Josh Hokit, who was victorious on Saturday, and the talk of the MMA world for the promo that he cut afterwards. Kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. Hello, Josh. Oh yeah, look at that.
Is your monitor big enough for the biggest arm in the heavyweight division?
I'm not sure. Actually, I actually think it's not big enough.
Well, you need to get a bigger one then.
Yes, thank you. Wow. It's great to talk to you, my friend. Did you hear Chael putting you over there?
Yeah, that means a lot, man. He's a legend. And so that means a lot coming from him.
Have you ever met him?
I accept.
Okay, you accept. Have you been formally invited? He told us there's a group chat, the bad guys, Oban Elliott, Colby Covington himself, and they want you in the group chat. Have you been actually invited into the group chat?
I haven't gotten nothing on my end yet, but yes, I'm happy to be part of that.
Okay, well, what a great honor for you. By the way, like to do that, some people, the haters would say like, oh, he's reciting this and that. To me, I'm blown away by having the composure after a fight and the memory to recite all that. No stumbling. You didn't like miss any words. Everything rhymed. Everything flowed perfectly. I thought that was supremely impressive.
I appreciate it. Yeah, everyone wants to say that it was ChatGPT and all this other stuff, but I'm like, you try to get in the cage and then remember all that after,
Yeah. So this to me is very smart because now people are talking about you. When did this whole idea come about to have a persona to break through? There's a lot of guys who sort of blend in, right? There's a lot of vanilla fighters out there. There's a lot of fighters who just don't stick out. When did it occur to you that you have to do something like this in order to get noticed?
Yeah, I think you just got to evolve with the day and age where there's so much media going on now. And I know how I feel when I tune in and I watch some of these heavyweights on TV, and it's just unexciting. There's no backstory. And so I'm just going off of the feel, and whether you love me or hate me, at least you're going to feel something when you see me on TV. And that's the whole thought process behind all that.
So earlier we played the promo for Chael and he reacted to it in real time. He said he hadn't quite seen the whole thing just yet. I want to play you the reaction and get your thoughts on the reaction, all right?
Yeah.
Here it is. First official win in the UFC this Saturday.
Yep.
He gets on the microphone and says this.
All right, here we go.
I'm the talk of the town, the USA sound, the most profound, the boy toy, the lady's joy, the master of disaster, the true speaking pastor's pastor, the biggest arm, the most charm,
Tell him.
the one that's gonna do all the harm. I'm more than meets the eye. I'm even sweeter than your grandma's homemade apple pie. And last, I'll leave you with this.
Homemade.
I already stomped 2 Brazilians, and I'm looking for a third.
Whoa.
Walter Walker, you
Oh.
absolutely suck.
Okay.
That's a hard call out right there.
But yo, that is you.
Yeah, he did fantastic.
There's
He did
multiple
fantastic,
references.
Yes.
So what do you think?
And I, of course, I got inspired by other people. But okay, if he was paying me some homage there. Hey, what about the homemade pie? It doesn't have to be homemade.
Yeah.
From an artistic standpoint, he could have just said sweeter than your grandma's pie. Why's it got to be a homemade pie? That's brilliant. No, that's
You like
brilliant,
that?
though.
So delivery, what about the delivery?
That's what I'm saying.
What about that, man? He put you over. He loved it.
Yes, man. That means so much, man. That's awesome. just seeing that reaction. Yeah, I'm sure he got inspiration from maybe WWF guys and whatever, but obviously he's inspired me. So to see that he's accepted that and approved, that means a lot. I mean, how was on a scale of 1 to 10? What'd you think? It was pretty consistent throughout it was a little lengthy, I could say that, but it was pretty consistent throughout the whole. It kept you engaged, right?
I thought it was fantastic. My only beef with it was that it was in front of 6 people at the Apex. Imagine doing that in front of a sold-out crowd at MSG, at T-Mobile. A character like you cannot be at the Apex. I'm sorry. That is a waste of your talents.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this message gets to Dana and all the UFC people. Man, put me in the T-Mobile. I'm like, if you just kept me at the T-Mobile the rest of my career, I'm happy with T-Mobile. I grew up watching some UFC shows over there, so yeah, hopefully that's the last time I'm in the Apex, but it is what it is.
Were you a pro wrestling fan growing up?
You know what? I want to say when I was 6 years old, my dad broke the news.
Oh yeah.
And he told me that it wasn't real, and I just couldn't get that out of my mind, and I couldn't keep watching it, knowing that they were doing these flips and they were hitting each other, and then I started looking a little bit more closely, and I was like, dang, Dad, you are right. And so I couldn't tune in anymore after that.
Were you a big Chael P fan growing up?
Yeah, I was. I mean, because he's all-American wrestler, and wrestling's such a small community, and so yeah, I like to back all the NCAA wrestlers and watch their career, and so obviously I was watching his, and I just thought he was a genius for his promoting skills. So I'm just taking a little page out of his book.
It's interesting because he was putting you over. He knew about your football career, that you had a great football career at Fresno State, cup of coffee in the NFL, but also were an All-American wrestler at the same time. We were looking at some of your footage. Is this you? This looks nothing like you. Is this
That's
actually
me, Ariel? That's me.
I mean, that's you on top.
That's 50 pounds ago, but that's me. I mean, a lot of people they don't realize that. I mean, just 2 weeks before, I'm weighing 230, and in that video, I am 197. And so I only have 2-3 weeks to lose all that weight, and then 2 months then to get on that podium. And so, I mean, I'm not just the everyday All-American wrestler. I All-American in 2 months while I was playing football year-round. And so I don't think people really understand the full background of that.
No, that is incredibly impressive. You even went toe-to-toe with the great Bo Nickel, right? Look at you with Bo Nickel over there.
Yeah, don't play that.
Okay.
I mean,
no, it's just a screen grab. Just a screen grab.
Yeah. Hey, we could wrestle now when I'm nice and healthy and I'm eating all the food. That's skinny me. That's 197. Right now I'm weighing 240. And so I'm fat and happy.
Man, going from NCAA football, Division I football to that, you don't hear of a lot of athletes doing that. Are there a lot of guys who have? I'm not aware of it. Look at you.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenzo Neal, he went to Fresno State and he played football and wrestled as well, and he All-American, and that really inspired me to follow in his footsteps. To play football and wrestle. And I've always had the mentality of like I'm not like everybody else. Like I always wanted to be different, and I grew up wrestling and playing football, and I just felt like, why stop in college? I know there's a lot of coaches that tell you not to do it. It's not smart, but I mean, they just don't know what a human is fully capable of. Maybe the average person could only play one sport, but some people they're made from a different cloth, and I really believe that I am.
When did you decide that football, all right, that dream is over and now I'm going to focus on this one? What was the point where you made that decision?
Yeah, after I was, this is a true story, by the way.
It's a shoot. Hit me.
Well, I was in the NFL, and there's a lot of liberal propaganda going on there. You walk into these stadiums, and they got the LGBT flag and Black Lives Matter and all. And that's all fine and dandy. But when they start forcing you to comply with it, then you got to wear these LGBT shirts and all this. You got to put something on your helmet, and you know, you got these football players taking a knee, and that didn't sit right with me. And so I would give the football players a little choice of words, and they didn't like it. And so we would handle business in the locker room. I would fight these guys either in the locker room or at practice. And I mean, I didn't lose in the locker room. And so I figured maybe if this football thing doesn't work out, or if I get sick and tired of it, which I did, maybe I should beat people up for some money. And this is how it came about.
Why did that bother you so much?
I don't know. I just have great pride in, you know, America and the flag. Maybe that's just how I was raised.
And so you felt like this was being forced upon you, and that's what turned you off from football?
Yeah, they wanted you to get the vaccine, and it's like they didn't just respect, you know, the people's background. They didn't respect the morals that the person might have, and I don't like that. They took some of our freedom away, and I wasn't okay with that.
So when you came out on Contender Series and said some of these things, you got a lot of heat for it. People are like, oh, we just got over Colby, and now we have to deal with this guy, with this character. How do you respond to that? Who, you know, people who say that this type of rhetoric, there's no place for it in MMA. We don't want to hear about this stuff.
I mean, it's my truth, and I mean, I can't make everybody happy. And if I feel that type of way, I mean, it is what it is. But I think it's all part of the process. And love me, hate me, you're gonna have to pay me. Maybe that'll give them a reason to tune in.
Okay, so you don't mind being the bad guy, so to speak.
No, I'm in the club. I thought you remembered.
Right. Well,
I'm in the club now. I'm the bad guy. Come on.
What about people who say that, you know, I saw some people call you racist. What about that?
I mean, I'm half white, half Mexican. My wife's half black. My father-in-law's black, so it's like I'm a horrible racist if I am one, you know. So it's not true, obviously.
Does that upset you when you hear people saying that about you, or read people saying that about you, reacting that way to what you're trying to do?
No, honestly, I'm like I said, you can't make everybody happy. They're all gonna have their opinions, but you know, as long as you stay true to yourself and the people around you that actually do know you, that's all that matters.
And what's your issue with Brazilians?
I don't know. They just keep feeding me these guys, and you know what? The stars are aligning perfectly. It's funny how, I mean, Colby got his career going, or his career was really taking off with the Brazilians. Chael made a great career fighting the Brazilians, and now they gave me 2 Brazilians, and it is what it is. I'm not asking for them, but I'll keep beating them up if they keep signing the contract.
So Walter, right after your post-fight interview, he responded on Twitter, but I think he has since deleted some of the tweets. This is what he wrote. First things first, he wrote, one question: what shoe size do you wear? Implying, you know, that he's going to take your foot, the heel hooks. Josh Hokit, I want you next. I'm going to kick your head like a soccer ball and force you to respect Brazil and our culture, you piece of shit. And then again, you piece of shit, I'll kick your head and force you to respect our culture. Take my name out of your mouth. I give you the orders, you trash. And I think some of these have been deleted. You even called attention to this, saying he deleted his post, MFer got scared. Is that true? He deleted those? And what do you make of that?
I mean, this guy, I'm surprised he can't even say that type of stuff. I mean, this guy's the ugliest guy on the UFC roster. He looks like Sloth from the Goonies, and he's over here talking trash to me. But, I mean, maybe his PR person was made him take him down. It's like, this guy's probably on another level than all the guys he's been beating, and it's probably not very smart that he's engaging on this, because next thing you know, we're gonna have a contract in front of us, and I'm gonna sign that contract, and he's gonna have to make that decision. You know, that because he signs the contract with me, he's not gonna be able to leg lock me. You know, my grappling's on a different level than the guys he's faced, and on a different level than him. Matter of fact,
he's like an old school pro wrestling guy. You know exactly what he's going for, and he pulls it off every time. You don't think he gets that on you? Doesn't even attempt to get it. Doesn't even get an opportunity to lock it in.
Well, he's probably gonna attempt it, but in reality, it's like I'm not. A lot of these guys, they want to like try to fight the hand or whatever. Like as soon as you go for the leg, I'm out of there, and I'm a lot faster than these guys as well. I don't move like a slow, fat heavyweight like some of these guys that he's beating. He's gonna go for my ankle, and I'm gonna be out of there.
How confident are you that that's your next fight?
Well, I don't know about that because I just found out he broke his leg, and so that's gonna take some time to heal. And I'm looking to get back in there even next month. But I saw that they might have a January card at T-Mobile, and I'd love to get on that.
So perhaps Garrett Armfield next?
Garrett Armfield, is that the guy on X that was tweeting at me?
Yeah, he said when ChatGPT writes your post-fight speech.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said the chat. Like, no one knows who this guy is, you know? And so it's like, maybe he needs to look on ChatGPT or something and memorize some stuff. I mean, these guys, she's probably one loss away from being cut. So it's like, I don't even pay mind to these people.
I noticed someone in the post-fight press conference that you had asked you about DC being critical of your wrestling. And then you said, oh, he's what's the town that he's from? You're from Clovis. And
yeah, he coaches at Gilroy.
Gilroy.
I thought he was throwing shade on me, but I mean, I talked to him.
Because I saw you guys take a picture together. I thought you were boys. You trained with him, right? There you are.
Trained with him, yes. And he gave me a lot of insightful, just tips about being the smaller, wrestler, so to speak, in this heavyweight division. And he gave me a lot of good knowledge. So no ill will there, no ill feelings.
I thought maybe it's because you're a John Jones guy now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not choosing a side there.
Okay.
I'm not choosing.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not choosing a side. I'm friends with both of them.
There you are. So do you actively train with John?
I did. Yeah.
Did?
Guy.
Not anymore?
I don't know if he's training right now.
Okay.
I don't know if he's training right now. So.
But you're at Jackson Wink, right?
Yeah, and he has
his own thing. Right.
Yeah, he does his own thing. He rents his own building, and he gathers a bunch of guys when he's training. And
so, what is it like actually being in the room with John Jones?
Yeah, it's just cool to see like how these high level guys they operate, and it's when he goes into practice, it's no wasted movements. It's all methodical. He's a strategist on top of being a freak athlete. Like that's a scary combo.
That's interesting because he's banging the drum about fighting on this White House card, but unless he's having like secret training sessions, you're saying he's not training right now.
I maybe he is.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think he's probably training, but when it's a real training camp, then he brings in a lot of other fighters to help him out, and maybe his training is more low key.
Okay.
Right now.
What about Gable? Have you trained with him?
Yeah, we trained a little bit. Trained a little bit. Yeah.
How was that?
It's good. It's good. It's that you don't find partners like big guys that are able to control themselves, that have proper body movement. And so when we trained, it was real solid work, real respectful on both ends. And I thought we got solid work in.
To see how things are turning out for you now, you have this momentum, you get the UFC contract, Contender Series, and now getting a win in the UFC. 2-3 years ago, when you're kind of coming to the end of your NFL run, could you have predicted things would turn for you in this exciting way so soon, or did you think it would take 5-6 years before you're fighting at the big leagues?
Yeah, I just knew how the heavyweight division is, and you only need like 4 or 5 fights to, make an impact in the heavyweight division. And so I kind of was aware of that, especially with my background. I knew if I got a few wins, then, the UFC would, give me a call and give me a chance. And that's what happened.
What did you think of the whole Tom Aspinall, Cyril Gane situation, speaking of the heavyweight division and the creme de la creme? What do you think of all of that, how it went down?
Yeah, it was interesting. And it's hard to speak on these eye pokes because you're not the one really getting eye poked, and it's easy for me to just say he should continue on. But yeah, when there's that much on the line and you're getting paid that much money, it's an interesting decision. It seemed like he got poked, and immediately he said he couldn't see, and it almost felt like he didn't give himself a chance, and he kind of already accepted the circumstance. And I'm not saying he took the coward way out, but it's just a decision he's gonna have to live with. And if he's okay with it, then it is what it is. I felt like it just made the heavyweight division look bad.
Okay. It's interesting. You started your career in Bellator, right? And this was right around, and then you were on one of those cards post PFL merger. You would seem to be the kind of guy that PFL would want in their heavyweight division. It's a little thin right now. Why didn't you stick around? Did they try to keep you?
Yeah, they sent me a contract that was less money than the previous contract, and they kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It took 2 years to even get 2 fights, and so even after leaving that, I was able to get 4 fights pretty quickly in LFA, and so yeah, I kind of already knew where I wanted to go. Because no one wakes up and says that they want to be PFL champion or Bellator. You're not dreaming of that as a kid. If anything, it's the UFC champion. And so that's how I was looking at it. And I've just had that gut feeling that I needed to, try to make it to the UFC.
5 fights in 2025, and now here you are, fixture. People are talking about you. So I would say the gamble paid off.
Exactly. I mean, I had the gut feeling, and usually that always steers me in the right direction throughout my life. And so, just talking to the people around me, they all felt the same way. Just take the chance. Obviously, you're not going to be making as much money, but it's going to be worth it in the end. And here we are. I got the $50K bonus, and so I'm off to a good start.
And I would imagine, given what you said earlier, you would like to be on that White House card.
Yeah, I would love to. I mean, I feel like whoever is on that White House card, I mean, their stock is just going through the roof. And so, yes, I would love to be on that White House card.
Are you a Dodgers fan?
I grew up a Dodger fan, just being from California, liking all the LA teams, LA, Dodgers, Lakers, and the Raiders.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, the Dodgers, they're killing it right now with Ohtani's a beast.
Sure. Yeah, some say that he bets on games and stuff like that. Who knows, really? I mean, who's to check, right? Who's to check, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
You never know. So that must have been weird when you played for the Niners. Because didn't you probably grow up hating the Niners if you were an LA guy?
Yeah. But I mean, when whoever's paying you, it's you have to like them now. You have to change your opinion, right?
Of course. Well, I think this is great. Everything's working out. I mean, I could see you being a bit of a polarizing figure, but you seem comfortable with that. You're not here to make friends.
No, I'm here to make the most of my opportunities. And if I have to speak on the mic, it is what it is. I'm not a big fan. I used to. I had the old school wrestling mentality where it's like, forget everybody. I don't need to talk to anybody. I'm just going to grind and I'm going to make it doing that. But that's just not very wise, especially in this day and age. And so you got to do what you got to do now. And that's how I'm looking at it. So my perspective has changed throughout the years.
What changed that perspective?
I mean, I would think I'm kind of an aware person. I kind of see the writing on the wall of where things are going. And, I'm just here to make money. And when you sit down and you look at ways to do that and how to maximize your opportunities, I mean, you have to do this. I feel like you have to give people a good speech or you got to be remembered in some way or another.
Is there a line you won't cross? Is there a bridge too far? Is there a subject that you won't talk about?
That's a good question. Maybe the whole Jew and Palestine stuff. I don't know about all that.
Okay. What do you mean about that? Or I guess
stop it there.
Is that it?
There. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like to sit back and see how everything's playing out, and I don't jump to conclusions on all that stuff. And I see how the mainstream media is, choosing a side, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I did notice in your post-fight press conference you talked about what's happening in Nigeria, and you said, where's the attention on that? Where are the protests on that, right?
Exactly, and that's one thing I do like speaking on is my faith in Jesus Christ, and so if people are being persecuted for that, I want to at least bring some light to it.
Well, I wish you the best, Josh. Congratulations on an incredible year. 5-0 is the stuff dreams are made of. You're now 1-0 in the UFC Contender Series contract, performance bonus. You're in the bad guy club. I would say this has been a pretty good stretch for you. So well
Let's
done.
go.
Congratulations. I think it's your birthday coming up as well. So,
it is.
Yeah,
yes.
so happy early birthday, and looking forward to seeing what you do in 2026. If you don't get a fight in December as well, why not? So
Yes.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you, and thanks for coming on. Great to meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, all the best. There he is, Josh Hokit, the incredible Hoke, or Huck, depending on how you pronounce it. Now 5-0, 1-0 in the UFC, and very much a player, it would seem, in the heavyweight division. Would love to see that fight against Walter Walker, and I think a lot of people probably don't know about his wrestling background, which would make the fight that much more interesting. So let's see where he goes from here, but certainly a candidate for one of the rookies of the year. If you're not specifically talking about the UFC, very hard to go 5-0 in one calendar year. All right, let's move along now and say hello to our final guest of the day. She was very busy last week, had a very big announcement. Ever since her last fight in late July, a lot of people were wondering, where would Claressa Shields go next? Who would she sign with? It was much talked about that she was a promotional free agent, that her deal with Dimitri Salita and Salita Promotions was coming to an end. There was some thought that perhaps she would sign with MVP, who's obviously putting together a big stable of women's fighters, some of the other promotions out there. But mid last week, we found out that she is in fact re-signing with Salita Promotions and Win Records. Massive deal. We'll talk about the terms with her in a moment. But now that saga is over, and we look forward now to her next assignment. We say hello now to the GWOAT, the one and only, the pride of Flint, Michigan, the great Claressa Shields. Hello, Claressa. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
It's nice to talk to you again. Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on this big deal. And so can we take a step back? End of July, you're in the ring, you're winning at home, massive scene, Little Caesars Arena. What did you think was going to happen? I remember that post-fight interview. I remember Dimitri being by your side, and you were talking about being a free agent. How did you think at that time, how did you think the story would play out?
I really had no idea. I was just open and talking to everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. And I really wanted to get the best deal because I know that I'm at a different stage in my career. And I just was like, I want to go high as I can go. I want to make the most money. And I really just was like, I got to put friendships to the side. And I want to, get the real money because I know that I want to keep fighting on big platforms.
And so how difficult was this process? Talking to everyone, being a free agent?
Oh my gosh, listen, it was worth it, but it was so difficult. I mean, listen, I have 4 different contracts, looking at everybody's contracts, weighing the pros and cons. And listen, I just was like, it was very stressful. It was not easy at all. But I almost signed with MVP. Close.
How close? How close?
Like super close.
Okay. So what happened?
Honestly, I like everything that they stand for. Me and Nikisa were able to talk a lot, and he was, understanding my vision. I think that some of our stuff aligned, but it just wasn't. It wasn't enough money. You know what I'm saying? And but I love what they got going on over there. I love how they promote fights. What they've done with Amanda, done with Katie, done with Alicia. Like, I love that. It just wasn't all the way right for me. You know, like I have creative control now with my deal with Salida and Win Records. And, you know, with that, it's just a boxing business, but they definitely came with the most money. And I didn't have to explain my vision because I've been working with Salida for 9 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And it just was like, listen, I want to be like really, really big. I want to make these events be really, really big because I'm gonna go out there and just overperform, you know. So I landed right back at home with Salida. But it was great talking with MVP and Eddie Hearn.
Oh, you spoke to Eddie as well?
Yeah, when I say I talked to everybody, the only person who I wasn't able to talk to was Turkey Al-Sheikh. But I think that's because he's like not really big on women yet. But he always says to everybody who asks him if he was to do a women's fight, he would do one with me. But maybe he was busy around the time. But I just had to work with those 3 or 4 contracts that I had and make the best option. Did
you try to talk to Turkey?
Yeah, but he's very hard to contact, man.
Yeah.
Very hard to contact.
Fair enough. I can understand that. I think it's interesting that you mentioned the MVP thing because I'll be honest, I thought you were going to go in that direction, if only because of all the names that they've signed in women's boxing. They've really invested deeply into it. But I thought, you know, we talked about it when you were on my show in studio, like it seemed like there was a little bit of friction between you guys. And so I was wondering how you'd get over that. It sounds to me like even though you haven't signed with them ultimately, is it fair to say the friction is gone, that you guys are on the same page at least, and there's no more, for lack of a better word, animosity there?
For now, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You know,
Right.
who will say or who will do what. But up on my end, I'm very happy with my decision, and I'm happy to be able to talk with Nikisa, you know, and to have conversations and just to see where our falling out even started at. And I feel like we mended it, you know, but you never know. Somebody may come out tomorrow and say something I don't like, and then I'll say something that they don't like, and then we're back beefing again. But MVP had a lot of girls who I do want to fight. You know, they recently just signed Miller. They have Shadesha Green. They have Savannah Marshall. Those are girls who I would love to still get in the ring with. I've already made offers to Raquel Miller plenty of times, but she said no in the past. So maybe now that she's with MVP, she'll say yes. Same thing with Shadesha. And we already know I beat Savannah. So, but I mean, a rematch wouldn't really be too bad. So, I mean, they got a good stable, and people who are, just because we're on different sides of the street, don't mean that we can't fight. We can still make those fights happen.
Okay, I'm happy you say that because this is an MMA where if you sign with one promotion, you can't fight someone under another umbrella. This is boxing, right? And look, MVP did Taylor Serrano twice, and Taylor's a matchroom fighter. And so I was going to ask you, the first time they were, actually, I guess the first time they were a part of it. Yes, you're right. So 3 times. I forgot that was a matchroom card. These other 2 times were an MVP card, but fair enough.
Okay.
The point being, to me, I thought the most interesting fight for you right now is you versus Shadesha because of the history there and the backstory and whatnot. And so I'm wondering if you get the impression that they will still be open to co-promoting with you and Selena despite the fact that you didn't sign with them. What is your impression?
I think that MVP thinks that Shadesha can beat me, which they have all the right to think that. But it's not going to be a hard fight to make, if I'm being honest, to make with any of the girls. I don't think that me signing with Salida will do anything to mess that up. And then, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with the boxing world, and I mean this in the most sincere way. Even though, you know, Fran John has kind of switched up and she acting how she acting, but Fran John beat Shadesha. So I don't know why people want to overlook that and say styles make fights and why won't you fight Shadesha first? It's like, so I'm supposed to just forget about Fran John like she didn't beat her up? It's like she deserves an opportunity too. I mean, anybody that want to get beat up by the GOAT can fight the GOAT, right? But it's like, we cannot ignore that Fran John is better than Shadesha Green. No matter who she signed with, Fran John is the better fighter. Those girls fought. Fran John won. So when it comes to me, it's like, I'm going to pick, you know, who I want to fight for one at the time. But it's like, what makes y'all think that she's so much better than Fran John and Fran John beat her? Like, that's disrespectful to me.
I think there's a couple of things at play here, and maybe I'm wrong. I think, number one, you fought Fran John in your debut and beat her. So at least this is like a fresh matchup. And I think that Shadesha's win over Savannah kind of propelled her to a point where that was the highest profile win of her career and the best opponent that she's ever faced. And I don't know if Franchon has a win over a fighter that's of that caliber. And so I feel like it's not clean, but I think those things are at play here.
We're not going to act like Savannah just washed Franchon. That fight was close. I was there in person.
No, I know, but you see, like, it's not like 1 + 1 = 2. It's very complicated because you beat Franchon,
like,
Shadeja beat Savannah, Savannah beat like, it's just a weird one.
Yeah, it's a weird one, but I don't like they try to ignore the fact that happened.
That's fair. I don't think that's. I'm not ignoring it. I just think that there's some spice to the fight, and I think a lot of people.
I mean, but listen, I got enough time to fight everybody. So
yeah.
It ain't really no big deal about who I fight first or last. It's not a big deal.
So the terms are as announced at the press conference: $8 million for 2 years with a $3 million signing bonus. Right?
Yeah.
How many fights are required to happen in those 2 years? 4. So 2 and 2, or it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean 2 and 2?
Like, does it have to be 2
2
next
years?
year and 2 next year, or does it matter? Does it not matter?
Yeah. I mean, like that's good math. Or if it just I do 3 fights next year and then fight 1 the next year. I mean, however we can get four fights in within 2 years. Honestly.
Okay, and do you know when your next one is?
We still getting that figured out. It's so much going on in women's boxing right now. So many different players. So we just getting that figured out. But it'll be an announcement probably about 2-3 weeks. Soon as we get somebody to sign a signature, then we'll make the announcement, do the press conference, and go from there.
Do you have a preference? When, where, and against who, if it was up to you? You're the boss.
It was up to me?
Yeah.
Well, my dream was to fight at T-Mobile Arena in front of 25,000 and be the main event. That is my ultimate dream in boxing. I think once that's accomplished, I'll probably be like, all right, now I can retire, I guess.
No, because if that happens next, you still got a lot more to do.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, that fight,
Sure.
But I would love to fight there. But my next fight, I don't know if I want to fight. I know I want to try a different arena. So I love fighting in Detroit. I want to fight at the Barclays. I already said T-Mobile. So wherever we land at, I just know that I'll be prepared to fight and ready to, showcase my skills.
Okay. And an opponent, if it was up to you, would it be Franchon?
If it was up to me, which it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. If it's Franchon, if it's Shadeja, if it's Miller, if it's Michaela, it don't really matter. I'm just letting the team do their job. I'm just in the gym training, getting ready, and trying to become faster, stronger, and smarter. That's all I'm trying to do inside the gym.
The name we haven't mentioned, and the one that's garnering the most attention, as you know, is Layla Ali. And we've talked about this, but like even in the last 10 or so days, Breakfast Club, all this stuff, like anytime you or she you talk about her, she talks about you, it explodes. And so are you guys actively pursuing this fight? Is this something that is being talked about behind the scenes?
I don't know if you guys seen it. She already declined it. So I don't even talk about it anymore. It is what it is.
But you posted a video on your YouTube, like explaining the beef and all that stuff, and that garners interest, right? It has 1.5 million views, that video alone.
Yeah, 1.7 or something like that.
Okay, who's counting?
But at the end of the day, listen, she already turned it down. And the reason I think people get it misconstrued, they think that, I want to fight her because she's been retired for 17 years and I'm just trying to bully her and she's old and she's this. And that's not it. She's the one said she can knock me out and that nobody can give her competition. And that was my reason for even wanting to fight her. Now that it's been 8 years and it's over with, listen, she said no, perfectly fine. That is A-okay. It is other girls who are better than her, who are active, who I can fight against.
Do you think that she said no because of the money, or do you think she just actually doesn't want to fight you regardless of the payday?
What did you just ask me?
Do you think that sometimes you say no because you want more money, right? Do you think she wants to fight you but just wants more money, or do you think she just doesn't want to fight you, period, at this point?
I've been in boxing 20 plus years now, and I've been pro for 9 to 10 years. And you don't say no to a fight that you want if you want more money. It's called negotiate. So there is no, she doesn't want to negotiate. She doesn't want to fight. And like I said, that is so beneath me now. And it's been beneath me. You know what I'm saying? I pulled her card. She said no. She may hate documentaries. It is what it is. But your girl just signed for $8 million, $3 million signing bonus. And I'm excited to get back inside the ring and show everybody why I got this big lucrative deal, because I'm that girl and I am the greatest woman of all time.
When you say you pulled her card, what does that mean? Like you called her bluff, basically? Like she was talking and then you
There
said,
you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you made her an actual offer.
Yes.
And how much was
You
it for?
seen the offer. Everybody's seen it. It was $15 million.
Okay. For one fight.
Just me and her. That's what she wanted.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And what did she say?
Ariel, you know what she said.
I want to hear from you. I don't know what she said. I didn't talk to her about it.
But did you watch her hate documentary?
No, I didn't, to be honest.
Okay, well, she said no.
I know, but what was the reason? I was wondering what the reason was that she gave you.
I honestly didn't look into that.
Okay.
Like,
No, but in the negotiation, did she say no just via YouTube, or did she actually say no to your people?
From her people came, oh, she's busy with this, busy with that.
Okay.
She'll get back to her whenever she can. And I guess the getting back to us was her making her YouTube hate videos.
That's weird.
Which came straight from the horse's mouth, which, like I said, it is fine. I don't know if you enjoy talking about this, but I don't.
Okay.
It is what it is. Like, I'm going to be fighting, January, February, or March against a very sturdy opponent, where I'm going to come out there guns blazing, sharper as ever, showcasing my skills that I've always shown. I've actually got time now to where I can let some of my injuries heal up and actually get back to training how I used to. So I'm super excited to go on to a fight finally, not having no injuries. My last 2 fights, I was injured very bad, but I still went in there and showcased what a GOAT can do. And I'm just ready to get back inside the ring and just continue to be great. You know what I'm saying?
Just to be 100%.
Selling out arenas, 16,000 people, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. And just to be clear, and we'll move on. You're 30, she's 47. She hasn't fought since 2007. I don't have much interest in this fight. I was like, honestly, I would much rather see you fight Shadeja, Franchon, Michaela Mayer.
Yeah.
It was
as you should.
100%. I just could. I looked at the numbers on YouTube of people, and clearly that's a sign that there's interest. I was like, holy shit, this is
a sign that this. Look, there's no interest up on my end. Look, all you gotta do is tell me no, and that's it. First of all, nobody turns down that much money. I wouldn't do it. It's just not a thing that people do who want to fight. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I don't understand the whole conversation, but at the end of the day, so I'm still gonna make that in my career. I'm still making more money than she's ever made in a fight. And I'm gonna continue to do that. Like, $8 million deal for 2 years is great, but I want to make it to where the girls coming up after me, can make $25 million deals and $50 million deals. So that's what I'm trying to get to and show them like a real blueprint, because there is a blueprint to make a lot of money in women's boxing. You just have to learn it.
Mm-hmm. The Michaela one is really interesting, given your Olympic background and whatnot.
Oh my God, Michaela kicked Mary Scream's ass. Oh my God.
Were you surprised?
I was so geeked. I'm like, oh my God, freaking Michaela came out there like a monster. Like, she was driven. She was like a mad woman. I was like, oh Lord. I mean, after the fight, he was like, Mary Spencer was like, what the hell just happened? It was great. I love seeing it.
So you like this fight? You like this idea?
No, I do. I do. I think, 160, 154 for me and Michaela would be fair. I have been at 160 in the past 2 years, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? If that's a great fight and she's ranked number 3 on a pound list now, so I mean, like, that'd be great to fight another fighter on a pound list, knowing that we both have Olympic background, went to the Olympics together, have been around each other majority of my life. People don't know, but TMI, but Michaela taught me how to wear a freaking tampon when I was 16. So just being able to share the ring with her would be great. And I think it'd be great for women's boxing, to be honest with you.
You mentioned the Olympics, by the way. So you did mention last week the 2028, the desire. Do you think this could happen?
Yes.
Do you think this could happen, really? And wouldn't that, there's no money involved in that, right? So now you're on this trajectory where you're making big money. that would pause it for a minute as you prepare, as you kind of relearn. You have to. It's a different style, right? The amateur boxing, Olympic boxing style.
Very different.
Yeah. So
It's very different.
would that make sense financially for you? You've been there, done that. You won 2 gold medals.
Well, some stuff you have to do for the history of it. It's not really about the money. I love representing America. When I went to the Olympics, I love wearing that USA on my chest and being able to just represent my country and to fight for us, and it's one of the highlights of my career. To be able to go to the Olympics one time to win a gold medal was great, but I've done it 2 times. And, to have an opportunity to go and do it again, listen, I've hit up USA Boxing, I've hit up everybody, and I've let them, man, why the heck would they do that?
What happened? What happened? Someone called you?
Yeah, and they know I'm on the interview. That's crazy.
It's all good. We still see you.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, but I would love to go back and represent my country and just being able to go for a 3rd Olympic gold medal. And hey, I'm the last person to win Olympic gold medal for the USA in boxing. 2012 and 2016. So hey, if the opportunity came and it was a way, which I think it is, I would love to go through the process and do it.
Wow. That would be a spectacle. That would be something. And much respect to you if you do go down that route. Can I ask, because you're very smart, you're very in tune with the business side of things, have you been paying attention to this Ali Act stuff about,
Yeah, I have.
How do you feel about all of that, potentially changing this?
I think that the Ali Act is what protect fighters. Giving us the knowledge to know, one, our deal structure with our promoter, and then to knowing, what's the revenue and what's this and what's that, making sure that we're getting paid fairly. So I don't think that it should be changed. And I think it's a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like boxing has become like a thing where it's hard to make fights because these guys want certain kind of money and stuff, and I think that they want to put rules and laws in place to where they can like force these fights and then also keep majority of the money, which I think is not good for fighters, especially of my stature. So I don't think it should be a limit on how much we can make or whatever. But hey, I think that's just with Dana White in the Riyadh season thing, right?
Yeah, Zuffa Boxing, they're calling it. They're starting their new promotion. You said you talked to everyone. Did you talk to them?
No. I mean, listen, I'm not a beggar. And I've never had to beg for anything. So I let everybody know after my fight, I was a free agent. I let it be known. I was big on it. And really, whoever reached out to me and wanted to work with me, that's who I was willing to have conversations with. And I went and met with NDP in person. I talked with Eddie Hearn over Zoom. Of course, I spoke with Salida and even when records, and everybody sent there in their contracts. And that's just kind of what I've been dealing with the past few months. But I was happy to finally get it out the way and just being able to continue in my career.
By the way, you mentioned Nikisa. Did you also talk to Jake or just Nikisa?
No, I wasn't able to talk to Jake.
Okay.
He called me one time when he's with Nikisa or something like that, but I ended up missing a phone call.
Okay. We talked about a lot of opponents. Maybe Sydney Sweeney as a potential next year.
Huh?
You versus Sydney Sweeney. She's into the boxing now. No?
Where I heard the name from?
The actress, who's playing Christy Martin.
Oh, the one that's playing Christy.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a joke.
Sorry.
It was a joke. Didn't you say that you'd be willing? Because she said she wanted to maybe try a fight.
TMZ just asked me about her at my press conference. So I see that she said she want to have a boxing match, right?
Yeah. She kind of openly talked. Yeah, but she's a big Hollywood star.
Yeah, I think she should wear a headgear her first fight, but after that, if she want to take it off and she gets some more experience, why not? I think everybody should be in a fight. Speaking of, have you ever been in a fight?
Me?
Ariel? Yeah.
A pro boxing bout or an amateur boxing bout?
Either.
Or a street fight?
Either. You ever been in a fight?
No, I haven't. I'm a lover.
Oh my God, you're missing out, man. You need to get.
Are you saying that I don't have the street cred unless I do it, unless I make that walk?
No, it's not really like a street cred thing. It's just like, people like to give judgment and stuff like that to fighters, and it's just like you don't really understand what fighters have to go through unless you experience it.
Are you saying I'm that kind of guy?
No, I'm just saying, like, I think sometimes your takes can be a little,
What? Questionable? Comme si, comme ça?
Baby, can you go get the food?
Uh-oh.
Did you give him the code?
No? All right. Hold on.
Just as you're insulting me, you say my taste is questionable. Now I'm going to be...
No, I don't think it's questionable. I think that sometimes you judge fighters pretty hard a little bit.
You think so? I feel like I'm very respectful.
No, like you're respectful, but you're like real. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you respect that?
Yeah. I respect realness. Yes, absolutely.
I do boxing twice a week and I spar on Fridays, but I don't really
So sparring is like a fight?
No, but this is me and my trainer, and he's going like 50%. I mean, he's going not even 50, 15% probably on me. But I wear a mouthpiece and he punches me in the face.
Interesting. I would love to see that.
You what? Can I send you some of my footage?
Please send it. And lastly,
yes.
Send me your address so I can send you your quote dial.
Oh, what's that? What's that?
The quote.
Oh, a doll. Oh, you have one?
Yeah. I have one, yes.
Okay, it's a deal.
I need to send it to you.
You're hard to get to. There's like 8 layers of people to get to you.
It needs to be like that.
Yeah.
Listen, you can't listen. I used to be able to where you can just contact me.
Sure.
Now it's like, no, I have to put something in between because people are I'm way too nice.
Yeah.
I think I'm way too nice. But I need to have somebody who they meet who's not nice before they get to me, so they understand when you get to me, ain't none of that bull crap going.
Well, we're not haters here. I told you, my producer has your signed glove above his head. Every time we show him, your glove is in the shot. You know that right there. Look, that's you.
I appreciate that, Ariel. Like, you have never been biased or anything. I think that you know what's real, and that you respect my skills and everything. And that's all I really want at the end of the day. Just respect my hard work and respect my skills. That's really all I want for you.
Well, congratulations. Mazel tov, as Dimitri Salita would say.
Yes, you know what? I'm actually going to go jet shopping this week. I heard jets cost about $500,000 to maintain a year.
Jeez.
So I want to see if I can get me a jet or something, because sometimes these flights and all this stuff be like holding me up. Maybe if I had a private jet, I can get around easier. So
wow.
I'm really excited about this. I really want to say something.
Please.
Thank you to every last one of my fans who came to my fights, who bought any of my pay-per-views, who bought any of my Woke gear. You guys are so respected and loved by me. And whenever I'm going through some on social media, like, they're always defending me, sending me motivational messages, and that really means a lot. So I appreciate that. And hey, we're only going higher.
I love it.
Shout out to Salita and Win Records. Woohoo!
Congratulations. Well done, Claressa. All the best to you. You've earned it. You deserve it. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you.
All right, there she is, Claressa Shields. Look at that smile. Very happy. She has cashed in a big way. 2-year deal, $8 million over the course of those 2 years, 4 fights, $3 million signing bonus. And I thought she was about to call me out real quick. I thought she wanted that smoke. For the record,
those fighting words.
I did not want any of that smoke. I did not want any of that.
She was listed on that
Jake
list
Paul.
of opponents for Jake Paul, so maybe.
Yes, I wanted none of that. But you must be very happy, right, Rick? I mean,
this is quote things, Like, I'm thrilled for her.
I'm happy that you have the glove there, because anytime I feel like she's turning on me, I could just go to that. Like, we're fans. Look, we're fans.
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, that's right.
Who the fuck is we?
That's right. Thank you, Dustin.
I am, definitely.
Yes.
Love the quote.
Great stuff there. What about Chael? Chael and Steve?
What?
Steve's a real life cowboy.
Hey, shout out to Steve, bro.
Shout out to Steve.
I see why he rolls around New York with that guy.
Yo, that guy is like belt buckle.
Oh yeah.
Hat, shoes.
But loves New York. Don't forget.
Loves New York.
Loves
Pizzi,
New York.
This is his father-in-law. Would you travel from Ireland to New York with just your father-in-law? Just the two of yous?
Jimmy?
Yeah.
No, Jimmy Slater's a legend. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. All right.
I mean, by the way,
he's very much in demand in Dublin in general.
I said the same thing. Feels like
I feel like
you might just have a problem, Ariel.
No,
Why such a hater?
I'm just trying to play up the whole.
Is there beef?
No, there's no
Because
beef.
me and Pizzi, we're locked in. Father-in-law, you want to go take a trip? Let's go.
Whatever he wants.
those
I'm ready to
fighting
go.
words.
We're going on vacation in December together, him and I.
Just you two?
Well, there's a lot of there's a few other people.
Yep.
Family, we come together.
Speaking of Chael,
What about
yes.
the
Yes.
D-Wash a la Billy?
He hit every.
Oh, yeah,
it was
yeah.
the greatest hits of Chael's mispronunciations.
Yeah.
Diwashalavili is number one by far. It will never be top. Diwashalavili.
Pierre?
No. Diwashalavili.
Even Paramount got mispronounced. Paramount.
What did they say?
He said Paramount.
Oh, okay.
He hit Blahal. He hit Makalchev.
Yeah, about 17 Makalchevs.
The bullet.
There was the bullet.
Never said
Yes,
Valentina.
The bullet.
He
Never said
he never said
Shevchenko.
Valentino or Shevchenko. It was simply the bullet.
I love that.
Pierre.
The Australian
The
rip
slander.
was crazy. No love for the boys down under.
That is true, and you guys gave me something, but I only saw it afterwards. Unfortunately, what was this little nugget here? Australia has 0 boxing, wrestling, or judo gold medals at the Olympics, 2 silver and 10 bronze. So that's not horrible.
It's not.
Well, no gold.
No, I know, but he said like they have no presence whatsoever. 2 silver and 10 bronze for a tiny nation is not the worst thing in the world.
Tiny nation. Wow, Australia's getting
Fucking huge.
I mean, a tiny
killed
nation.
today.
How many
Population
athletes?
not great.
What is their
The middle is the
delegation?
bush.
No, I mean population-wise. How big is their delegation? It's not that big. By the way,
They kill at swimming.
they do. Just circling back, I did get a DM mid-show from a gentleman named Andy Stevenson, who wrote that Pizzi is 100% wrong about tipping. No line, tipping culture entirely different. He's trying to act like a Southsider. So I don't know.
Well, you see, the problem is he is
Leon
so
as
he's
well was
very,
calling
very
into
wealthy
question.
man, very wealthy man.
Yeah.
He's from the south side, and they don't see menial workers as workers at all. They don't see them as human beings. So when Andy's getting his trough of lobster or whatever it is he eats every day, he just be like, "Yeah, now get out of my quarters." I, on the other hand, say, "Thank you very much. Here is some money." Because I know that your employers are paying you so poorly. That's just me and him. I never said there was a line, Ariel. I said tipping.
I asked multiple times about the line. You said, yep, there's a line.
I didn't say there's a line. You're
Even
crossing
Leon.
the
I've never
line
seen
right
the line
now.
either.
Even Leon got a shot in. Did you happen to hear that? He said you were very posh.
I did. Well, you need a back garden. He definitely has a big back garden. He forgets. I know where he lives too. He is a massive gaff in Birmingham.
All right.
Don't believe it. You want to see his car? I mean, it's a brand new Mercedes Jeep, Joan, and big, huge 4MATIC things. Leon, I've been around you, mate. Don't give me this. You're way more rich than I'll ever be, my friend.
A quick update on the standings for USA golds in judo, wrestling, and boxing.
Yes.
109.
Holy crap.
Gold medals.
Compared to 0.
Not bad for a small nation.
Joe might have a point.
Hey, shout out to Oban. Obviously, he has a point to a degree, but I didn't feel like Jack Della. And by the way,
We love the Aussies. They have 2 active champions right
yes, Australia is enjoying like a massive renaissance.
now. They have James Stone.
They're enjoying a massive. I don't even know if renaissance is the word, a resurgence. I don't even know if resurgence is the word, a surgence, if that's even a word, in all of combat, in MMA and boxing. Gents, let's go around the world of combat sports, shall we? There's a lot going on. There's a lot to get to. We briefly touched on this with Chael, but everyone's making a big deal regarding Islam Makhachev's his physique. What do you guys make of this? Is this changing your opinion on the fight? Is this making you think that he's got a better chance at beating Jack Della? We have the footage, right, of him walking around. We've shown it a couple of times. Yeah, there's Usman, and here's old Islam. Here's your man Islam. Pizzi, what do you make of this? Everyone going crazy over this 5-second clip.
Yeah, I mean he's beefed up, isn't he? But I expected him to be. Like, he's emaciated at 155. I think most people are making a thing about it, like, the creatine thing. I think that's why it's a big deal. I just started taking creatine and now I'm enormous. He has to make up for height differences and stuff with size. Sure, like, look at, I know Habib is not competing now, but he looked completely different on fight night than he did when he was fighting. I think this is just a natural thing to expect when a lad is moving up from 155 up to a new division. He has to make up for it somehow, and it was going to have to be size. It's not like he can just add 3 inches of height to his size in general. You know what I mean? But definitely substantial man. There's no doubt about that.
Do you guys agree with what Chael was saying? No buzz, no one talk. Like, it really is an amazing card. But then when you break down the personalities, I can kind of see. But I don't know. I feel like people are pumped about this one.
Yeah, but this does feel like a fight fans card to an extent, right? Like, I don't think Islam and Jack are the guys that get like. Islam is one of the bigger stars.
Yeah,
Islam is very popular.
But I don't think casual people are tuning in for the Islams in the same way that it's the Connors, the Johns, the Alex, even Alex. You know, like I think he draws in a different fan base, and so yeah, I get that. But there's not a fight fan. There's not a fight fan, an MMA fan that is not going to be watching this card.
If you're a fight fan, you're through the roof for this one. I do have to say, did the doorman test this morning, and I was like, "You gonna watch the UFC this weekend?" He's like, "No, who's fighting?" I was like, "Oh, dude, it's at MSG. It's Islam Makhachev and Jack." And he had no idea that it was happening.
Serious?
He was like, "Oh, I guess I'll have to tune in.
Who's to check? That's right.
You dropped a who's to check.
I did it for you guys. I did it for you guys.
Big
I was
pop back here.
I was
Big
hoping to pop the. I'm always trying to entice. I want to see like how far Frank's self-preservation could go. Like I'm trying to get him to press. I'm trying to get you to press the button.
In the middle of an interview.
I want to see. I want to see. I love those top 4 fights in particular are incredible. The 5 is amazing. Bo Nickel, and then some of the other fights on the prelims. Like, what more? I know we always say that, but I think it's the best pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah, probably.
I can't think of 1 through 5 of the year that I've liked better than this one.
In my opinion, without a doubt, it is. I know Oven did the stats last week about it, but Dana White tweeted or Instagrammed a graphic: 21 fighters coming off a win, 14 on win streak, 9 fighters on 4+ win streaks. It's pretty incredible. 3 undefeated fighters.
Stole that from Oven, by the way.
Yeah, no credit to Oven. I noticed that.
Same graphic? Did he just cut and paste it, or what?
Freak MMA made a graphic up of it. No love.
He shared it, huh?
No love to Oven.
Well, it's not only about UFC 322 on Saturday night, guys. We're also getting the Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank rematch, which again, a lot of people are saying.
I was just about to say, you talk no
flying
buzz.
under the radar, right?
This feels like no buzz.
Yeah.
And here they are. Do they talk to each other here? Can we go sound full?
Yeah, they're not saying much.
Okay, it's just
a lot of finger pointing.
I mean, no one even in between them is playing with fire.
Any amount of eggs there.
Yeah.
Not to keep harping on it, you want to know how no buzz this is?
Tell me.
The Dorman test, who's a diehard boxing fan, he said, I'm going to have to watch the UFC because there's no boxing this weekend.
My word.
Wow.
You want even another indicator?
Yeah.
Last week.
You didn't know. You didn't even know it was happening.
No idea.
Last week, I drop in a video of their face-off that DAZN posted and said, like, this is the best rivalry in combat sports, maybe the best rivalry in all of sports, and not one of you motherfuckers even clicked the link, watched the video, or said a thing.
Couldn't be bothered.
Federal fucking prison.
We're over here.
I watched 3 minutes and turned it off, mate.
We're over here spinning up storylines about all these bullshit rivalries. This is, again, the best. And you know what? They're going to produce in the ring. And again, I'm going to get to gloat on Monday morning. And you guys are going to be like, you said it, but it's going to be incredible. I can't wait. I can't wait.
I do
wonder. If I remember correctly, though, there wasn't a massive buzz that this early in the fight week, the first
Yes, that's right.
It went fucking crazy towards the end of the week.
That's right.
Remember Big Frank in there with the weigh-in and everything? It went into overdrive. And then, of course,
the egg.
The big reveal.
No, the egg was far before fight.
Egg was far before.
Yeah,
it was like 2 months before.
Yeah, it
was what's it like over there? Where boxing is probably a little bit more popular. You're closer to the UK. What's it like over there?
Like a few people have talked to me about it, like just looking forward to the fight or whatever. But it's I think it's always way too early, as well as with UFC 322. It's too early at this time of the week. We're only getting over the massive event at the Apex, we have to let ourselves settle down for a couple of days. It's a brilliant card. I can't fucking wait. And after all the shit that's going on in this sport with the gambling and everything, it's just great to look at a card and just like, I cannot wait to watch these lads fight. And that's how I feel about it.
I gotta say, you gotta start holding me to it. I've been meaning to adopt the like European, Australian individual numbers when I say the pay-per-view event.
Yeah, 322.
You just said 322.
Yeah.
I love that. I gotta drop the 322. UFC 322.
I didn't even realize it did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just go You'd say 322. What? Why would you say?
No.
You say
322.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I zig while everyone else is zagging, and I say,
you know what? It's kind of like tipping.
322 is very regal.
Yeah, I don't mind that. UFC 322 this weekend at Madison Square Garden.
I actually kind of love it.
This is
'Cause
horrible.
no one else is doing it.
I don't
By the
like
way,
it.
speaking of this past weekend, what did you guys make of Hokit in the cage and then in the interview, in the chat? Any thoughts on this personality? I mean, for the most part, he's pretty like even keel, and then he drops a couple of nuclear bombs. You know, he's pretty like actually mild mannered.
Yeah,
I like it. I like anyone that's gonna get the juices flowing at this stage. Just give me something. You know what I mean? I don't care if people feel bad about it or good about it. Just get people feeling something at this stage. That's what we want, especially on an Apex card. Piss off as many people as you want. You know, do it. Just make us feel something. That's what the heavyweight division needs.
especially at heavyweight. Yeah, I like what he's doing because I think heavyweight desperately needs it. But it is just another reminder that like the glory days are not coming back. We will not get another Chael. We will not get another Connor. Like it just doesn't. It doesn't hit the same. It does not hit the same. But it's at least something. I'll take it.
What about this group chat as well? This revelation that there's an Oban Elliott,
Very
Colby
exciting.
Covington, Chael Sonnen
The
group
bad guys chat. Yeah.
and now Josh is in it. I mean, that's probably the greatest honor that someone of his stature can get right now. in
That's
his
a meeting
career.
of the minds right there.
Yeah,
It's
good shit.
amazing.
Owen and Colby is an interesting combo. You know,
And they, despite having never met, they all have each other's backs.
can I be honest with you guys? No joke. I think Douglas Crosby called him 14 times in that interview.
Yeah.
like it
one
just
time
kept,
we caught a glance of it.
he just kept calling him over and over and over, and it got to the point where like I would look and then he would silence it, and then I just wanted to be like, does he want to come on? Like very clearly now,
Evidently.
you're here. So why is he continuing to call? I don't understand.
I love that Chael and Steve, Cowboy Steve, went out to watch fights to support Douglas Crosby.
MMA
judging.
Yeah.
Let's go, Doug. Doing the scores.
Yeah, you
Scored a
got
shot out
that
of
one. You got that one. 10-9. But didn't get the call from MSG. Dare I say, it's tough.
It's tough.
Yeah. Well, guys, I do want to let you know that you can watch the Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn fight on DAZN, and DAZN has rolled out something called the Ultimate Plan. Have you guys heard about this? This is very exciting. They announced back in July, I do believe, that they were getting rid of the pay-per-view situation. Well, really now it's like, I don't know, it's like this pass where you get X amount. I even got, well, let me read this here because I actually got a breakdown from our old friends at DAZN. So the pricing, it varies by market, but in the US, it's $44.99 a month or $24.99 pounds in the UK per month, or you could pay up front $449.99 or $249.99 for even better value. And so if you pay the $44.99 or the $24.99, you get every single show. That includes what would have been a pay-per-view. It's one subscription that includes 12 plus pay-per-views in addition to the 185 boxing events plus other content that comes with your traditional DAZN subscription. What do you guys think of this? This is something that I think other people have said, like regarding ESPN Plus back in the day, like, hey, if we could get one. The question is, are there 12 shows that are pay-per-view price worthy to make this worth your while? Because I think now the subscription, the monthly subscription, is somewhere in like the $19.99 range, but then you'd have to pay for the pay-per-views.
Can't imagine this is going to be a huge hit.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
You think people would just pick and choose?
I think they would prefer to, yeah.
Because it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. You're paying almost $500 a year.
Yeah. And then, like, they got your money up front. Where's the incentive to beef up the cards, right?
Exactly.
Once you're in. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think the original reaction was they're just going to do away with pay-per-view, but now it's more of a, I don't know.
I mean, think about like
season pass.
Think about if like the UFC came out with this and they're charging $80 a pay-per-view over the course of the year. That's over $1,000. Even if they charged $500 a year for everything, I still don't think people would be that hyped up about it.
You know, I'm looking up now, like NFL Sunday Ticket in the U.S. I don't subscribe to it. How much do you think it is?
$340.
$4.99, I thought.
$276.
Oh.
Bye. And you're
NFL
getting every
Sunday
NFL
ticket
game.
is 50% less than this. And you're getting
I
and
pay 200.
how much you pay?
I'm just I'm paying like 200 for NFL, and then I'm paying.
What are we
This
looking
is all
at?
through the zone.
Receipts?
Is this
Are we
before
pulling out a
tip or
filing
after
cabinet
tip?
there?
Yeah, no, I like that.
No, I'm on the fucking the app here. Hang on, and then.
But I mean,
Just the look on his
Look at how
face right now.
stressed
What
this
is
guy
happening?
looks.
he needs
So
he needs
disrespectful.
glasses like this to be like, no, you get good luck.
How much am I?
Pete's struggling.
I-
with this.
I'm paying. I'm not in this new thing, and I'm paying 20.
It looks like you just
No,
licked
no,
your
no, no.
fingers and now you're working through a file cabinet to find your receipts.
By the way, you aren't. No one is a part of it.
Did you just show
have
your
to
credit
sign
card?
up.
What was that?
I'm paying $19.99 a month for DAZN.
Okay.
And
It's tough.
yeah. And-
So you're on the same thing as me.
but
right?
by the way, for the $19.99, I don't get Ben Eubank.
Yeah.
I don't get like the top tier. I don't
Neither
get
way,
the.
no.
I'm not getting Devin Haney, Brian Norman next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so you're saying incrementally you could pay a little bit more and get those pay-per-views. But what GC is saying is like, how many of those are going to happen that I want to
I
lock
agree.
in ahead of it?
And then when you compare it to Sunday Ticket, where you're getting,
yeah,
how many games are you getting on Sunday? What is it? Would it be like 15 or
It's
so?
like, it's like 14 games.
Yeah,
every Sunday.
over the course of 17 weeks.
it's a lot of content. Yeah.
It's a lot of. It's
Someone do the math.
yes,
it's a lot of games.
and it's for 50% less.
Yeah.
But hang on.
It's
hang on.
also
so we're
the NFL.
Yeah.
So we're paying £5 more for this new thing, and we have all the pay-per-views as well. Is that correct?
Well, no,
No,
right. So right
25.
now, yours is if you're. I'm assuming you'll go by UK. It's
Yeah, yeah.
£24.99. They don't have Ireland listed or Euro listed, but that's what it's saying a month, or £249.99 a month. Excuse me, a year. £249.99 a year for the 12 shows plus everything else. I don't know. Let's see. By the way,
So what do you get for that upper tier? The 44?
you're getting everything. You're getting the pay-per-views and everything.
The
In
ultimate.
addition, like Virgil Ortiz fight this past weekend was not a pay-per-view. So you'll get all of those, all of those shows, the MVP cards, whatever, in addition to Ben Eubank, in addition to Norman Haney, in addition to
And at the 25 tier, it's those big shows plus the local shows,
by the way, it's
but
not
not the
25, it's
pay-per-views.
$44 American, $45 American a
Okay.
month.
Jesus.
45 a month, 25 in the UK.
You also talked about getting rid
that
of
was just a
pay-per-views.
conversion. Okay,
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it. I didn't realize. Okay.
You
I
talked
thought there
about
were two
getting
tiers.
You talked about
What's
getting
yours?
rid of pay-per-views. So now you're upping the price, which I can't imagine customers are going to be happy with. It's like, wait, I thought pay-per-views were gone. Now we have to pay this extra price to get them.
I would just imagine most fans will pick and choose. You know what I mean? They'll just be like, okay, I'm into this card. I don't want to pay up front or pay even monthly $44 a month. By the way, this is still not available in Canada, Spain, Italy, France, Portugal, Belgium, Taiwan, DACH. What's that? What's DACH? And Japan. It is available in over 170 markets, including the UK, including the US, and I would presume Ireland as well. What is DACH? Oh, DACH, is that Germany?
Refers to the region of German-speaking countries, Deutschland, Austria, and Switzerland.
Okay, well, there you go.
Hey, shout out to Switzerland.
That's a new on me.
Yeah, I've not heard that one before. So anyway, that's what they're doing, and I guess the first one to fall under that umbrella, if you will, is the one this weekend. The show this weekend. Now, one show that will not be a part of this, it appears, at least for now, is the Misfits card in December 20th. That's the one headlined by Andrew Tate versus Chase Demore. And Frank, we do have some breaking news regarding this card. A rematch that is some 3 or so years in the making is going to be happening on this card. It is, in fact, going to be Dylan Dennis against Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. You may recall some 3 or so years ago in a parking lot in Austin, Anthony Taylor rocked Dylan Dennis. The punch heard round the world. You guys remember that? And now they're actually going to be fighting for the MFB MMA championship. I believe it's a light heavyweight title or something that they're calling it. Anyway, what do you guys think? You in? You out?
No, I'm out.
It's an actual somewhat
It's by a distance his
accomplished.
hardest opponent. It's by a distance
Yes,
his toughest opponent.
it's actually the most accomplished opponent that he's ever faced
Amen.
outside of jiu-jitsu. You're in.
You got a belt on the line. We get a rivalry renewed, and we get questions answered. What more could you want?
Show that clip over and over again.
The promo's gonna hit hard.
Yeah,
it's gonna be too much yapping.
He has wins over UFC veterans Dean Barry and Chris Avila.
Hell yeah,
Dean Barry.
Too much yapping. Too much yapping.
Not into it.
No.
So far, you're not into this card.
No.
What are they calling it? The Nightmare
Mania.
No, something before Christmas.
The fight before Christmas.
The fight before Christmas.
Mania.
Oh,
It's not Misfits Mania.
It is called. It is called.
Oh yeah,
Mania. It is.
Come
it
on,
is.
mate.
Sorry, Pete, sorry.
No, it is. It is.
Mania.
I'm sorry. I was
No,
like,
it
what
is.
the
It
fuck
is.
this guy talking about?
Let me just say this. It's almost like I come to Misfits for crazy shit. It's almost too legit. That's what I don't
Pretty
want.
Boy
this.
Taylor is not crazy enough for you.
It's like
What's
Andre.
crazy about it? Anthony Taylor is.
They
in the
fought.
name.
They fought in the parking lot of a Misfits
If
event.
okay, hear me out. If
Belts
they were
on the
fighting
line.
in the parking lot, I'd
There's a through
fucking
line.
love it. But they're not. They're fighting in a ring.
Let's head out to the
Make it a
parking
parking
lot
lot
where we'll
match.
get Dylan Dennis
By the
versus
way,
Pretty Boy
that
Taylor.
would actually be kind of cool.
Yes,
if
it
they
would be
fought in the
great
parking
if they
lot.
were like to
like
the
they
scene
did
of
like
the crime.
they did like a Fight Club thing where
Yes.
everyone stood around them.
Yes, I would
Got
be in.
Wade
This
there.
is too
Cena
well
crime.
for-
Ben
they have
Davis.
they have the Nissan Altima that Dylan Dennis
Yes,
fell into.
yes,
Love
yes,
the idea. Of
yes.
this.
KSI standing by with a cup of coffee.
Yes.
Oh wait, is KSI even allowed now that he's not?
Oh,
that
yeah,
Tate's the
Ricochet.
CEO. I don't know, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's too legit.
Boardroom.
It's too legit. It's too like I don't know. It's like this is like a real fight. I don't really want it. Dylan versus the Mechanic was perfect.
I mean, come on, we got the Misfits light heavyweight belt on the line.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh yeah, wow.
Huge.
Again, too legit.
What?
Why do we need the Misfits light heavyweight belt?
It's a real title, Rick, and frankly, your tone.
It's a recognition, man.
outrageous.
This is my point. It's a real title. I don't need a real
You have
title.
held that belt.
I want them to be fighting
Actually,
for
literally one person has held it.
That's the prestige.
So you're not into that one. Maybe a few weeks later, you'll be into Ilya Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett. There's some talk that the first Paramount pay-per-view is going to be at T-Mobile Arena, and Paddy is throwing down the gauntlet. There's a 2-horse race. I think it should be a 1-horse race. I think it's the most. I think that it is the biggest no-brainer in the history of no-brainers. It has to be Paddy versus Ilya. Like nothing makes more sense than this timing-wise as far as who's available. Superstardom, stature, X, Y, and Z. Anyway, here's Paddy talking about it via his YouTube channel.
Just want to get a fight on, lad. All Ilya's ever done is talk shit about me, saying I'm shit, saying I don't deserve to fight him. And after his last fight, I get in the cage and he pushes me. Think it's happening. And now all's I'm hearing is he's stalling. He's not saying yet to the fight, he's stalling. If I'm that shit, lad, I just want to take an easy fight and beat me down. Step up. As Tyson said, sign the contract, big boy.
That's a classic line, by the way, him and Bob Sapp from back in the day. Guys, we are one fight removed from Max Holloway brutally knocking out Justin Gaethje in one of the most vicious knockouts in the history of the sport. Since then, he has a win over Rafael Fiziev, a short notice fight. How are you in the mix for a title shot? I don't get it. I really don't get it. He's had multiple title shots before. He's had opportunities to fight for the belt. Paddy has not. He's undefeated in the UFC. He's only gotten better. His last win was against the game Michael Chandler, a TKO win. Like, PT, do you not agree? This is a no-brainer. There's a history there. There's like, what is it, 4 or 5 years? No, maybe not 5. 4 years since their interaction in that hotel? 3 at worst?
It's 3.
It's 3. Come on. It'll be 4, I think, come March or something like that. The point is, this is a no-brainer. And I can only think that the UFC agrees and they're just kind of waiting to make the announcement. I don't get this one. And I see Justin, throwing down the gauntlet like, hey, I'm going to retire if I don't get a title shot. Okay. Paddy versus Ilya is infinitely bigger than Justin versus Ilya.
Absolutely. And, I don't but I was saying this before I even fought Chandler, that if he beat Chandler, he'd probably be in the mix for that title. And he's just that guy. He is in rarefied air. Like we're talking about this card, 322. We all love it. The hardcore fans love it. There's brilliant fights up and down the card, but Paddy caters to a completely different audience. Like he is that. I'm not on the same level as a McGregor or a Rousey, but he's bringing a lot of people into the sport that wouldn't be there otherwise, especially in the UK, where he's from in Liverpool. He's been a really famous guy for a very, very long time. I think he brings a lot of eyeballs with him, and that's something the UFC desperately needs. And I always thought this was probably going to be the case. And there's a great clip there somewhere of Shaheen Al-Shadi laughing at me as I suggested this back on the crack a few months back. But I think it makes perfect sense. I I haven't really thought about anyone else fighting Ilya in this time period. I always thought it would be Paddy. It makes sense for everybody as far as I'm concerned. And I agree with you. I don't think Gaethje is in any position to be negotiating like this. And like not only for the fact that he's coming off the loss, like he's had opportunities at the title before. I don't think there's anyone kind of clamoring for him to be in that spot again right now.
Now this is the fight. You want to start a new era. You want to start a new deal with a new platform that is paying you $1.1 billion a year. Like this is talk about a fight that people will be talking about. Talk about the doorman check fight. I would imagine your doorman is talking to you about Paddy versus Ilya.
Okay. Oh yeah, no doubt. He'd probably have the Paddy wig on when I went downstairs.
Yeah.
Hear me out though. Hear me out though.
Oh come on.
Listen.
No.
I'm gonna.
This is so on brand.
We are ready to hear you out.
Yeah,
hear me out.
My ears are wide open.
Listen to me.
Please.
This weekend.
This weekend.
Islam Makhachev is fighting.
Oh.
Islam Makhachev wins.
Okay.
For months, I heard that we
yeah.
lost out on the big fight. Oh, I'm crying because we didn't get Ilya versus Islam. This was everybody. Everybody was whining and griping. We lost it. Well, guess what? It's back. Islam Makhachev wins. You can do Islam versus Ilya. Do you do that instead of Islam?
Okay, so you actually just threw me a curveball. You just threw me a curveball. I thought, so this is a little bit of shades of Bilal and Jack, where they waited for that fight to materialize, and then they made their decision, and then they went with Ilya versus Charles. I thought what you were going to say was Jack versus Islam. Islam loses. Now Islam goes back. Well, now you've left yourself with a massive predicament because your new credo is you move up, you're dropping the belt. So Ilya's going to drop the 55 belt that he just won in a vacant title fight to fight the 170-pound champion?
All I'm saying is I was told that this was the fight of the century, that we couldn't do without this fight.
Islam
Everybody
loses,
needs to see
make
that
fight. Sorry, Paddy, make that fight. If Islam loses, you make that fight. If Islam wins, now there's a litany of guys at 170 that should be getting that fight.
So if he loses, you're down for it, though.
I'm 100%
over
down.
Paddy.
1,000%.
Fair play, Rick. In fairness,
Yeah.
give him credit where it's due. We didn't know where he was going with that. Came in.
I think only if he loses, though. Only if he loses. If he wins, keep him at 170, keep Ilya at 55. If he loses, by the way, it's actually a really good question, and hear me out.
We're ready to hear you out.
Islam loses.
Yeah.
Islam loses. What's the bigger fight? Ilya versus Islam? Ilya versus Paddy?
That's what I'm essentially
Islam
asking.
coming off the loss too, or Red Hot Paddy? I don't know.
Look, when you were comparing when you were comparing the resumes of Paddy and Justin, not for nothing, like a win over Michael Chandler in 2025 isn't like some legacy-defining win, respectfully to Chandler. Like, I don't think Paddy's done some worked miracles to the point that I'm like, it can't be anybody but Paddy. Islam Makhachev was the long-reigning champion of that division who never dropped that belt. To me, that still feels like the bigger fight and one I'd be interested in. But I also do think there's a shelf life on how long we can drag out the Ilya and Paddy thing. I would like to see it done now. I'm open to either. I think the more significant fight is Ilya versus Islam. I think probably the more popcorny, like you're gonna be planted on your couch is Paddy versus Ilya. I don't think either option is a bad option for Ilya Taporia. He's got very good options for himself right now.
Would we now be moving Ilya down the road if he was having to wait for Islam? Like, can Islam be ready in 2.5 months?
3 months though? You get it done before
it's really
Ramadan?
No.
It's really
I guess by the time it's happening, it's going to be November 15th. The pay-per-view's probably going to be like January 22nd.
Yeah,
it
is
down
asking
to
a lot.
155.
Here's my ranking.
No way.
If Islam loses, the biggest options are Paddy, Islam, Justin. I still put Paddy above Islam.
I just want to...
If Islam loses.
Months ago, everybody said that the UFC blew it. This was the biggest fight ever, and now we're just willing to move on from it?
Well, they're in different weight classes.
I think that's the problem.
What is that? They were because they're in different weight classes at the time.
155 going from 145 to 170 is too big of a jump.
That's the problem. I don't think it's going to happen within 3 months. So I think that gives you the space to do Ilya v Paddy and then do Islam, because we're just looking at videos of him absolutely yoked walking around the cage.
Okay, so now Islam after Paddy.
If he loses, because if he loses, the winning streak's done. The aura of invincibility is done, even though we all know about Davi Ramos.
I think
you get the point.
This is half me endorsing that I think Islam is the bigger fight for Ilya, but also a revision of like how the mania around Ilya versus Islam was.
No, it was
now
a big
it seems
deal.
like everybody's like,
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's a tip of the cap to Patty. I think Patty is a gigantic deal. I think he's a huge star, and I think the build-up to that fight would be one of the biggest of the year.
I think it's also the
with
logistics
that.
surrounding making Ilya Islam happen now, whereas in the past it was literally just Ilya's moving up to 155, make Ilya versus Islam.
Wasn't it nice when they could hold their belts and go up? That was a
Oh,
nice
that was
era. I like that era a
Can
lot.
I tell you guys a hot take? I think Ilya versus Patty is in the same stratosphere as Jones Pereira.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That,
I don't know about
they're
that.
that big.
No.
I don't know about
Ilya is gigantic over there.
Yes.
It's just a different market that we're not really tapped into. He's gigantic over there. Patty is gigantic. I think Jones versus Pereira is a big deal.
They're both
it might not be on the same level, but I think it's in the same stratosphere. It's that big, in my opinion.
It's in the conversation of like the biggest fights that the UFC can make, but I think John Jones and Pereira is significantly bigger.
Jones and Pereira is the biggest fight that's not a Conor McGregor fight that the UFC could make. Period. Like, there's no other bigger fight than that. And I don't think there's a close second.
No comment. I mean, Jones
It's your
Aspinall's
two
pretty big
biggest
too.
non-Conor stars. It is your two biggest stars outside of Conor McGregor.
I think Ilya and Patty are in the top 5 as far as biggest stars
Maybe,
in the
but they're
UFC.
not ahead of John and Alex.
Who's bigger,
Ilya
Ilya
and
or
Islam
Alex?
would be there as well. Ilya and Islam.
Islam would be there too, yeah.
Yeah, Islam is also
They're top
massive.
5, but they ain't one
Charles
or
is
two.
huge.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things. We were talking a lot about the Anti-Delia Waldo Cortez Acosta fight. This courtesy of our good friend Ben Folks over at uncrowned.com. He has unearthed more information regarding this fight. He found out that Anti-Delia's team has filed a formal complaint with the Nevada Athletic Commission requesting a hearing on the matter, according to a letter sent to the NAC and later provided to Uncrowned by Delia's attorney Ross Goodman, who's been around the fight game for a very long time. I know him well. He's been involved in some big cases over in Nevada. The Delia camp is requesting that the result be changed to a no contest due to a, quote, clear rules violation, end quote, on the part of the officials. This is unprecedented, Goodman told Uncrowned. Quote, this is why I'm trying to get the commission to look at this. This is bigger than Anti, bigger than this one event. It's about guys. Are you going to follow your own rules? But according to NAC Executive Director Jeff Mullen, the commission did follow its own rules, even if those rules may differ from the unified rules of mixed martial arts on this matter, and the incident was handled properly. We talked about this last week. It's a tricky situation, in other words, and it all comes down to the use of instant replay in MMA. And so Ben goes through all of this. One thing that was discussed was bringing in the stool, bringing in the cut man. That is not discussed. But I think part of the problem is here, the unified rules and the Nevada rules are different, and there's different language, which I would strongly suggest they should all get on the same page and have the same rules so that there is no discrepancy. Anyway, go check out uncrowned.com. Great reporting there. There's been a bunch of great stuff over on Uncrowned right now. There's a great, amazing story by Ben on Frank Shamrock. I highly recommend you checking that out. And a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm looking at it now. A great story on Shimmer, the old school pro wrestling promotion turning 20, focusing on women's wrestling in particular. And we're just crushing it over there. I mean, it's just an unbelievable, it's really the crown jewel of the Uncrowned empire. Very, very proud of the work over there. So go check it out over at uncrowned.com. Did want to, speaking of John Jones, John Jones was on a podcast. What is the name of this podcast? It's called
No Scripts Podcast.
No Script. You big fan?
Huge.
The No Scripts Podcast. John Jones was on this podcast. I guess it was over the last couple of weeks. It was clearly around the time that he was in Nashville for the Dirty Boxing event because he's wearing similar clothing. He talked about a few things, and I did want to shine a light on these things. First, let's play him talking about the Dana White situation and how it was all handled, the offer from Tom and his desire to make amends. Here it is. Take a listen, and then we'll react.
I think my most immediate goal is to try to be on the White House card.
Okay.
And
you talking to Dana? How's he feeling?
You know, I'm giving Dana his space. You know, Dana has changed my life.
Yes, he
has changed my life. He's changed my children's lives.
Yeah.
And I'm forever grateful to him. And we had a verbal agreement that didn't go over.
Mm-hmm.
well.
Can we pause right there? Pause right there. A verbal agreement. Remember, there was some reporting by a handsome fellow. I forget his name. Name escapes me. Who said on multiple occasions that John Jones gave his word to the UFC when they got him the $30 million that he was asking for, and then a couple of days later he reneged. Actually, Chael's version of the story is actually quite accurate. He was feeling himself at the time. He was getting some nice little reality show offers, and he's like, you know what? I don't need this money. I'm getting, a pretty penny to do this stuff. So here he is. Dana confirmed it, if you recall, back in June when they officially moved on, and now here's John confirming confirming it. And as I've said multiple times, never came out and refuted it, regardless of what his fans or people may say about me being a quote-unquote John Jones hater, which is not the truth. I'm just telling you exactly what happened. He never refuted it. Now here he is confirming it. So I appreciate that. Please continue.
Nothing was finalized, but I do admit guilt. Not guilt, but I was wrong.
You'll make it right at the White House.
The way things went down, I was wrong, and I wish that I could see him face to face and just apologize to him, and so that we can let bygones be bygones and get back to making some major money for the sport, and really entertaining these fans.
He's a businessman, and there's no doubt that you are his favorite fighter of all time. There's the memes of it. He loves you. It's a matter of time.
When he's feeling me, I think I'm one of his favorite fighters. When he's not feeling me, I'm probably the reason why he has a bald head.
I think that host was feeling John Jones there. I mean, golly, the glaze.
What gave you that impression?
Oh, wait till you see the other clips. Forget this one.
I mean, D1 glazing.
The Aspinall
It's just a matter of time.
The Aspinall clip
Till we
made
signed
me
you for the
blood
White House.
red mad. So
Okay, well, just on this one, I mean, John is fully, other than saying, the amount, saying it's on me, it's my bad. A little surprising. It's what, 5 months later, and they haven't met, they haven't talked. Like you would think, hey, can we meet? I'll fly to Vegas. Let's go out. I'll meet you in your office anytime you're ready. I'll fly to any event, whatever. Would suggest, I don't know if you guys feel otherwise, it would suggest Dana was pretty pissed that he gave him his word and he backed out on the word. That's what it seems like to me. But he's continuing with this thing that he wants to be on the White House card. He wants to make it up. He wants the opportunity. Now, he doesn't want the fight. To the best of our knowledge, they never talked about an Alex Pereira fight. They wanted him to fight Tom Aspinall. And he had agreed, and then he reneged. And so there's no indication. One would think that they would see the light and say, hey, Pereira versus Jones makes a lot of sense. Jones isn't holding up a division. He doesn't have to fight anyone in particular. And Pereira could just move up and give up that title, and we could do Yuri versus Carlos Alberg. One would think that they would be interested in it. The question is, can Dana get over his disappointment, his anger towards John reneging on his word? But this was kind of the first time that John confirmed that yes, he did in fact give his word, and he did back out.
just think about the way that Dana White talks about Conor and his participation in this card, which is where we're in lockstep. We're talking to Conor every day. It seems like there's that, and then there's the John Jones where it's like, don't want to talk about it. John Jones is the only one talking about it, completely one-sided. To me, John Jones feels like the break glass in case of emergency option for the UFC, right? Like if Conor can't do it, then you get over it, you swallow your pride, and you hit up John Jones. But until Conor McGregor's out, I feel like John's on the outs.
Dana can't hold a grudge.
Yeah,
I'm unhappy with you.
Heard this
He
before.
did a lot for John Jones, though. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh
that's,
my
that's
God.
the thing.
The
Think
support,
about all
yes.
the shit John Jones did throughout his career, and Dana was out there, like in terms of him as a promoter, every time that Jones let him down, he was out there trying to pick up the pieces. Like sometimes it was absolutely ridiculous, the shit that was going down, and he was always there. And then it comes to this moment where he puts his neck on the line, says, "I am guaranteeing you this fight. It's 110% happening." He doesn't show up. I like, it's Dana White. Of course he's gonna be fucking pissed off. Like that doesn't strike me as strange at all.
You're completely right and completely accurate in everything you're saying, but let's not act like this is charity from Dana White, right? Like going out there and defending John all the times he has. It's because he was able to maximize profits on John Jones and drastically underpay him throughout his entire career to the point that John Jones needs to take this fight. John Jones should be retired on an island somewhere, actually not needing to fight because of all the money he's made for the UFC. So I'm not giving Dana any grace. It's not from the kindness of his heart. It's because it just gave him another opportunity to squeeze dollars out of John Jones and others like him continuing.
Even if Jones versus Pereira does big business, Dana's the kind of guy who is going to be like, look, I did all this for you, and I went to bat for you, this and that, and you gave me my word, and I went out there and said it's going to happen, and I didn't deliver because of you, and so screw you. Like he will cut his nose to spite his face in that regard.
But what if Conor can't go?
Listen, you know what? Actually, Chael brought up a good point. Like, it doesn't have to be someone, like, it could.
What did he say? Ilya versus
Islam.
Islam? Well, there you go. We were just talking about it.
It actually is an astute point that we were talking about, in that, like, what if the American guy loses in the main event? Is that worse than just having two non-Americans in the main event? Because then you don't have to deal with, like, America losing at the White House and the symbolism of that, and everyone kind of having a field day with that. It's actually not. I don't know if they're going to, like, shy away from it, but I didn't really think of that. In any event, so John is still campaigning. Let's see how it plays out. This is going to be a saga that we'll be talking about and watching for a while. He was also asked about Tom Aspinall. This was around a few days after the eye poke seen around the world. Of course, he showed up to the weigh-ins with a horse wearing an eye patch. He changed his Twitter profile pic to a duck wearing the eye patch, having a field day with this. Well, here's what he had to say about that incident.
When Tom gets hurt, he's like immediately incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
He poked my eye, and then he's like immediately. There's no like.
He never tried to look. It was rag on the eye immediately.
Dude, I would think the silliest looking cat on national TV is just
trying. He didn't try. He didn't try.
Same thing with Curtis Blaze. When he hurt his knee, there was no limping. There was no trying to get up. It was just like immediately.
Yep.
Burn my village. I can't go on. Like,
he doesn't have the dog in him. Yeah, that killer be killed.
Immediately quits.
Yeah.
When he got tapped out with an ankle lock, there was no trying to fight his hands. There were no trying to. He immediately quit.
You see the pattern of it.
Immediately.
Yeah. And I noticed the profile pic change, and then you had some on your horse too, similar.
Yeah.
What's with the?
I'm just having fun.
You having fun with the eye patches?
I'm having fun with it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like he had at it with me. He had a long time coming at me. So it's to keep the fans engaged.
Of course.
It's just to keep things fun.
The best part about it is, like, what did Tom actually say about John? Like he never really played into, I guess he held up like a little duck and all that stuff, the horror. But yeah, the glazing was just.
He doesn't have that
Curtis
dog in
Blades,
him, bro.
The knee injury. He hit the air quotes for, I think it was a torn MCL, a torn meniscus, ACL damage, surgery, year recovery. He's just like
blown out.
Didn't even try to limp around. He just
didn't even give it the old college try.
Just wouldn't even give it a try. He doesn't have that dog in him. Just doesn't have that dog.
And then the thing of, like,
no, the other guy said that. The other guy said he didn't have that.
He saw the patterns.
Don't forget.
Saw the patterns.
The thing about not trying to open your eye, like, wasn't Aspinall being killed for the fact that, he opened his eye because he was trying to go on? Everyone keeps bringing up this thing of him saying, I can't see. Yeah, okay, that was his reaction. But he didn't tap out. He didn't do anyway. Not to like get into this back and forth because it's completely stupid. But it's like, you've never seen anyone talk so much shit about someone that he refused to fight, and not just refused to fight, but generational money. Like, no one has ever been offered $30 million, to the best of our knowledge. Not even Conor up front. This is pre-pay-per-view points, and you said no. And now you've gone on this tour shitting on the guy, calling him a quitter, saying that he doesn't have that dog in him, saying that he looks for the way out. The Curtis Blades. By the way, the Curtis Blades fight happened already. The ankle lock that you're talking about happened already. The poke happened after you said no. But like, if there were patterns, why didn't you fight the guy? What was it about him? Did you feel like you weren't getting paid enough? Clearly not. You wanted that money. Did you feel like he wasn't on your level? Well, you were still getting paid to fight a guy who wasn't on your level. Isn't that the dream? I don't understand why he continues to do this, and why no one says, well, then why didn't you fight him?
Oh,
Why
I see a lot
didn't
of
you
people
agree?
saying that, by the way.
No,
the
to
comments,
his face? To his
oh,
face.
not to his face.
No
Yeah,
one
the
says
comments
his
all
face.
say that. The one bit of bail I'll throw John Jones, who I don't agree with in most of his talks about Tom Aspinall, is he's been pretty consistent in saying the reason he didn't fight Tom Aspinall is because he doesn't believe Tom is on his level or a legacy-defining fight, and he goes out of his way to explain that he believes Alex Pereira is. Now, do I buy that? That's
Terrell
a different
Gunn was
question.
legacy-defying? Come on.
No. This was post that. This
No,
was,
I know, but it's just like none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense.
I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. I think Tom would have been a suitable challenger and would have been a great fight. But he's been consistent in that regard, that saying Alex Pereira is the type of fighter I want to fight, and Tom Aspinall, quite frankly, isn't. But to your point, if you truly feel that way, $30 million to fight some guy that you don't think is going to do you any
$30 million
damage,
is pretty legacy defining.
and then you just go fight Alex after that, that makes a lot of sense to me financially. But yeah, I don't agree with most, but he is pretty consistent in saying Alex is a guy that I want to fight, Stipe is a guy that I want to fight, and Tom is not.
Blown out knee.
John's going to get disqualified if he comes back and fights anyway. With everyone else so hypersensitive about these eye pokes, I mean, That's
my
going to
God.
be interesting itself.
Oh,
He
yeah.
fights like this. Like genuinely,
Yeah.
John Jones. You talk to you do interviews with guys who fought him. This is a massive part of their preparation, preparing for his range finding fingers. It's going to be very interesting if he comes back and fights in this day and age, because there's a sensitivity since the Aspinall situation about outstretched fingers and eye pokes. So,
But the headline on Sunday would be Tom quits again. That would be the headline on Sunday that all the MMA fans would rush to say is, oh, he got poked in the eye. Well, he's to blame. F that guy. But yes, you make a great point about John Jones and the eye pokes. He is notorious for it.
Well,
the greatest of all time.
John Jones,
That's true as well.
not active at the moment. Someone who is very active is Merab Dvalishvili. And if you're a Merab fan, if you're backing Merab, you have to be very worried about the footage that has just come out as he is preparing for the Pyongyang fight. PT, have you seen this footage?
I have not seen this footage. What the hell?
Worrisome footage. Here he is going up against Lupi Godinez, and look at the ease in which she takes down Merab. Look at that. Bang! A little chain wrestle. I mean, that's
He is
too
wearing
easy.
jeans. He is wearing jeans, though, Ariel.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rob gave
you
up
got to
that
think
full
about this
mount
straight
a little
away.
too
Did he
easily.
give that up too easily?
Suspicious.
Was it Bulgarian-esque?
I don't know if the money was the end.
He didn't even
the end
fight the
goal he
hands.
was going for.
Some people were calling him after that. I saw Merab Rizwalishvili.
Where'd you see that?
Oh yeah.
I just saw
Can
it.
you send me the link to the tweet, bro?
Some people were saying.
Send me the link to the IG story that said Rizvalishvili.
Well, it's pretty good, no?
I thought it was Diwashalavili. I thought that's what I was.
Rizwashalavili.
Diwashalavili.
Merab Rizwashalavili.
You're so high on this. Just tell us who posted it. Just send us the link.
People
to
are
the tweet.
posting it. I don't know all the fucking weirdos online posting things. I mean,
Who's to check?
shit. Yeah, who is the check? That's exactly it. That's exactly. I don't know. I just thought it was a little worrisome. Here he is. He's a month out from a title fight, and he's getting taken.
No,
Now,
dangerous stuff there.
No
You don't wanna
knock.
see
I mean, Lupi's sister, a Canadian Olympian. We all know this. She was a great wrestler as well. But listen, a lot of people say a lot of stupid things online. A lot of people are saying stupid things, which brings up actually the last thing that I wanted to bring up. There I am, Thursday night. I'm with my good friends Mark, Dan, and Phildo. We're in Toronto. We're at Danny's Pizza Tavern. In fact, we're at Danny's next door. They made me a special pineapple green olive pie. I posted online. You've all seen it and loved it. Surely, it's one of the great pies I've ever had. Just the vibes are. I'm in Toronto. I'm with my good friends. I haven't seen them in ages. We're enjoying a nice little meal. They brought out all the different, all the different dishes that they had. They were even testing out a couple on us. It was really lovely. And I very quickly look at my phone, and all of a sudden I see a message, a just sort of rude, nasty, interrogative, just a mean message from someone named Kike Hernandez. Click on the link, verified. Suck it, Ariel Helwani. Loser, all caps. Does 3-time World Series champ sound better than the triple champ? And I'm like, wait a second. Is this World Series winning Kike Hernandez talking smack about me? Talking shit about me? 3-4 days removed from getting an A on the group project, doing absolutely nothing, actually almost blowing the World Series? Ball goes over his head, Paz saves his ass? Well, anyways, I say I have to reply because I'm not going to take the disrespect. And I say, congrats on getting an A on the group project, Kike. Great read on that Clement fly ball, bro, all caps. And then he hits me with the got me good there. When you know someone hits you with the got me good, they've got no retort. They've got nothing for you. This guy was absolutely irrelevant. He made one play in game 6. And everyone's like, ah. I mean, he's literally hanging around the Mendoza line, talking smack. All I said was, you got your ass saved by your teammate. No shame in that. And that you kind of fumbled the Conor McGregor, the double champ does whatever he wants thing. It's been played out. The delivery wasn't great. It was a little forced. And all of a sudden, I mean, guys, the amount of hate mail that I received from these Dodger fans, by far, I mean, it's not even a question. The real estate, I had no idea in LA, absolutely rent-free. It's unbelievable. The most sensitive fan base that I've ever come across. And I'm not a fan of a team that is even at odds with these guys. I'm not a Giants fan. I'm not a D-backs fan. I'm nothing. I called it like it is. By the way, as a salty, bitter fan, I said, you acted like jackasses. You were mocking plays that were controversial that shouldn't have gone your way but did, and your announcer should have, sat out the parade as the MC, as the national baseball voice on Fox. He should have sat it out. That's all I said. And you would have thought that I spit in all their faces, that I spit on their moms, that I made fun of their families and their children. I mean, it was disgusting, the stuff that I was reading. It was very, very, very nasty. And, it just made me proud to be a fan of a classy team, of a team that would never stoop this low, of a team that would never engage in this type of rhetoric with a fan. You guys are literally supposed to be celebrating a World Series victory, another one, back-to-back, 3 in the last 6 years, and you're coming after me. What did I do? So I was just, I was actually blown away. And in fact, I heard from someone who I do have respect for, who I've interviewed before, Blake Snell, and I invited Blake and Kike to come on the show to hash this out, but it's been crickets ever since.
Well.
Could you believe that, Pete? Crickets. I was gracious enough to invite them on my show, give them the rub, give them the platform, hash this out. Here you are, calling me a loser, telling me to suck it.
You're too noble. You're too noble, mate. These
I was
guys,
I was appalled.
all right.
I was appalled. The comments that I received, the nasty comments, the accusations, the insults, the insinuations, nasty. I was really, really upset. Offended.
I'm sorry you had to go through this, man.
Insulted.
I'm sickened by it, actually.
Every single Dodgers blog was writing about it. Sports Illustrated writing about it. Everyone's writing about it. Could you believe that? Disgusting fan base. Really disgusting. Who acts this way? Type of fan base that steals another team's team. They stole them from Brooklyn in the middle of the night, under their noses. Could you believe that?
No.
Engaging in gambling and things like that. Really not nice.
Ugh.
Could you
Makes me
imagine?
sick. No.
Recycling.
Why are all of us rubbing our beard?
Because we're all disgusted.
We're hoping he doesn't turn on us here. We're just
the group project comment is crazy. Isn't this how this all started, or was it the parade thing?
It was all
the being mad about the parade plus.
It was all one comment.
You can't get an A on the project for just participating.
So I was
and not
actually,
liking the promo. It was a whole thing.
I was watching Red Zone yesterday, and Joe.
They mentioned it too.
Joe Davis. Yeah, they said, "Did you guys see what Kike Hernandez and Helwani had to say?" What's the broadcaster's name? Joe. He was calling a football game yesterday.
Joe Buck?
No. The World Series guy. God,
I don't know.
Joe Davis.
Joe Davis. He was calling a football game, and Scott Hansen was like, Joe Davis, the recently Emmy award-winning broadcast announcer. I got a big kick out of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, he's good, but I'm just saying Mike Breen. And then I have like some personal friends who are like, oh yeah, I saw what you said about Joe Davis comparing him to Mike Breen. Mike Breen will never get that chance anyway. I'm like, okay, relax, all right? Relax with the pot shots. I'm taking a look real quick at Kike's World Series stats real quick here.
Oh my God.
28 at-bats, 2 hits. I mean, that's not great. 2 runs, 5 hits. 2 runs, 5 hits, excuse me. I take that back, Kike. 1 home run, 3 RBI. What does SO stand for, GC? SO?
That'd be strikeouts.
That'd be strikeouts. I'm seeing a fat 15 here. If I take a quick gander at the entire lineup, I see a 10 for Teoscar Hernandez, an 11 for Max Muncy, a 6 for Tommy Edman. Believe he leads the team in strikeouts as far as this past World Series is concerned. I mean, listen, who am I to judge? I think batting 179 is pretty good, right? Would you guys say batting?
I am just glad after the vitriol that came your way,
slugging percentage,
you decided to take the high road and do that.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. This was a moment for you.
There's no chance that the Dodgers Dodgers fan base aren't going to see this and react again to it.
No, they should be happy.
So I'm looking at Baseball Reference. Baseball Reference has something called CWPA, which as I hover over it, championship win probability added for offensive player. Given average teams, this is the change in probability displayed in percentage points. A change of plus minus 100% would indicate one World Series win added or lost. What does that even mean?
Meaning this is how impactful they are to a World Series win.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
what was his?
Well, I'm seeing some numbers here like Will Smith 34%.
Wow, that's
Miguel
high.
Rojas 13%. Shohei 18.69%.
Wow.
Max Muncy 12. what is this? Minus 27.44% for Kike.
It's tough.
I mean, minus 27.44. Do you think that's good, guys?
I don't think, based on the metric as you've described it, that is a good number.
Okay, I'm just, would that all back up my A on the group project line? Would you think that would back it up? What I'm insinuating by A on group project is, like, you were a part of the team but didn't do anything to warrant the ring, to warrant the championship, to take part in the success. Like, you just kind of...
You were just there, yeah.
You rode their coattails.
But in fact, every game?
It says 7 games played. I do believe. Yes, I do believe. But, sometimes, it's like...
Based on the number, as you've broken it down, it was actually worse than that.
I actually think it was worse.
He's taken away from the project.
He almost actually blew it. In fact, everyone thought that they were going to... that he, got hurt when they collided, and he revealed afterwards that he was so distraught because he screwed up and he missed the fly ball that he was, putting his head... And it was only TAHS who told him, no, I actually caught it. He actually thought for a minute that he had blown the World Series for his team because he misjudged the fly ball. Listen, I can't do what he does, but just as someone who is watching, I just thought it was weird that he was talking so much as someone who didn't contribute. That's all. What do you guys think? Anyone?
I'm just this will be good to quell what's going on here. This is good. I'm glad you settled it and hashed everything out.
He's risen above it again.
Yeah, just do me a favor, all you loser Dodger Twitter accounts, get the name right, credit us, tag us, and when you clip it off, do the entire thing, not just a minute like last time. Include the part about Joe Davis, include the part about the fly ball going over his head and all that. Include the whole thing. Don't just clip off a minute and then repurpose it on all your sad sack sites. Do the whole thing. Post the whole thing. Be respectful to the process of crediting and sharing content. That's all I ask. Anyways, Frank, do we have any super chats?
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Super chats. Yes, we do.
What do we got?
First one says, Rough Riders off to the Grey Cup, though, to ease the Bills' L.
Well, he's referring to the Saskatchewan Roughriders punching their ticket to the Grey Cup for the first time in 12 years. I was watching on Saturday. It was a great win over the BC Lions. Problem is, know who they're facing? Do you know who they're playing on Sunday afternoon, late evening, early evening, 6 o'clock in Winnipeg? Do you know who they're playing, guys? Anyone know? Grey Cup. 112th edition, I do believe. Anyone?
James Tahuno?
That would be the Montreal Alouettes.
Oh, no.
Big game.
Second guess.
You guys going to partake? You going to sprinkle?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Could you... You falling apart in there?
What else, Frankie?
Thank
What
you,
else?
Ariel. Your hard work, as demonstrated right now. Dedication to us fans is very appreciated. Ian in Cork, Ireland.
Shout out to Cork. We love Cork.
Rebels. Up the Rebels.
Who's the Rebels? Schlater?
The Rebels are Cork. That's what they call themselves.
Like a team over there?
Yeah, they're great hurlers. Great at football, yeah. Great sports people in general. Cork people.
I was on Cork FM one time.
Red FM?
Red FM, yes. I was on the radio over there.
I've been on that as well.
Yeah, well, all right. What else, Frankie? What else?
So then we have a couple of blank ones.
Okay.
Thank you
Nice.
for the
I mean,
contribution.
101 is really...
Yeah, but this one, $6.99.
$6.99 Canadian is like 6 cents.
Look,
all right.
You're feeding the fund. We don't know what the fund is, but thank you for doing it.
We appreciate it. Okay, what else?
We have one here. Actually, this is a twofer.
Okay.
If Ariel could please choose one of the following options. A, Claire Helwani becomes CEO of the New York Knicks in 2040 and wins the NBA championship in her first season.
Okay.
Or B, Walter and Oliver become joint CEOs of the Bills in 2040 and win the Super Bowl in their first season.
Oh, God. I mean, why? Why do I have to choose one? Can I just not have... Can I have both and just be done with it?
No, you have to
be selfish here. What's easier for you to get to? Claire as Nick's CEO. I mean, that's a shorter commute for you than going to Buffalo for Walt and Ollie.
Claire being CEO in a male-dominated world, I think would be pretty cool.
Oh, look at you.
Would she also be 21 at that point?
Yeah. What is that? What do we?
15 years from now?
Yeah, 15 plus 9.
I think she can do it.
34. Could you imagine? She'd probably be the youngest CEO in pro sports. Wait, no.
It's tough.
Oh, yeah.
15 plus 9 is
15
20.
plus 9. Yeah, she'd be 24. She'd be the youngest CEO in all of pro sports.
There you go.
It's kind of a big deal.
There's
This was
another
the right
another
answer.
feather in the cap.
Yeah. Although the other guys would be pretty young too. They're not that much older. The reason it's so hard. It's so hard to handle because now I'm thinking they're going to blow up the team. They're going to trade Josh, and I'm going to have to
trade Josh.
It's all so
what?
What's going on? Like, what, can I ask one question? This? Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Why are people talking about this with like the Bills? Oh, they've missed the opportunity. Josh Allen's only 29. What? Like, why does it need to be?
Because
now?
there were a few years there. Okay, let's talk about it. There was there was that first year. It was the 2021 season where they make it all the way to the conference championship and lose to the Chiefs. But that was the one where it was like, okay, this is a great story, and everyone's like, all right, you'll be okay. Then 13 seconds. Everyone thinks that's the window, right? The next year you play the Bengals and you lay an egg when everyone thinks we're at home now, we're getting a second round game at home. You completely lay an egg. Josh is not himself. There's some talk that he was going through some stuff. Then you come back, you lose to the Chiefs again at home the second time, and then you come back and you lose to the Chiefs on the road in the AFC Championship game. How many opportunities do you need? Like that, the Bengals one and the 13-second one, which is now, 3-4 years ago, I think are ones that are going to haunt us forever. And that's why even last year, they could have easily beaten that Chiefs team. But what I've said multiple times is I think that they have run their course with this current coaching regime. We need a different look. How many times have we seen a team reach a certain level and just not get over that hump, make a change, and then get over the hump? They need a different look. That's it. I would like for them to hire Brian Daboll, who was just fired, the Giants head coach. He was our offensive coordinator, a part of those teams in 22 and 21. I would love for that, but
I'm understanding of all this, but you can't trade Josh. Like, there's not a world where anybody trades Josh Allen.
They're not trading. There's no talk of Josh Allen, but it feels like he's regressed this year. And to not make a trade at the deadline for a wide receiver when the entire world knew that they had to do it, and
they need a shake up.
Kincaid out for long, Ariel?
Kincaid, they said it's going to be a couple of weeks, hamstring.
Fuck's sake.
They got no one.
They need a shake up, but that all happens
no good.
around Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
I will ride Josh Allen. Even the mistakes that Josh made yesterday, I don't even blame him. He's got no options. He's got no targets.
Yeah.
It's
you
just
reset around. Conversation about McDermott going now, Ariel. Is that what the headlines?
It's starting to get a little bit louder, but really, like the offensive coordinator Joe Brady had an awful game. He has no targets. He's got nothing. He's got nothing to work with. He's got James Cook. That's it. It's very frustrating. You can't lose to the freaking 2-7 Dolphins. You just can't. And I don't buy this Patriots thing. I just don't. I'm sorry.
As in, you don't buy them as a contender?
We're better than them.
Yeah, I agree.
We're freaking better than these guys. This Drake May
I don't know if
thing.
you're better, but I don't think the Patriots are as good as their record.
Yeah, Colts are fine. Falcons should have beaten them yesterday. Thank you very much, Connor. You guys should have won that game. What was that?
Yeah, I mean, we do it every week.
You let Jonathan Taylor just like waltz all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to fly, to Berlin?
No,
fly to Berlin and teach him a lesson?
Come on, that wasn't.
I thought you were going to fly to Berlin.
That wasn't the team we played 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
What happened to that team?
Yeah, you should have caught the team when we got embarrassed by the Dolphins or embarrassed by the Panthers.
Yeah.
Or when we hang tough with the Colts and the Patriots. We lost to the Colts in overtime and the Patriots by a missed extra point. I mean, it's Jekyll and Hyde. We're ass.
Yeah.
It's the same old shit every year. 8 games in, we're out of the playoff hunt. This is what they mean by a window, Pete. Falcons had a window in like 2016 to 2018, and it's been shut ever since. No playoffs in 7 years. Then people are like, you don't sit in front of your TV for 4 hours Sunday after Sunday watching your shit franchise? No, I don't. I don't do
actually.
Who is your franchise, Pete? Browns?
Well, I'm on Bills this year. We both bet the Bills this year, so I'm on.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him.
Yeah. I've also got a little sprinkle on ATL. That's not going out. And that's. I just pick a different team every year. I just love it, man. It's fucking class. I love it. I love watching the Falcons. But it's because of the chaos, of course.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, what else, Frank? What else?
I often rewatch fights for nostalgia, but struggle to find the corresponding MMA Hour episode, i.e. Rick reacting to Conor Aldo as he wasn't completely sold prior. Would love to revisit your real-time takes.
Yeah, I've had a couple of people send me clips. I'm like, wow, why are you watching a July 2015 episode of the show?
But then that means that they are available for this person to find.
Oh yeah, some of them. But there was that period there where we streamed the show on Bright Cove, and those have just disappeared. I was very upset when they did that. For a brief period, was Vox. Yeah, it was Vox. They said that they wanted to do it on Bright Cove. I was like, what? Why are we doing this? And so those have kind of disappeared. And then some of our videos, like the Connor Walk and Talk premiered on Bright Cove. And I never understood. I was like, the world is on YouTube. You only grow your audience if you're on YouTube. And so we actually later on, like maybe 2 years later, uploaded the Dublin Walk and Talk. It was very strange. It was very, very strange. In any event, if people want to do that, thank you. I appreciate it. What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, asking for bonuses is absurd. Telling your story and asking for a quick turnaround is key. I never asked for a bonus. I'd ask for OT instead. Shout out, Frank.
Yeah. Is he saying shout out, Frank, because that's something you would do?
I'm not above asking for a bonus.
Yeah. Don't we know it?
I told you that in confidence.
It was right there. It was
right there. It was like
Frank asked for a bonus, and because he asked, we were like, no, fuck off.
Yeah.
Just like the UFC does.
I'd never ask for a bonus. I'd ask for OT instead.
That is weird as well. Because you actually like
work
the bonus
more.
Yeah, the bonus is just something given. The OT you have to
I
actually
grind for my pay.
Yeah.
So lads, use just head on. I'm going to keep the show going for another hour, okay?
Yeah.
There's a whole subreddit where they just show people on LinkedIn that like say these absurd things like, I didn't go to my brother's funeral because there was a quarter meeting that we had to do, and I'm all about the grind. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's weird.
I think I belong on that forum, if I'm honest.
Yeah. I never get sick, though I come to the office horribly sick.
Oh, man.
Never been sick, so that can't happen.
I don't tell anyone about it.
Pneumonia?
Yeah.
That was a thing. You see, the way my immune system works, the way it's set up, there's a thing. Yeah, never been sick. Never experienced that. Wonder what it's like.
Guys, one last thing very quickly. Moses Atama, people very excited about him. He is going to return January 24th. That was announced this morning on DAZN against Jermaine Franklin. A bit of a surprise going from White to Franklin, especially when his name was mentioned with some other top dogs. I'm happy it's not Joseph Parker, but there you have it, the Magnificent Seven. Some other good names on that card as well. That's January 24th, Co-op Live in Manchester. Speaking of young studs, we'll have one in studio tomorrow, the pride of Georgia, Malcolm Wellmaker, not the country, the state, joining us in studio tomorrow. Very much excited about that conversation. What a stud he is, and he's fighting on that MSG card this Saturday. The aforementioned Chris Taco Padilla going to join us as well. And Mohamed Mokayev, who had a massive win over the weekend, he's going to join us too. So looking forward to those chats in addition to everything else that we shall be discussing. But for now, it's time to go.
Pride of Georgia, 135er. The Machine, Malcolm Wellmaker.
Yeah. Which part of Georgia again?
Augusta.
Oh, yeah, Augusta. You don't really hear about a lot of people. Like, who's a famous athlete from Augusta, Georgia? To me, Augusta's claim... Patrick Reed, who's that?
He's a golfer who won the Masters.
Oh, yeah. Wait, he's from Augusta and he won the Masters?
He played at Augusta State.
Wow. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, before going to Georgia.
Wow, that's like a real home game for him, right?
Yeah, there ain't much in Augusta, man. There's Augusta National.
Oh. Herschel Walker.
Oh, there you go.
Did you know this?
Makes sense. I'm learning it now.
Olympic gold medal winning hurdler Forrest Towns.
Shout out to Forrest, bro.
NFL cornerback Carlos Rogers, not to be confused with former Toronto Raptor Carlos Rogers.
No, one and the same.
Vaughn Taylor and retired NFL head coach Ken Wisenhunt. I don't see this gentleman that you're talking about.
Shout out to Ken Wisenhunt.
Yeah.
Legend.
And by the way, where's Malcolm Wellmaker on this list? I feel like he deserves to be on this list. Here's oh no, this is from Illinois. SI did a thing about the top. Okay, do you know who the #1 athlete to hail from Georgia is, according to SI, in 1997?
In 1997?
Like, they came out with this list in 97. Ty Cobb from Royston, Georgia.
Legend.
What a guy. Herschel Walker, #2. #3, Bobby Jones. #4, Fran Tarkenton. #5, Walt Clyde Frazier. Shout out. Thank you very much to Leon Edwards, Chael Sonnen, Josh Hokit, and Claressa Shields. Thanks to them. Thanks to you. Back to Barcelona. Peace.